And welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our Ego Takes the Stand, Pamela Smart, Hot for Teacher, Husband Murder Trial. We did part 1 yesterday. We are doing part 2 today. So appreciate you guys joining. Welcome in, welcome in. Shelly Beans, love the music. Thank you. Aaron picked the music. So thanks for joining. Sherry M, good to see you. Crazy Mary Joe, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Willow Johnson, we're live now. I hope you're with us. Hope you're joining us. McCormick family, good morning to you. Mary Strom, you'll come back. Awesome. Kathy Davis, welcome in, welcome in. All right, let's get started, shall we? Appreciate you guys being with us. Let's recap what we watched yesterday. So this is a little different ego, if you will. Oops, wrong screen. This is a little different ego, this episode. All right, so the overall story plotline is Pamela Smart. This happened in 1991. The actual incident was May 1st of 1990. So Pamela and Greg were married. They met when they were, Pamela was, I don't know how old they were, but they got married. They were only married like a year. So they may have met like when she was 20 or so, because she was 22 when this happened. Greg was 24. So they got together. Pamela was a huge Van Halen fan, loved Whitesnake, loved heavy metal, and so did Greg. So Greg has long hair. He had, ripped jeans, concert T-shirts, black leather jacket. He dressed the whole part, if you will. So they met at a party, got together, eventually got married, and then Greg thought, well, I've got to provide for my wife, and then hopefully we're going to have kids at some point, so I better get a job, So he got a job selling insurance, and what that meant was that he had to get his hair cut, and he had to start wearing 3-piece suits. So out goes the long hair, out goes the ripped jeans and concert T-shirts and black leather jackets. In comes 3-piece suits with ties and short hair. So Pamela did not like that. Pamela was like, what happened to you? Who are you? What have you done with my husband? So there was a rift right there. That kind of caused some problems. And then to further that, within a couple months of the marriage, Greg hooked up with a client of his, slept with her, went to Pam, apologized. He was really sorry for that. Said it was never going to happen again. That they hit rock bottom, and he wanted to be with Pamela. So in the meantime, Pamela had gotten a job at a local high school in New Hampshire, and before that, she went to FSU, Florida State University, and she was a DJ there. And she wanted to get into music and TV production. She wanted to be in front of the camera. She was really really good with that. And so she was a DJ at FSU, and she was the maiden of metal, right? So she loved heavy metal. So they get together, they get married. She gets a job at this high school, and she's 22, right? She's 21, 22, and she works at a media center, and they made a commercial orange juice, and we asked the only person that I could find that had it, and we asked if we could play it, and we haven't heard back from them yet. So anyway, they make this orange juice commercial, and it's rap, and it's really pretty interesting. But anyway, so they do this orange juice commercial, and she's working with like 15, 16, 17-year-olds, and she's 21, 22, right? So of course they view her as almost like a peer. She dresses like a teenager still, or a young 20 in her 20s. She has short skirts, boots, has the rocker haircut. She talks it like she walks it, right? So she doesn't talk down to these kids. So they form a bond with her. One of them is Cecilia Pierce, who we will hear from later today, and the other one is Billy Flynn. Now, her and Billy Flynn get together. They start, they develop this relationship, and eventually they get intimate. And Billy's 15 at the time. So Pamela's 21, 22, Billy's 15. So eventually Pamela's like, I want to be with you. I don't want to be with my husband. And eventually it gets to the point where Billy talks with a couple of his buddies, and he goes over with Pete Randall, and Patrick Pete Randall, and they get a firearm. They get a firearm from J.R. Latimer, so that's Vance Latimer Jr. They call him J.R. He gets the gun from his father, and they give that to Billy. And Billy and Pete go into the Smart's home, and Greg comes home. Pamela's at the school doing an after school project. Greg comes home, and they force Greg onto his knees, and Pete has a knife to his throat. Billy pulls out the gun, and he ends up shooting Greg in the back of the head. So we heard that testimony yesterday. So now we are going to continue on with Billy. All right, so that gives you the background, if you will. So yesterday we heard from Pamela, and we also heard from Billy, and now Billy's still on the stand. So we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday with Billy on the stand. So I hope you guys are comfortable, settle in, and let's watch a very special edition of The Ego Takes the Stand, Pamela Smart.
After you had spoken to Rob, Sarah, and your co-pilot, were these letters written by you to the defendant, by the defendant to you?
Him to me.
After the murder, how often were you seeing the defendant once she had come back to school?
Every day.
Where would you be seeing her?
Media center. At her house.
How far was her house from the school?
Half a mile.
How would you get to her house?
Well, a couple of times I went to the media center after school and we drove there, and then a couple of times I just walked there.
Did you ever spend the night at her house in Hampton?
Yes.
Now, did you ever discuss with the defendant the details of what happened that night on May 1st?
No.
Why not?
For one, I didn't want her to know, and for two, she didn't want to know.
Why didn't you want to know?
Why didn't she want to know?
Right.
Well, because I'm sure she didn't want to know how, the details and stuff.
Why didn't you want to tell her?
So I didn't want her to have to know about it.
Did there ever come a time when JR or Pete got their $500?
No.
Is there any discussions with the defendant concerning payment?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those?
All right, well, a couple times in the media center when JR would come over. And one particular time when Pam had brought the truck down because she was going to sell it.
Brought the truck to where?
JR's house. And she was going to sell it, and she wanted me to take the radio out for her so she can keep the radio because it was Kenwood. It's a nice radio. And so she brought it down, and JR ended up taking it out. And in the truck are two Kenwood truck speakers, and they're nice speakers. And JR wanted those, and he said, you ought to give these to me. And she was saying no, that she wanted them. And then JR said, well, if you give them to me, you can knock off $250 off the charge, off the payment. And she still said no, because she said that if she gave them to him, she wouldn't want one of her friends to, wear the truck speakers, and then she'd have to say, well, I gave them to this kid. So he suggested that she give them to him to take $250 off, and if anyone asked her about it, all she had to say was that he was getting a job. Well, I don't even think she was going to say that, just that he had a job, and he was paying her a little bit a week.
Who was present in that conversation?
Pete Randall, Vance Latimer, Pam, and myself.
Where was Pete Randall during this conversation?
Well, he didn't like Pam that much, so he was there, and he was in the house too, so I don't know if he was there for the whole conversation or not.
Where was the conversation taking place?
Outside in the driveway, right in Pam's truck.
You said that Pete didn't like Pam so much. How did you know that?
Because he told me.
Now, these conversations that took place in the media center about payment, who were present for those?
JR, myself, I believe Cecilia was there a couple of times, and Pam.
Do you know why payment wasn't paid?
Do I know why?
Yeah, why weren't they ever paid?
Because we got arrested.
And when did you get arrested?
June 11th.
So what happened between May 1st and June 11th that prevented them from getting paid?
Well, she wanted to wait a little while before she started paying, and she was only going to pay him a little bit at a time, so there wouldn't be, $1,000 missing out of the account.
So up to the time that you'd gotten arrested, except for the speakers, no payment was made to JR or Pete, is that correct?
Except for the speakers. JR did end up getting the speakers because I talked to Pam about it.
Right. Besides that, no other payment?
No.
And you never received any payment?
No.
Now, let's talk about how you got arrested. I'd like to bring your attention to June 10th, 1990. Remember that day?
Yes.
What happened on that day?
Well, I had spent the night at Pam's that night, and
Now, when you say you had spent the night, do you remember what day of the week it was on June 10th?
Sunday, I believe.
And when you say you had spent the night, you mean the previous night?
Yes.
Now, where were you, just so this is clear?
I was at Pam's house in Hampton.
This is the new apartment.
Yes.
And after spending the night, what happened?
Well, we woke up, and we were still in bed, and JR, I heard the motorcycle pull up, so I knew it was JR and Pete, and they were knocking on the door, right? So I figured, well, they'll just go away, after a minute. Then they started banging on the door. So I got mad, and I got up, and I put some sweatpants on, and I went downstairs, and I opened the door, and I could just tell by, the look on their face and everything, that something was wrong.
Okay, I'm just asking you to slow down a little bit, speak a little bit louder. Anyone hear a word? Now, when you went downstairs, did you go downstairs alone?
Yes, I did.
And after you opened the door, what happened?
Well, JR and Pete were saying, listen, we got to talk to you. Ralph's flipped out. He's going to go to the police. Pete told him everything.
And where was the defendant this time?
Upstairs.
Did there come a time when the defendant came downstairs?
About 10, 15 minutes after that, because I opened the garage for them, they put the motorcycle in there, and then they came upstairs with me. And
what conversations took place with the defendant present?
What conversations? Well, when she'd come down, she asked what was going on. We told her, JR said, Pete told Ralph everything, and they got in a big fight, and Ralph's gonna go to the police, and we don't know what to do. We got to get our story straight, or we got to talk to Raymond.
What was the defendant's reaction when she was given that information?
She wasn't too happy.
What happened after that?
Well, they wanted me to call Ralph and talk to him, so I called Ralph. And I said, well, what's going on, Ralph? And he said, I know what you guys did. Petey told me everything.
What did you say to Ralph?
I told him it wasn't true. I said that there was a rumor going around in Seabrook that I had done it, that me and Pam were involved, and that Petey and JR figured that if Ralph thought I did do it, he wouldn't say anything. He'd protect me. But if Ralph thought I didn't do it and it was just a rumor, he might talk about it, saying, did you hear about this rumor going around?
So what did you say to Ralph?
I told him it wasn't true. I said, it's not true. And I said, don't say anything, because if Pam finds out that there's a rumor going around that I did this, then she's gonna, she's not gonna be able to see me anymore, because people, if they see us together, might think it's true.
Where was the defendant when you were having this conversation with Ralph?
About 3 feet away from me.
Was she saying anything to you?
No.
After you had spoken to Ralph, What happened next?
JR called Raymond Fowler, and he was in Maine
Why was Raymond Fowler called?
because he was involved in this, and JR called him and told him that he had to come down because, Ralph's going to the police and we had to get our story straight.
So when after JR told Raymond Fowler to come down and get your story straight, what happened next?
Well, JR went to Tug's Field, it's right by the high school, and to wait for him, and they're going to pick him up there and he's going to bring him back on the motorcycle, but he never showed up. So JR came back, called him again, and then went back to Tug's Field, and he still never showed up.
So how long were you at the apartment for this time? How long has it been since JR and Pete first got there?
20 minutes.
So then how far in Maine was Raymond Fowler from Tux Field?
I have no idea. I just know he was in Maine staying at a friend's house.
So then what happened?
Well, Raymond never came because I guess he had already gone to the police before then, or that day. And
were there any other phone calls made?
not that I can remember, no.
Okay, what happened after that?
After that, all right, we got into Pam's car and we drove to Seabrook.
Who got into Pam's car?
Me, Pete, and JR.
Where was the defendant?
I don't remember this very well, so I'm just trying to remember it here.
Take a moment.
All right, well, she was in the car, she was driving.
Okay, so now when you say she's in the car driving, the four of you were in the car?
Yes.
What happened to the motorbike?
We left it at Pam's house.
How were you feeling at this time?
Scared.
Who was driving?
Pam,
Where were you sitting?
front passenger seat,
JR and Pete were where?
in the back.
Now when you say the defendant's car, it's the CRS.
Yes, it is.
So where do you go in Seabrook?
Well, we went to JR's house, or I think we went to the little store, and JR went to his house because he was gonna, what was he gonna do? He was gonna check on something, I can't remember what. And, but what happened after that is Pam drove us back to her house, and on the way back there, because we told her, the cops could be looking for us right now, we don't know what to do. And she said, well, then get out of the car because I don't want anything to do with you if, the cops are coming.
Where were you when the defendant said to get out of the car?
Right by your house in Hampton.
How'd that make you feel?
Not very good.
When JR went to his house to check on something, you were up at the store. Where was the defendant?
She had left, I believe it was because Cecilia's mother was at the laundromat by the store.
And how long was she gone for?
I don't remember.
So then she comes back at some point?
Yeah, she picked us up, and that's when we were going back to her house.
Now when she picked you up, where did she pick you up?
At the little store, I think.
Why do you say I think?
I don't remember it that well.
And what do you remember after her coming back?
I remember her saying that she didn't want anything to do with us if we were going to get the police were, after us now.
Did you get out of the car at that point?
I don't believe so, no.
What happened after that?
Well, we went to Pam's house, and JR and Pete got the road bike, and they left. And I was still at Pam's house, and they were going to come back in the car and pick me up at the school. And so...
Why were they going to pick you up at the school?
Because Pam didn't want them coming over to the house now.
When you say you picked them up at the school, where was the school in relationship to the defendant's house?
About 200 yards away.
Did you leave her apartment?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to the school.
And what happened after that?
Well, I got to the school and I waited. About 15, 20 minutes later, JR and Pete picked me up. And we were going to take off. We started going to Connecticut.
Now, when they picked you up, what car did they pick you up in?
Pete's mother's car.
Had you ever seen that car before?
Yeah.
How long were you in Connecticut for?
2 hours.
Where did you go in Connecticut?
Well, we went to Pete's aunt's house first. Talked to her, and I guess we were going to stay there for a couple of days or something. And I guess we went to the little store, and I guess Pete's grandfather had seen this and called Pete's dad and said, are they supposed to be here? Are they supposed to have the car? And he said, no, they're not. And if they don't get back by 9 o'clock, we're going to call the Connecticut State Police.
How do you know all this?
Pete told me.
How long did it take you to get to where you were in Connecticut?
Oh, I don't really remember.
And after this conversation, did you stay in Connecticut or did you go back?
After this conversation, well, we'd gone to the store, came back, and we made some phone calls. Pete called his mom and dad, and his mom, and Jared called his mom and dad.
Did you call anyone?
No, I didn't.
Had you spoken to anyone in your family prior to going to Connecticut?
Not that day, no.
Now, you mentioned that you were at the little store when you were in Connecticut. Is that a store different than the store on Collins Street?
Yeah, it's just a store in Connecticut, like a gas station convenience store.
Now, did you go back to Seabrook any comment that day?
That day, yeah.
So, how long were you in Connecticut for before you came back?
I would say about 2 hours.
What happened when you got back to Seabrook?
Well, they dropped me off at my house, and they left. And I was going into my house. My mother came out, and I guess Jared's mother had called her because she knew about it. She asked me if I needed a lawyer, and she said, "And I want you to go upstairs and talk to Kenny."
Why talk to Kenny?
He's a friend of the family's.
Did you talk to Kenny that night?
Yes, I did.
Besides talking to Kenny, what else did you do?
Before I went up to talk to Kenny, I went in my room, and because my mother told me to get everything out of the room that has to do with Pam. So I went in there and I got the letters and the pictures and the passes and the metal thing that we got from Salisbury.
So what did you do with all that stuff?
And I put it in a brown paper bag and gave it to my mother.
What else did you do that night?
Well, after that, I went upstairs to talk to Kenny, and he told me he knew a really good lawyer, and that he was going to call him.
I'm going to object all here a second.
Don't tell us what you... I'll withdraw the question.
Pardon?
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
Why don't you just tell us, instead of telling us what was said, did you go anywhere else that night?
Yes, I went to Haverhill to stay at my uncle's house that night.
And who was your uncle?
Bill Atwood.
And why did you stay there?
Just to get out of Seabrook.
And how long did you stay there?
One night.
And what happened the next day?
When I got up, my Uncle Bill owned a couple houses that he was getting ready to sell, and I went over there with him, and I was helping him with that, and I told him what was going on and what had happened and everything. And when we got back from there, my mother was at his house, and we went back to Seabrook, and I went over to Jared's house.
And besides talking to your Uncle Bill, did you talk to anyone else about what was going on?
Just Kenny and my Uncle Bill.
And when you went to Seabrook, what time did you get back to Seabrook on Monday?
On Monday, afternoon.
What happened when you got back to Seabrook?
Well, JR came over in his mother's car, and my mother wasn't home. I don't know where she was. She might have been upstairs at Kenny's. And we went back to JR's house.
Who was at JR's house at that time?
When I got back there, Pete and his mother came over, and JR's mother and father, JR, and myself.
And what happened after that?
Well, we just stayed in the house, sat around, talking and stuff, and then we decided, to get out of the house, so we went to the movies.
Why did you decide to get out of the house and go to the movies?
I don't know. We were just, I don't know, really nervous. Didn't want to just sit there.
How was Mrs. Ladd and Mrs. Randall at JR's house?
They were upset.
Was your mother there?
No, she wasn't.
Do you know what time you went to the movies?
7:30, I think it was. Yeah, it was 7:30 showing.
And who went to the movies with you?
Pete and JR. JR's mother drove us over.
And what happened at the movies, if anything?
Well, we watched Total Recall. Came back out. I bought us tickets for another 48 hours. And as we were going into that, JR's mother came up and said they have warrants for your arrest. So we said, all right.
Now, when you say JR's mother came out or mentioned it or said they had warrants for your arrest, was anyone with her?
Pete's mother, but she was in the car.
So after you were given this information by Mrs. Ladd, what happened next?
Well, we got in the car and we went to JR's house, and I gave her my necklace and my earring and sunglasses and stuff. And then we drove over to the police station, and that's when we got arrested.
Now, had you ever had any discussion with the defendant? What to do if you were ever arrested?
I told her not to worry, because she'll never be brought up. And she said, we're only juveniles, so the longest we could be locked up is till we're 18. And that's about it.
And when and where were these conversations?
Well, the day that, June 10th, when I was, the day that Pete and JR left on the motorcycle after they had told us everything, and we went to Seabrook and back, and I was at Pam's house with just Pam.
What did it mean that if you were a juvenile, you'd only be in jail if you were 18?
It means because I was under 18, they'd have to try me as a juvenile, and they could only hold me until I'm 18, and then they'd have to let me go.
Now, did you go through a certification process in New Hampshire?
Yes, I did.
And what happened as a result of that certification process?
Well, there was 8 criteria that you have to meet, and there was 4 for me and 4 against me, and Judge Warhol decided to try me as an adult.
So you're treated as an adult in the justice system, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you and Pam ever discuss that possibility?
No.
Now, once you were incarcerated, did you ever have any discussions with the defendant?
Once I was incarcerated? No.
I'd like to show you what's marked as States 56 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, when I was in ADC, my mother said she got a letter from someone, but it didn't have a return address on it. And it had a tape in it, so I told her to bring it up. And the next visiting day, she brought up the letter, and it had this in it, and it had a tape in it.
Did you recognize that tape?
Yeah, it was a tape that I had made and gave to Pam.
How do you know it was a tape you had made and gave to Pam?
Well, I recognized it for one thing, and I played it when we were at ADC. It's the same tape.
And you made that tape?
Yes, I did.
Well, when did you give it to the defendant?
The first night that I spent the night over her house before May 1st.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
We just approach for a moment. Bill, can you tell the jury whether or not you had lunch on May 2nd, 1990?
Honestly, no. I don't remember if I had lunch or not.
You know a guy by the name of Frank Daly?
Yes, I do.
Did you oftentimes buy him lunch?
Yes, I did.
Buy him lunch on May 2nd, 1990?
I don't
Remember taking money out of Greg Smart's wallet on May 1, 1990?
No, I don't.
You don't. You remember whether Randall took money out of his wallet?
No, I don't.
So that wallet it's just laying there on the floor for no reason at all?
Well, if it's laying on the floor, I'm sure there's a reason.
Well, let's take a look at the photograph. Defendant's area. What's in that photograph?
A wallet, a ring, and keys.
A wallet, a ring, and keys. You telling this jury you can go through Greg's wallet?
I'm telling the jury that if I did, I don't remember. I wasn't in a very calm state of mind.
Were you in a frenzy or something?
I was scared to death,
You were
yes.
scared to death?
I was very scared.
Yeah. You remember ripping a ring off of Greg's finger?
No, I don't remember.
No, do you remember whether Randall did?
No, I don't.
Any particular reason why that ring would be laying on the floor?
Not that I know of.
Not that you know. How about the keys? How'd they get there?
Well, I know that he unlocked the door with them, so they were most likely in his hand.
Were you crying over at 4 Easy Morning Drive when you shot Greg in the head?
Was I crying?
Yeah, were you crying?
No, I don't think I was.
Were you crying when you ran out through the back door and made your escape into an automobile?
No, I was very scared.
Were you crying on the way from Derry, New Hampshire to Seabrook, New Hampshire that evening?
That evening, that's quite possible.
That's quite possible.
Well, I was upset. I don't remember if I was crying or not, but J.R. and Raymond were singing that song to try to calm me down.
Were you laughing at the song?
I don't think I was, no.
You don't think you were?
I don't remember that night very well.
You don't remember the night that you killed Greg Smart very well?
Oh, I remember it. I just don't remember how I was trying to deal with it. So I was scared.
Well, let's try to help you remember, okay?
Okay.
All right. People came into this courtroom and stated that you were laughing on the way back from Derry, New Hampshire. Would they be mistaken?
I don't really think I'd be laughing that night, no.
You should be laughing, right?
I don't think I was.
I mean, that would be inappropriate, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I was.
Do you know if you were laughing or not?
I don't believe I was, no.
Do you know if you were talking about the power of killing somebody?
I know I wasn't talking about the power of killing somebody.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I know I wasn't.
You knew you were not talking about that.
Yes, I know I wasn't.
You're positive about that.
I would not have said something like that.
You would never say anything like that, right?
No, I would not.
So if somebody came into this courtroom and spoke about a conversation with you on the way back from Derry, and part of that conversation had to do with the power of killing somebody, that person would be mistaken, right?
Yes.
Do you know if Pete Randall hears things okay?
Pete Randall?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
And he's got okay hearing?
I've never checked his hearing for him, so, but I believe it's all right.
Well, I mean, you talk with him all the time, right?
Yes, I do.
You talk with him about this case, right?
Well, when we're talking about this, we're mostly talking about how we feel, now. And he told me, when he was on the stand and he saw himself on the news, he didn't look very emotional. And he said it's because he was scared. And it's very, very scary up here.
Right. He was criticized for not looking very emotional on the stand, right?
Yeah, Bill Spencer criticized him. The news criticized him.
For looking cold, right, and calculated on that stand right there.
Yes.
And Latimer was criticized for looking cold and calculated, for sitting on that stand and testifying the way he did, right?
I don't think so.
No?
Well, I don't remember seeing anything about that. I just remember on the news they nailed Pete pretty bad.
They nailed Pete, yeah.
No, I don't think it's fair though, because they don't know Pete. I know Pete.
Right.
I know that he feels bad about this. I know that he wished it never happened. I mean, if he's up here and he can't express himself because he's scared or whatnot, I don't think that the media should be hammering him.
You don't?
No, I don't.
They're being unfair with your friend Pete?
They don't know Pete.
Right. They're being unfair with your friend Pete who forced Greg Smart to his knees while you shot him through the head? Are they?
Yes, they are being unfair with Pete.
Yeah. In order to be fair, treated fairly by the media, you got to show some emotion up there, dude?
No. really care what the media thinks.
You don't care.
No, I care what Greg's parents think.
So you're crying for Greg's parents today?
No, I'm crying because I feel bad about it. I wish I never did it.
Okay. Were you crying when you were arrested and brought down to the ABC in Concord?
No.
Well, did you feel bad? Didn't you wish you didn't have anything to do with it then?
Well, it didn't really hit me then. I mean, I was sort of, well, I can't get arrested for this, you know. They don't have anything on me. I'm not going to get arrested. I wasn't thinking about what I did.
Were you crying about it the night before or right before you were arrested at the movie?
No.
Were you crying about it down in Connecticut?
No. The night I got to ADC, I was crying about it.
Crying because you got caught?
Honestly, yes, that's why I was crying.
Let's go back a little bit. Now, you did develop a hatred for Greg Smart, right?
I didn't like what he was doing to Pam, that's correct.
You hated Greg Smart, right?
Well, yeah, I'd have to say yes. I just developed a hatred for Greg.
You developed a hatred for Greg Smart because you wanted to be with Pam, right?
No. I developed a hatred for Greg Smart because Pam told me that he used to hit her. He'd grab her by the hair and throw her down. That he was never nice to her.
Never nice.
Yeah.
Abused her, right?
Yes.
You saw bruises on her, right?
She showed me one time, yes.
Good. Why don't you tell me exactly where that bruise was and what day?
On her arm. I couldn't tell you what day.
Well, stand up here.
I think a bruise would probably leave her arm after 9 months.
Would it be, I know that.
No, I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm leaving the document. Tell me what the basis is, as the rules say.
I'm objecting to the defense counsel's statement of what he knows and doesn't know. And I don't think that's a proper form of questioning.
Objection sustained. I wish both sides, when they object, to state the basis. That's what the rules of evidence say. Objection and state the basis. Don't leave me up here to guess, even though most times I think I probably can.
Thank you. Which shoulder, which arm?
It would be her left, I believe.
You believe or do you know?
Well, her left and my right.
This one?
Yes.
This arm right here?
Yes.
Her left?
Correct.
Okay. Good to see. When was it?
It was before May 1st.
It was before May 1st. When was it? February?
It was after February 5th when she had told me her feelings towards me, and it was before May 1st.
Okay. Between February 5th and May 1, you saw a bruise on your upper left arm?
Yes.
It was obvious to you, right?
It was a bruise.
It was a purple bruise. What was it?
It was like a tan type,
Tan?
like a tan, brown, yellowish.
Was it around Valentine's Day?
Valentine's Day? That's possible. I don't remember.
Well, was it during the month of February?
I don't remember. I just know what I do remember is that it was between February 5th and May 1st.
Well, I'm gonna ask you to try to narrow it down for me. Was it before the day that you claimed in February that you had your first kiss with her?
I couldn't say for sure.
Well, I mean, how did you see her in the state of undress that she would have been in?
Well, she was wearing a short sleeve, well, kind of like a dress like that, but it was shorter sleeved, and she was at the media center. Cecilia Pierce was there. You can ask her about it, and she showed Cecilia and I.
A bruise?
Yes. I didn't see Greg hit her, you know. I can't say, yes, that was a bruise from Greg Smart, but I did see a bruise, and she did tell me it was from Greg.
Let me just see if we can age in narrowing it down. Was it before the first time that you had intercourse with her?
Well, like I said, I don't want to say it was this time and this time. What it was between was February 5th and May 1st.
I guess I'm trying to...
Well, I don't want to guess.
I don't want you to guess. Did this anger you when you saw this bruise?
Yes.
Okay, so what month did you become angry with Greg Smart?
What month did I become angry with Greg? It was after I had sex with Pam the first time. Probably around, I don't know, probably when she was crying that night.
Is this the end of March that we're talking about?
I don't remember.
You stated prosecution when you say you had sex for the first time with Pam. When was that day?
That was at Pam's condo in Derry.
When was that day?
When was that day? I want to say it was before she went on the cruise, but I'm not positive.
You want to say it was before she went on a cruise?
Well, I kind of, that's what comes to mind, but I couldn't say, yes, it was before she went on the cruise in February.
Okay, so you would have seen this bruise, or you would have been angry with Greg before she goes on a cruise in February?
Objection, Your Honor. That wasn't the question asked. The question was asked when he first had sex. Defense attorney's now asking if that's when he got angry. That's not what the witness said.
It is a separate question, and it has to do with a time frame, Your Honor.
Why don't you re-ask the question so everyone's clear as to the question?
All right, let's go through this again. Before this cruise that Pam goes on, what takes place? Do you have sex with her?
I think it was before, yeah, but I'm not positive, so I can't say.
Oh, this is a big thing for you, isn't
It's
it?
a very big
you
thing
were
for me,
a
yes.
virgin, right?
Yes,
All right, this is a big day for you, right?
yes.
Okay. Remember the day?
It was 9 months ago. I don't remember the day, sorry.
It was 9 months ago.
I remember what happened that day, perfect. I just don't remember the date.
Well, was it before your birthday or after your birthday?
I think it was before my birthday.
So it was before March 12, 1990, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think you had sex with her before she went on the cruise or after?
I think it was before, but I'm not positive.
Is your best recollection it would have been before?
Yeah.
So before this cruise, you have a hatred for Greg Smart.
Well, if it was before the cruise, that I had spent the night at Pam's house that first time, and she broke down and was crying on the way back, then yes, it was.
So you would have been hating Greg Smart for a couple of months, over a couple of months before you finally killed him.
Yes.
It wasn't just a spur of the moment thing?
What do you mean by it wasn't just a spur of the moment thing?
Well, you told the jury you had no intention of killing Greg Smart, right?
No, I didn't want to kill Greg, no.
You didn't want to kill Greg?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell any of your friends you wanted to kill Greg?
Yes, I did.
How many times did you tell your friends you wanted to kill Greg?
I don't know.
Many, many, many times?
No, not many.
Not many, many times?
Not, well, there's... I mean, it's not like every day I'd be coming in, oh, I want to, do this and this.
Did you have about 20 planning meetings with your friends?
After they had decided to help me, and a little bit before, I guess around 20, and I don't really want to guess though.
Why are you saying 20 then? Why would you agree with me if it's not true?
Because I know that there was quite a few times. But
Right. During these particular planning sessions, it would be you and Latimer and Randall, right?
sometimes Raymond Fowler and with Pam too.
Over where?
JR would be there at the media center, but she didn't really like to talk around JR.
Over at JR's house, you had about 20 sessions?
Well, we wouldn't say like, all right, we're gonna meet at JR's house at 9 o'clock and talk about this. It would just like come up.
It came up frequently over there, right?
Yes.
Came up, what, all through the month of March?
I think it was more like April that I was discussing it with them.
April?
As in planning and everything, discussing with them, telling them what Pam had said and everything. I think that was around April.
So you'd be just sitting there attributing statements to Pam, right?
Can you repeat that, please?
You'd be saying, Pam told me this, Pam told me that, right?
Yeah, I told them. They knew that Pam was involved in everything.
Really?
Yes.
Through you?
Yeah, and plus she had talked about it before, like leaving the bulkhead door open in front of JR.
Did she talk to Randall?
No, I don't believe she did.
Did she talk to Fowler?
After the attempt with Fowler, yes, she did.
She'll sit down with Fowler?
No, that night in the car, as we were driving back, she asked to see the gun, and he held up a knife. So I'm sure Fowler, he knew that Pam was was involved right there. It's obvious.
So all this planning's taking place, and are you telling this jury that, let's say, black clothing was Pam's idea?
Yes, it was.
Are you saying sneakers were Pam's idea?
No, that was Raymond's idea.
Are you saying the automobile ride, JR's automobile, using JR's automobile was Pam's idea?
No, that was JR's idea.
You're attributing the use of a firearm to Pam, right?
She wanted us to use a gun, yeah.
That's her idea?
Yes.
That wasn't an idea that came up just between you guys brainstorming things, huh?
She wanted to use a gun because, like, I guess the only other alternative would be a knife. She said that would be too messy.
So you guys said no knife, right?
Pam said no knife, yeah.
Well, did you agree with it?
Yeah, I didn't want to use a knife.
When was that? When did you agree to that?
Well, I told her that I assured her that we'd use a gun the whole time.
When?
Throughout the whole planning.
Throughout the whole thing?
Yeah, every time I talked to Pam, and if she happened to say, you know, make sure you use a gun, don't use anything else, I'd say, yes, I'll use a gun, I promise.
You won't use a gun or you will use a gun?
I will use a gun.
And you promised that you won't use a knife, right?
She didn't want us to use a knife.
So you go there, when do you go there to try to kill Greg the first time?
Probably late March, early April, right around there. No, I didn't go there. I just called her up and I said, oh, you don't have a car and stuff. That's when she got mad at me.
So you just lied over the phone, is that what you're telling the jury?
Did I lie over the phone? No, I didn't have a car and I didn't have a gun. I told her the truth.
Okay, you said I'm not going.
I said, well, sorry, you know, I can't go up.
Okay.
I tried to get a car, I tried to get a gun, but I couldn't. Well, that was a lie because I didn't try to get a car or a gun, and she got mad at me.
This would have been in April?
March, like, after my birthday. I know it was after my birthday. Late March, April, right around there.
Well, you were trying to get a gun then, weren't you?
Around there?
Yeah.
Yes, I was, but before, it was after that first attempt, because after she got mad at me that first time when I called her, that's when I started thinking, well, she's serious about this, and she is going to leave me if I don't do this.
That's a theme I want to talk about a little bit with you. That's a big fear that Pam would break off a relationship with you?
If I didn't kill Greg for her, yes.
Your big fear is that Pam would break off a relationship with you?
If I didn't kill Greg, yes.
That's it?
What do you mean that's it?
Well, were you worried day in and day out that Pam would leave you?
Day in and day out? No.
No? You didn't care one way or the other?
Yeah, I cared. I didn't want her to leave me.
Did you want to be with her the rest of your life?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When did that start? When was that desire?
Probably after the first time we had sex. I don't know.
And that's when you wanted to be with her the rest of your life?
Yeah, I should say she'd want to be with me for the rest of my life.
That was on your mind, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, if she came to you and said, hey, Bill, forget it, you know, I don't want anything to do with it, that would make you feel terrible, right?
I'd be devastated, yes.
Devastated if she broke off the relationship.
Yep.
Devastated if she said something like, I don't want anything to do with you, I just can't go on with this affair, I'm going back to my husband.
She never would have said something like that. I mean, as in, I'm going back to my husband.
That was devastating.
She did say that, like that time on the phone when I called her and she got mad, she said, you know, when she was saying that's it between us, she said, because, you know, I can't go on seeing you like this and not, you know, being able to stay with you and having to go home to him because of the way he treats me.
All right. Breaking off the relationship would have devastated you, right?
I did not want her to break off the relationship, correct?
You had, for lack of a better term, an obsession with this woman?
Yes.
You thought about her all the time?
Yes.
You thought about living with her all the time, right?
Yes.
You thought about the fact that you were separated from her because she was married.
Say that again?
You were separated from her because she was married. She's in Derry. You're living in Seabrook, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You thought about that, right?
Yeah.
Would that help fuel your hatred and your anger too?
I wanted to be with Pam, yes. I didn't want to kill Greg either, though.
We'll get to that. When did the bullets actually get purchased? Do you know?
I believe it was either 2 days before or a day before May 1st,
2 days before or the day before?
to the best of my recollection.
Well, I mean, if somebody says it was a month and a half before, they'd be incorrect.
I believe so, yes.
If somebody said it was on the very day of the murder, they'd be incorrect.
It might have been on the very day. I don't think it was, though. I'm pretty sure it was 2 days to a day before.
2 days or a day before the rounds are purchased.
It was very close to May 1st, yes.
And you're saying that Pam gave you the money?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and again, could you just go through that with me?
Sure. I told Pam, because I didn't have any money at that time, and I told her I need money to buy the bullets. And she said, well, how much are they going to cost? This was at the media center. And I said, well, they shouldn't be more than $30, because I didn't know how much it cost. And so we drove to the bank. This was during lunch, I believe. We drove to the bank, and she withdrew some money, and she gave me $30 from it.
Okay, now this would have been a day or two before the murder.
When she gave me the money, 3 days, 4 days before, could have been the day we bought the bullets, so it was very close also.
3 or 4 days before the murder?
Approximately, yes.
Was it within a week of the murder?
Yes, it was within a week.
And how much money again?
I don't know how much she withdrew, I can't remember, but she gave me $30.
She gave you $30.
Yes, she did.
And the bank was which bank?
I don't know the name of it. It's in Hampton, though.
It's in Hampton?
It's close to the movie theater.
Near the movie theater in Hampton.
Yeah.
Now, when you got these bullets, you knew you were going to use them, right?
That's what I bought them for, yes.
So this is days before this murder goes down. You already intended to kill Greg.
Pam said she was going to leave me if I didn't, yes.
You already intended to kill Greg.
Yes.
In fact, you wanted a special style of round.
I asked JR what would be the quickest, most painless way to do it. He said a hollow tip bullet.
The quickest, most painless way to do it?
Correct.
The quickest, most painless way to kill somebody. Right?
Yes.
And he says, give yourself some hollow points, right?
He told me hollow tips would be the quickest and most painless.
All right. And then you already had the gun was already lined up, right?
Yes.
In fact, that gun was lined up, what, weeks before, months before?
I'd say like a week or so before.
And where did you keep that gun so that it would be ready to go?
Well, it was kept in JR's father's drawer. We didn't touch it until like right around the time we bought the bullets. JR took it out of his father's dresser, and we kept it in the camper outside.
You brought it out to the camper outside?
Yes.
When was this?
At the maximum, a week before May 1st.
Okay, a week before May 1.
At the maximum.
At the maximum.
It could have been sooner to May 1.
Could have been what?
It could have and probably was sooner to May 1st.
All right. How much closer to May 1st could it be?
It could have been the day before May 1st. It could have been May 1st.
Take the weapon. Who takes the weapon?
JR took it out of his father's drawer.
All right. He moves it out of the trailer.
Yeah.
Brings it over to the camper.
Well, the first time I saw it, after he'd taken it out of the drawer, I believe was in the camper, yes.
All right. So the first time you see it, it's in the camper. It's not in the trailer.
Correct.
And JR's there.
Yes, he was.
And Randall's there.
Yes, he was.
And you pick up the weapon and you take a look at it.
Yeah.
What do you do with the weapon in front of these two guys?
Well, Ralph was there, and I believe Pete was talking to Ralph so he wouldn't come in the camper. JR came in, I asked him how to open the chamber, and he showed me, and that's about it.
That's about it?
I believe that's when we would... No, that wasn't when we were talking about the bullets.
That's not when you talked about the
No,
bullets?
we talked about the bullets before that.
Did you know whether or not JR had ammunition right there on site that would fit that weapon?
Right there on site, his father had 38 rounds
His father had 38 rounds?
in his room, yeah.
Right in the room?
Yeah.
Okay. And what other rounds were there?
What other rounds?
Yeah, what other ammunition?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I know the other guns he had. I don't know what ammunition was there though.
You don't know? You don't know of any other ammunition?
No.
Were you ever involved in getting ammunition to bring over to JR's house?
Was I ever involved in getting ammunition to bring over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went with George Emont to Big Al's gun shop. Had George buy the bullets and brought him back.
Any other time?
Before May 1st?
Yeah.
No.
You never obtained ammunition from another source?
Not before May 1st, no.
After May 1st, did you obtain ammunition from another source?
Well, after May 1st, we did have some ammunition, but it wasn't 38. It was, I can't remember. I remember there was 22 bullets because JR has a little 22 rifle. I don't know what else was there though.
Why did you get ammunition after May 1?
Well, we didn't go with the express purpose of getting ammunition. We're just in the process of what we were doing. We got ammunition.
Process of what you were doing, you got ammunition.
We broke into a storage facility,
And where was this?
Salisbury. It's after May 1st, though.
When was it?
Well, the newspaper said May 5th.
See, the newspaper said May 5th.
Yeah.
So is that today? Because you read a newspaper?
Well, I know it was after May 1st, and it's very possible it was May 5th, yeah. Since the newspaper said so, I guess it was.
You just read a paper while you were in jail?
Yeah.
And that clears it all up for you?
No, it's possible that it wasn't May 1st. I mean, May 5th, but I know it was after May 1st.
Well, you were looking for a gun in there too, weren't you?
No.
You weren't looking for a weapon?
No, Ralph Welch had come up with the idea to break into that place. And we went there, and JR, Pete, Ralph, and myself were there. Ralph and Pete got out, and they climbed over the fence, and they were looking around the place to see if there's anybody in there. And so they came back and said there wasn't anyone in there. We went to Ralph's house and got bolt cutters because they all had locks on them, the storage sheds. And they were just going to open them up and see what was in there. We never went with the purpose for let's go find a gun or anything.
You just went for the purpose of what?
To see what was in there, to take.
To steal?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And this would have been just days after you killed Greg Smart.
If the newspaper is correct.
You named the day. When was it?
I said the newspaper said May 5th, but I said I wasn't sure if it was May 5th. I know that it was after May 1st.
Was it shortly after you killed Greg Smart?
I couldn't really say, and be honest.
Is there some particular reason why you're blaming Ralph for this particular break-in?
I'm not blaming Ralph. We were all to blame.
And you weren't looking for a weapon?
No, I wasn't with them when they got into the shed thing that had the bullets in it, but there was bullets in there and gun scopes, but they said they looked and there was no guns.
I want to go through with you in as much detail as the prosecution has with regard to this, okay? When did you claim to have first wanted to be with Pam for the first time?
When did, like, forever be with Pam, or, like... Well, it was shortly after February 5th. And, I was attracted to her, and, I liked her a lot and everything.
Even before that, did you make comments to your friend that you wanted to go to bed with her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before the 5th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much earlier than the 5th of February 1990 was that comment first made?
It was the first day I saw her.
When was that?
Project Self-Esteem meeting, beginning of sophomore year,
September
possibly.
1989?
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying yeah as in September, it's just right around there.
September or October?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you made it your business to get into her group and that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you were very much attracted to her?
Yes.
You were hoping very much that she would be attracted to you?
I wasn't thinking, I hope she's attracted to me. I just wanted to get into her group and get to know her.
Want to get into the group and get to know her?
Yeah.
And you told all your friends about that, right?
Yeah.
That was no big secret, right?
Not between my friends, no.
As early as the fall of 1989.
Yeah.
In January, did you have much conversation with him? January of 1990?
I believe I was involved in the orange juice commercial then.
Okay. Anything special then?
Between us?
Yeah.
No.
Why did you want to be in the orange juice commercial?
When she told me about it, I thought it was a stupid idea, but I said yeah because she was going to be in it.
Because she was being.
Yeah.
Then in February is when it gets serious, is that what you're saying?
After she told me, yeah.
And you tell your friends about this, right?
Yeah.
You share with them letters and notes and so forth, right?
Yes.
You tell them of your plans to be with Pam for the rest of your life.
I told him about, Pam wanted Greg dead and everything. I don't think I said, hey guys, I want to be with Pam for the rest of my life.
Greg was in your way, right?
Greg was in my way?
Yeah, I mean, as long as Pam was with Greg, you couldn't have Pam, right?
No, as long as I didn't kill Greg for Pam, I could be with Pam, but she threatened to break up with me.
So you're telling this jury that the only reason that you killed Greg is because you loved Pam. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's because Pam told me to, and I loved Pam.
And you would do whatever Pam told you to do? Is that what you're saying to this jury?
Whatever Pam told me to do, yes, I probably would back then, yes.
That's kind of like you had no brain at all?
I had a brain. I was in love. Sorry.
So, I mean, do you admit that you knowingly killed Greg Smart?
That I know, yeah.
I mean, you did it, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. You're not saying that you were out of your mind, are you?
But I was, what do you mean, like crazy or something? No.
Are you saying somebody made you do it?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Are you saying that somebody made you kill Greg?
I wouldn't have killed Greg if Pam didn't want me to, no.
Okay, so you're saying that Pam made you kill Greg?
Yes.
And that act was really not you?
I performed the act, yes, but I never would have done it if Pam didn't tell me to.
You were just like a machine or something like that?
She was the first girl I ever loved.
You're
I
saying
cared for a lot. No, I didn't want her to leave me.
you didn't want what?
Her to leave me.
As early as March of 1990, you were attempting to procure a firearm over at Papa Gino's restaurant in Seabrook, right?
I don't remember if it was in March. I don't remember when it was, but I know that I did try to get a gun from Papa Gino's parking lot.
What was the purpose of trying to get that gun?
To To kill Greg.
To kill Greg, right?
Yeah.
Who was helping you try to get that gun?
Cecilia told me where to get it. J.I. drove me over.
Now, I know that you've gone through this whole negotiated bargain with the prosecution. Has the prosecution told you that you'd only be charged with one thing?
Did they tell me?
Yeah.
No. They just said I could, in exchange for the deal, the bargain was I plead guilty to second degree instead of first. They never, I don't recall them saying, no, you're not going to be charged with anything else.
Well, is it your understanding that you're going to be charged with another crime?
No.
What is your understanding?
My understanding is it doesn't look like I'm going to be charged with, but I was never promised that I would not be.
You were never promised that you wouldn't be, you weren't promised that you would be. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
And you signed that agreement not knowing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You're saying that you don't know if you're going to be charged with conspiracy?
No, I don't.
You don't know if you're going to be charged with attempted murder?
No.
You don't know if you're going to be charged with witness tampering or obstruction of justice?
No.
And you don't know if you're going to be charged with, let's say, an attempted theft of a firearm?
I wasn't told I was going to be. I wasn't told I wasn't going to be.
And prosecutors would know all this, right?
I imagine, yes.
Well, I mean, you talked to them about it.
Did I talk to them about that? No, I didn't. And if I did, I don't remember.
So you go with the Papagenos, you try to steal a firearm to kill Greg back in March of 1990?
Well, Cecilia had told me about it in front of Pam, so, and I didn't want to do this. But if I would have said, well, look, Pam, I'm not going to do this, I was afraid that she'd leave me. So
you're saying that basically this attempted theft of a firearm over at Papagenos would be Pam Smart's fault, right? Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying the reason I went over there to get the gun is that so I could show Pam the gun and she'd think, well, he's all right. He's not, he's trying and everything.
Are you telling this jury that you did not want to steal the gun back in March of 1990?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, it wasn't the witness's testimony. The defense counsel's changing it to say he's saying something else.
I'm asking
to her. I just don't think it's being fair to the witness, Your Honor.
I'm being fair. I'm asking a separate, distinct question, Your Honor. You can answer it. Thank you. Somebody force you to steal or attempt to steal a gun back in March of 1990?
No, I wanted to, but I didn't want to get the gun to kill Greg. I wanted to get the gun to show Pam, so she'd think that I was trying to go through with this and everything.
So now the gun's just to show Pam? Is that what you're telling the jury?
Back then, yes, it was.
Just so you could show Pam a gun?
Yes.
And what's this going to do for you?
It's going to show Pam that I'm trying, that I am doing something about this, so that she'd think, all right, well, he's going to go through with this and everything, so she wouldn't leave me.
Now, this is also a month where you would have hated Greg Smart.
Probably, yes.
So you're trying to steal a gun, and it's during a month where you would have hated Greg Smart.
I hated Greg Smart because of what he was doing to Pam, but I didn't want to kill Greg Smart.
You tried to get a gun again back in March of 1990. Did you go over to somebody's house and try to go through a car there?
Go to someone's house?
Yeah.
Oh, it was the same person's car.
Right.
And it was like that night or the night after.
You went over to someone's house and broke into the car?
Cecilia told me where they lived. I didn't break in, I opened the door, it was unlocked.
And you were looking for what?
The gun Cecilia told me was in there.
What kind of gun was this supposed to be?
I have no idea.
You know anything about guns?
I know a little bit about guns. I know, difference between a pistol and a rifle and an automatic, semi-automatic. I'm no expert on guns, though. And all Cecilia told me was that she had a gun in her car. She didn't know what kind it was.
Before you drove to Derry for the first time to try to kill Greg, you were still looking for a gun, weren't you?
Yeah, me and Raymond went to his house to look for one.
You looked over at Raymond Fowler's house for a .45 .45 caliber semi-automatic weapon?
I don't remember what kind of gun it was supposed to be, but we never found it.
You looked in an attic, you looked in the basement, right?
Yes.
You couldn't find one?
No.
Was that gun just to show Pam?
No, back then I was serious about it up to the point where it looked like we were going to do it.
Here's another suggestion. Did you think of going over to JR's house and borrowing one of his guns to show him?
Yeah, but he wouldn't let me.
He wouldn't let you.
No.
He wouldn't let you borrow a firearm just to show somebody.
Correct.
This is the same JR that allows you to use a firearm to kill somebody?
Yes, that was afterwards. He wouldn't... Back then, I believe he still thought I was crazy for doing this.
Why would he think you're crazy? Were you acting a little strange or something?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what JR would think.
Sure.
I'm objecting to the request of this witness to testify as to what JR would think and why.
I'm asking whether or not he felt that he was acting strange.
I want you to read answer the question.
Were you acting strange?
Was I acting strangely? I don't think I was, no.
You don't think you were? Just acting normal?
Besides talking about Pam and everything, yeah.
So JR thinks that you're not acting normal and he won't give you a gun?
No, he's not. He didn't. When I say he thought I was crazy, I'm not saying that I was walking around 24 hours a day crazy. He just thought it was a crazy thing to do to go kill Greg.
To what?
Yes.
And then if it's better by May 1, it's not crazy?
Well, he agreed to help.
I know. Between the time you first talked to him and May 1, it's not a crazy thing to do?
Yes, it is a crazy thing to do, but he agreed to help.
Just to clarify this, you recruited specifically JR, right?
JR and Pete, yes.
And Pete and Fowler, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're certainly not going to tell the jury that Pam had anything to do with that, right?
Well, Pam had told me, why don't Pete and JR help you? And I said, well, I asked them and they think I'm crazy.
So now you are blaming Pam for getting these guys involved?
No.
No. Well, I mean, which way is it? Did she force you to get these guys, or did you do it on your own?
I got them involved.
You got them involved?
Yes.
You and you alone, right?
Pam got me involved. I got them involved.
Okay, so you're blaming Pam on getting you involved.
I never would have killed Greg if it wasn't for Pam.
Is that what you were thinking of when you cocked that hammer back? Right before you shot Greg, were you thinking of Pam?
I don't know what I was thinking of.
I mean, the reason I asked you this is because I want to know what your motive was at the time that you killed Greg.
My motive was Pam.
Your motive was, so you're cocking that trigger back, and you're thinking of Pam, is that what you're doing?
I was there because of Pam. I do not remember what I was thinking.
You don't remember what you were thinking at the time you killed Greg?
No.
Your memory is so unclear that you don't even know why this material is laying under his body.
I was extremely scared. I'm sorry, but I don't remember.
You don't remember? You were scared?
I was very scared, yes.
Were you so scared that you were sitting around contemplating whether or not to unscrew a ball from a light fixture in the hallway?
That was before Greg got there.
Yes, it was. Why don't you tell the jury how many minutes it was before Greg got there?
How many minutes?
Yeah.
15, 20 minutes?
Okay, 15 or 20 minutes before you killed Greg?
Approximately.
You're worried about premeditation?
Yeah.
You're worried about how the scene looks?
Yeah, Pam wanted it to look like a burglary.
So this is Pam's fault again, right?
What do you mean by Pam's fault?
Are you blaming not taking the bulb out of the light fixture on Pam now?
No. I'm saying she wanted it to look like a burglary, and I figured if we took the bulb out, it's not going to look like a burglary.
You figured that, didn't you?
Yeah.
You and your friends used to sit around in planning sessions, and you used to shoot ideas off of each other, didn't you?
We talked about it, yes.
You talked about whether it should look like a bungled burglary, right?
No.
You did? Are you sure of that?
Pam had said, make it look like a burglary. That never changed. That was going to be the whole time.
So that wasn't an idea that would have been brought up by any of your buddies, like Latimer or Randall?
It was Pam's idea.
That was strictly Pam's idea, right?
Yes, it was.
Your buddies would have had nothing to do with suggestions on how that scene should look.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they might have said, well, what you should do is take the stereo out and put it here, but it wasn't their idea to make it look like that. It was Pam's.
When you were in that apartment on 4E, and you were waiting around before you killed Greg, how much time actually elapsed before you killed Greg?
From the time we went in the bulkhead doors to the time to then,
Yeah.
I don't really remember.
You don't remember that either?
I don't remember how much time had passed. No, I wasn't watching my clock timing this or anything.
No, how about your best approximate?
Approximate, say 45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
And during this particular period of time, you go through an apartment that you're already familiar with, right?
Yes.
You go up to the top floor, you ransack the bedroom, the master bedroom.
Yes.
You bring down a small portable television.
I believe so, yes.
You go through a jewelry box.
Yes.
Why are you going through the jewelry box anyway?
Pam said to take the jewelry. She wanted it to look like a burglary.
And did Pam leave some good jewelry in there for you?
Well, that day she had a lot of jewelry on, and she had said, because she knew what we were doing, that we were going up there that night, so she wore all her favorite rings and stuff.
So there wouldn't be any good jewelry left up there?
There was still jewelry and stuff left up there. I don't know if it was this great jewelry or anything. I know that Pete had tested it, put it in bleach or something, and it was like bad stuff.
Did you ever tell Latamie in your presence that you leave some nice looking chains or bracelets up there?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? You get the bag of jewelry, you put it in a bag?
Pete did, yes.
So is that all Pete's idea or what?
To put it in that bag?
Yeah.
Well, we got the pillowcase, and he put it in there. And then we took it downstairs. It was his idea to put it in the black one.
Okay.
But I think when we got the pillowcase off the bed, that was just, we knew we were going to do that before.
All right. You intended on stealing the jewelry?
Yeah, Pam told us to.
You intended on stealing speakers?
Pam told us to make it look like a burglary, and that's what we were doing.
And specifically, what kind of speakers were these?
Either Boss, B-O-S-S, or Bose, B-O-S-E.
And what other speakers? Anything else?
Just those. There was the Kenwood speakers, home speakers in there, but they were too big.
But you were under direct instructions from Pam that you take the BOSE speakers?
She said, make it look like a burglary, and I told her, well, we'll probably take the speakers and stuff like that, and, because that's what someone would do if they broke in the house.
And you referred to the Boss speakers?
Yeah. They might have been Boston Acoustics, now that I think about it.
Well, what are they?
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen them. When I went to Pam's house, I wasn't sitting there looking at the speakers.
Weren't you thinking about the plan, the murder, the botched burglary, the way the scene should look? Weren't you thinking about those things?
Yes.
You were casing the place, right?
I was casing the place?
You were looking for things to steal. You were checking out the scene.
I was there to be with Pam.
You were there to be with Pam.
Yes.
Did you get familiar with the layout of the apartment?
Yeah.
Did you get familiar with the surroundings?
Surroundings, yeah, she drove us around one time saying park here and everything, going through the plan.
You told the jury in direct testimony, basically, that all you could remember was grabbing Greg when he came in through the door. Was it by the shoulders?
Yes, I believe it was by the shoulders.
And that there was a lapse of time, that you didn't hit him, right?
I don't believe I hit him, no.
So, if somebody said you hit him, that person would be incorrect, right?
To the best of my memory, yes, it'd be incorrect.
You mean you wouldn't remember anything like that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
For the last 9 months, I've been trying to think about this as little as possible.
Well, you've been going over this with your friends, so come on.
Have I been going over this with my friends? No, I haven't.
You talked to Randall about that?
we've talked before about this case, but we've never once, never said, all right, this is what we're going to say, or all right, you say this and I say this.
Well, back as recently as June of 1990, you were concerned about getting your story together, weren't you?
Yeah, that was with Raymond. And then after that, we were arrested, put in ADC, and in ADC, we weren't allowed to talk to each other until Christmas Eve. And in ADC, there's a rule: you cannot speak one word to anybody unless there's a staff member within earshot. You're monitored by staff everywhere you go. And once we're allowed to talk to each other, because of our charges and everything, we were monitored all the time, and there's very, very few occasions where we'd be alone somewhere and there wouldn't be any there, and never more than 3 minutes.
Talking about the rules of ADC, did you watch Vance Latamy's explanation of the rules of ADC on television?
No, I didn't.
You didn't watch television?
No, I watched most of Pete's direct, and then I'd go back and forth. I didn't sit down and watch it.
You weren't watching?
The TV's right outside my bedroom.
It's right outside your bedroom over at the jail?
My cell, yeah. And everyone in Brentwood watches the case.
You interested in it at all?
Am I interested in this case?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, were you interested in your body being examined on the stand?
Yeah.
You interested in Latomy being examined on the stand?
Yeah.
Were you interested in knowing whether or not they'd be asked questions like, did you talk over at ADC?
That doesn't matter, because we've told, when Pete was in ADC and JR and I were in Brentwood, and there's no way we could have had a story conformed when we were in ADC. Pete made the deal there, JR and I made the deal in Brentwood. So it was made before we were all together and able to talk freely. And once we told the AGs what we knew and everything, we can't change our story. And we tell them what we know, and that's what they...
You can't change your story once you tell these guys what you know, right?
No, I couldn't, we couldn't say, all right, this is what we know. We told them the truth. We told them everything we remembered, what we know, each individually. And then, we couldn't say, oh, well, that and that didn't happen. I talked to Pete and this, and it went like this. Or I couldn't, because if we changed it, and all of a sudden all 3 stories are exactly the same, they're not going to make the deal.
That was they wouldn't make the deal.
And plus, if we made up this story and it wasn't true, I never would have said, and I'm sure Pete wouldn't, about using a knife or anything like that.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Using a knife. I mean, that's...
Why is that so ridiculous? Is that ridiculous, using a knife to kill somebody?
It's... I don't know. It's really, bad,
We have a short recess now. So I asked you a couple questions about your education. Did you have a course in school by the name of Crime and Punishment?
Oh, yes, I did.
Yes?
Yes.
And when did you have this course?
Sophomore year.
That would have been what year?
Last year.
89, 90?
Yes.
Were you involved in this particular course at the time you killed Greg Smart?
Yes, I was.
You were?
Yes.
What was the course about?
Crime and punishment.
Well, what sort of projects did you get involved in?
Well, they had several cases, mock trials, throughout the course, and I was usually a lawyer. But on the last one, there's the big trial for crime and punishment. It's either you're a bad guy or a police officer, judge, attorney, and Vance and I were bad guys.
What were you?
Political activists.
What did you do? What was the crime about?
We were protesting the use of fetal pigs in the science department, and our threat was that for every day that they continued using them, that they continued using them, we're going to kill someone in the science department.
That was your project?
it wasn't my idea. It was what I was put into.
What you were put into?
Yeah, because Mr. Barron, the teacher, the bad guys in our class were me, JR, and two other ladies, girls. One was Tracy, and I can't remember who the other one was. And that was their idea. And we hadn't come up with an idea yet, so Mr. Barron said we should go into their thing.
That you should be the killers?
Yeah.
And how long did this go on?
The mock trial probably went on for about a week.
When was this trial?
When was this trial? April.
April of 1990?
Yeah.
And to prepare for that particular event, did you learn about things like premeditation?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you learn about different theories of, let's say, conspiracy and that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Was it Latimy's idea or your idea, in the presence of Mr. Barron, that the event should deal with the killing spree?
Latimy's idea.
And that would have been in April of 1990?
Yes.
The different court procedures and so forth were discussed during this course?
Yes.
And different types of crimes were discussed?
Yes.
That was a two-semester course or one-semester course?
2-semester, half-year course.
On June 10, 1990, when you heard that Ralph Welch went to the police, your mind was on escaping, right?
I didn't want to get caught. That's correct.
And whose idea was it to go to Connecticut?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, because I want to say Pete because it's Pete's. Oh no, as a matter of fact, the idea wasn't to go to Connecticut, it was to go to Florida.
Just go to Florida.
Yeah.
And you talked to Ralph Welch on the phone, did you?
Yes, I did.
And how long of a conversation did you have with him?
Not very long. 5-10 minutes.
You didn't talk about rumors that Ralph Welch, rumors in the area dealing with Pam and you as being the perpetrators of the crime, did you?
Yes, I did.
The fact of the matter is you told Ralph.
Objection,
I said I did.
objection to the form of the question as to what the facts are. The jury to determine that.
Well, why don't you phrase it in terms of the question?
Did you tell Ralph the following? If Pam ever finds out about this, she'll never talk to me again. If she leaves me, I'll kill myself.
Yes, and the this that we're referring to is the rumor.
And it was that day that you went to Connecticut?
Yes, it was.
And then you returned the following day and were arrested?
Yes.
And then you're telling the jury that from that day forward, you never talked with your friends about the substance of this particular murder?
No, I said that we never set up a plan or whatever.
Thank you.
No question, John.
Mr. Counsel, Counsel.
All right, so that concludes Billy's testimony, right? So yesterday we heard from Pamela, both direct and cross. Today, and yesterday we did Billy's direct, and a little bit more of his direct today, but then today we just heard cross. So now we're going to get to the other player, if you will, which is Cecilia Pierce. Now, Cecilia Pierce was an intern in this media center group. She was, we have it in our description, she was 16 years old. So Pamela really connected with her, and Pamela like even considered her like her best friend, right? So as a 16-year-old female, she wasn't, I think I said this yesterday, none of these kids were really like, like the in crowd, if you will. And Cecilia had some tough times, at that point in her life. And so what happens, she agrees with law enforcement to get wired up. So she gets wired up, and she basically gets Pamela to confess. So we're going to hear from her testimony, and she's an hour and 43 minutes. And then we'll get to the closing arguments and then verdict. And then I've got some Where Are They Now videos to play for you guys after that. So that'll be fun. All right. All right, so this is Cecilia Pierce. She was 16 years old, and she wore a wire to get Pamela to talk about the incident. So I don't know if she spent any time. I don't think she got any time. Let me see. Cecilia Pierce. All the other players did some time. I don't know if she did or not. Breaking her silence. Okay. 2016, she's, let's see here. She was 15 when she wanted to become a reporter, so she signed up as an intern with media coordinator Pamela Smart at Winnicott High School in Hampton. Pierce, now known by her married name Cecilia Blake, hasn't spoken publicly in 2 decades. She's a registered nurse. She's living in Albany. She says, I wish I had never met Pamela. I'm sure they're waiting for the governor to change. Let's see. Blake says she was initially impressed with Smart when Smart befriended her and invited her to the condominium she shared with Greg. Sometimes Smart would cook fajitas. We went sledding. She definitely could be fun and charismatic, but I think she had a goal in mind, taking out her husband. Looking back, she speculates on the motives for the crime. I believe Pamela wanted a divorce and Greg would take the car and the dog and the furniture. She recalls hearing Smart talking in her office with Billy and planning Greg's murder. So we'll hear all of this, I'm sure, but I just want to get, let's see. So her mother and stepfather moved the family to Jefferson City, Missouri after the trial. Eventually, she returned to Seabrook. She says people still believe the published reports that she made a lot of money on a movie deal while she accepted a $10,000 offer. She says people think I got $120,000. She's known in the area for work as a nurse and for her dedication to animal rescue causes. Few people in her life connect her to the Smart case. She no longer has a desire to be a reporter. One day, hey Joe, you'll appreciate this. Joe, check this one out. One day I was leaving the courthouse and reporters and photographers were chasing me across the lawn. I was just scared, she says. I just really lost faith in the system. People were reporting whatever they felt like. A lot of people judged the whole case on her looks. Smart couldn't do it. She's hot. So Joe, right? You with Lori Daybell chasing after the jurors, it's just like, I don't want to be like the pack of hyenas chasing after somebody. She says, I looked like a hillbilly. So she has a toddler. Okay, so she did not, I guess she didn't spend any time. She's the one, well, there's really nothing for her to spend time. I mean, she didn't do anything wrong, right? She didn't do anything wrong, I guess, so. Yeah, I figured you could. You can relate to that. You've seen it in person, right? I figured so when I read that. Yep. Dream Horse, when you were in 7th grade, there was a new beautiful young teacher. I'm sure she could have manipulated all the boys in our class who had crushes. All right. So this is Cecilia Pierce. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about something else. Cecilia Pierce. She, I guess, is 16. We have her as 16, so she's 16 now. All these kids they're kids, right? They're just babies. All right, so let's get to this. This is an hour and 43 minutes if you guys are judging time or scheduling your time.
Jury here, would you please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Cecilia Pierce, Pierce.
Cecilia, I'm going to ask you to try and speak into the microphone so that we'll all be able to hear you, okay?
Yes,
Cecilia, how old are you?
16,
What's your date of birth?
May 24th, 1974.
Where do you live?
74 Falling Mill Road.
And who do you live with?
My mother and stepfather.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yes, I am a sister.
Older or younger?
She's younger.
Where do you go to school?
Winnicott High School.
What year are you in?
I'm a junior.
Do you know Pamela Smart?
Yes, I do.
Is she in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Could you point her out, please? How did you first meet Pamela Smart?
I met her through Project Self-Esteem with the school.
And when was this?
October of '89.
And what was your involvement in Project Self-Esteem?
I was a facilitator.
And what does a facilitator do?
A facilitator leads a group of freshmen in projects that they do.
Okay, you're not quite speaking into the microphone. I'm not quite hearing everything you're saying, okay?
Yep.
So you were a sophomore facilitator?
Yes.
And what was the defendant's role?
She was a facilitator.
And how was it that in Project Self-Esteem your paths crossed?
We got put together to lead the same group. We had to work together.
And who else was in that group, you know?
There was a teacher from Hampton Academy, junior high, and a bunch of students.
How often would you see the defendant at that time during Project Self-Esteem?
At the meetings for facilitators, just about like once a month or a week.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
About once a month.
And besides seeing her in Project Self-Esteem, were you seeing her at any other point during this time period in the fall of 1989?
No.
What was the nature of your relationship at this time during Project Self-Esteem?
We were just friends.
After Project Self-Esteem, did you become involved with her in any other capacity?
Yes, I did.
And what capacity was that?
I became an intern at her office.
And what do you mean by an intern at her office?
I worked with Pam to get credit.
And how did that come about?
Pam offered me the internship
When did she offer you the internship?
during Project Self-Esteem.
Winter, spring, summer, fall?
Fall.
Of
Yeah.
1989?
Yeah.
What did she tell you about the internship?
Just that I would be working with her in her office on the computer and learning different stuff.
And how much credit did you get for it?
One for each term.
Sorry?
One for each term.
So at this point, how often were you, when you started working as an intern in the media center, how often were you seeing the defendant?
At least twice a day.
How, when you say twice a day, explain to the members of the jury how your internship worked.
Well, I went to Pam's office 5th period, and then I went over again 8th period. And then some days I had to stay after school because you're required to have 6 hours a week.
And what kind of work would you do when you were in Pam's office?
Just work on the computer.
What do you mean by work on the computer?
Just type up articles for newsletters and stuff like that.
Now, during this time, were you spending any time with her outside of school? Was you were starting as an intern or working as an intern?
Not at the beginning, but
What do you mean by but?
when we started working on the orange juice commercial, then we hung around more and more.
All right. When did you start working on this orange juice commercial with the defendant?
Around December. Late December.
December? And how did that come about?
Pam got a flyer in the mail at her job, and she asked if I wanted to do it, and I said yes.
Who else was working on the orange juice commercial?
Rachel Iman, Bill Flynn, and Tracy Collins.
Did you know Bill Flynn at this time?
Yes,
How did you know Bill Flynn?
he was a friend of mine.
Sorry?
He was just a friend of mine.
At school?
Yes,
And what about Rachel Iman?
she was my best friend.
And did you know Tracy Collins at this time?
No,
When did the OJ commercial start?
when did we start working on it?
Right.
Either December or January, I'm not sure.
Judge, could we have a sort of hiatus on the camera picture taking for a while while the witness is testifying?
Maybe you can turn the speaker up here.
Well, I can turn the speaker up a little bit, there's a hum, but I don't know how many pictures the press needs of one individual. 10 minutes time span.
Now, I'm sorry, I think the last question I asked you is, did you know Tracy Collins?
I do now. I didn't before we started the commercial, no.
And how often were you working on the OJ commercial this time?
We started working on it every weekend.
And did you ever work on it during the week?
Occasionally.
And what kind of things would you do on the weekend?
We'd work on the video during the day, and when it got nighttime, we'd go out.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
At night, we'd go out.
And when you say we'd go out, who are we talking about?
Pam, Bill, and I, and sometimes Tracy, sometimes Rachel.
So how much time were you spending with the defendant because of your internship and also because of your work on the OJ video?
Most of my time.
Sorry?
Most of my time.
And the OJ video started at what period and lasted till when?
It lasted until March,
And when did it begin?
December, January.
Now, in the beginning of the OJ commercial filming, what was the nature of Bill Flynn and the defendant's relationship as you saw it?
They were just friends at first.
Sorry?
They were just friends at first.
How long did you know Bill Flynn at this point?
A couple of years.
Is he someone that you hung out with and socialized with, or just knew from school?
I just knew him from school.
What about Pete Randall? Did you know him?
Yeah,
What was your relationship with him?
I just knew him from school.
What about J.R. Latamy?
I grew up with JR, but I really didn't hang around with him.
How about Raymond Fowler?
I just saw him around town. I don't hang around with him.
And Ralph Welch?
Same.
Now, besides the filming and your internship, were you ever just hanging out at the media center?
I don't think so.
Okay, when you say 5th and 8th periods you were going over for your internship, can you give the members of the jury some idea of what time of day that would be in relationship to your school day?
It was like 10:40 in the morning, and 8th period moves. 6th, 7th, and 8th period change. So like on Wednesdays, 5th and 8th would be, they'd run concurrent, and we'd like go out to lunch. And on Monday it would be at the very end of the day. It would end at 2:15, and on Tuesday it would end at like 1:30.
Now, during the times that you would be at the media center in January and December working as an intern, did you ever see Bill Flynn there?
Yes,
And how often was Bill Flynn there?
just about every day he came over.
Was he there the same time you were there or different times?
No, he came over different times. There were times when we were both there, yes.
And do you know why he came over at different times? Did it have anything to do with the schedule of school?
Yeah, that's when he had his study halls.
And what is a study hall?
just, you're supposed to work. You just have a teacher and you work on your homework and stuff. You don't have an assignment from that teacher.
Now, did there ever come a time when you noticed a change in the relationship between Bill Flynn and Pamela Smart?
Yes.
When was that?
February.
Can you tell us what happened at that time?
Pam told me that she loved Bill.
When Pam told you this, where were you?
In a room adjoining our office.
Can you tell us what happened at that time?
I laughed.
All right, before you left, were you sitting down? Were you standing? Was there other people in the room? What was going on?
She sat me down, told me.
I can't hear you.
She sat me down in a chair.
And what'd she say to you?
She said, I think I'm in love with Bill.
And what did you say to that?
I laughed. It was
Why'd you
ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
Why was it ridiculous?
Because she was married. She was 22.
And what did she do when you left?
She just kept telling me over and over again, I'm serious.
So what happened after that?
About a week later, she told Bill.
Did you have any part in talking to Bill about this?
I told Bill Pam wanted to see him.
And when you say about a week later, she told Bill, how do you know it was a week later?
I'm not positive. That's when she told me that she told him about a week later.
Okay, well, but from the time that she told you until the time she told you she told him, did you have any conversations with the defendant in between those two times?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay, what were those conversations?
Just I'd go to work and I'd ask her if she had told him and she'd say no, not yet.
Did she say why she was hesitating?
She just was working up her nerve, I guess.
Working up to what?
The nerve to tell him.
What happened? Well, I'm sorry, you said it was about a week later that she told him?
Yes.
How do you know she told him?
She told me.
Sorry?
She told me.
What did she say to you at that time?
I just went over one day and said, did you tell him? And she said yes. And she said that she had a choice either to kill Greg or get a divorce.
Now, is this the first time she ever said anything to you about a choice between killing Greg or divorce?
Yes.
Now, after she told, what did you say to that?
I told her to get a divorce.
Did she say to you why she couldn't get a divorce?
Because Greg would take the dog and the furniture and she wouldn't have any money and she wouldn't have a place to live.
And when was this first time you had this conversation?
About at the time she told Bill.
When you say about the time, are we talking about the same day, a couple days after? Do you have any recollection?
I'm not sure.
After she had told Bill, did you notice any change in their relationship?
Bill started coming over more often and they were together more often. And Bill was always smiling.
Now, when she said she could either divorce or kill Greg, do you think she was serious?
I thought that she was serious, but that she wouldn't do it or have it done.
And how often were you having these conversations with the defendant at this time?
Well, at first, it was just like every few days, and then it was every day.
And what kind of things would she be talking about?
What was going on so far, like what they had discussed last period, what her and Bill had discussed, and what they had decided upon. Things like to wear their hair tied back and to wear dark clothes and to make it look like a burglary.
Did you ever see anything for yourself or hear anything for yourself which indicated the defendant was unhappy in her marriage?
Yes.
What was that?
One day when I was going to Pam's office 5th period, I walked in and she was on the phone, apparently arguing with somebody, and I looked at her and I said, Greg, and she shook her head yes, and she was saying something about getting a divorce, and then they started fighting over who was going to take the dog and the furniture and everything, and then she said, fine, take the dog, and she hung up, and then she said, I told her that was good, that they were going to get a divorce. And she said, well, I don't know what to do. He's going to take the dog and the furniture. And she called Greg's parents she called Greg back and told him she was sorry because she didn't want him to call his parents because she didn't want anyone to know they were having trouble.
Did she say that to you?
Yes.
And when did she say that to you? Right then?
Yes.
Now, when you walked in her office, this is her office at the media center?
Yes.
Was anyone else present for that?
No, not that I remember.
Do you know when this phone call conversation was?
It was after she told Bill, after she had mentioned murdering Greg, but I'm not sure exactly when.
Was it March? Was it April?
I'd say it was around April.
Now, besides seeing, well, let me ask you this. Where would you see the defendant and Bill Flynn together before the murder?
In her office,
Anywhere else?
at Bill's house.
And how was it that you were at Bill's house?
Pam would pick me up and we'd go to Bill's house.
And why would you be going to Bill's house?
Either to pick him up to go out, or just to sit around in his room and talk.
Now, was this always connected with filming for the OJ commercial?
No,
So after the OJ commercial stopped, and you said it stopped when?
March.
You were still spending time together with the defendant and Bill Flynn?
Yes.
Besides seeing them at the office in Bill Flynn's house, where would you go out?
We'd go to Salisbury Beach. Just driving around. We'd park behind buildings, just talk. We'd go to the movies. We'd just go out to dance clubs
And how often was this going on?
every weekend.
Did you ever go out drinking with the defendant and Bill Flynn?
Yes,
How many times?
just once.
Can you tell us about that time?
I was driving, and Pam and Bill were in the passenger seat.
Now, when you said you were driving, did you have a license?
No,
Did you have a learner's permit?
no, I was in driver's ed.
And how old were you at this time that you were driving?
15,
And whose car were you driving?
Pam's,
And which car was this?
her Honda CRX.
And you were driving, and who else was in the car?
Pam and Bill
And where were they?
in the passenger seat.
Both of them were in the same seat?
Yes,
How did that work out?
Pam sat on Bill's lap.
And where'd you go?
Well, first Pam was driving and Bill was in the middle, and we went to the liquor store and bought Southern Comfort for Bill, and then we got wine coolers for Pam and I, and then I drove and they sat together in the passenger seat, and we went out back of a Spherex, I'm not sure what it's called.
What is Phoenix or Phoenix?
It's a company on Walton Road in Seabrook, and we just went out back there and parked and drank
Did you go anywhere else?
that night.
Yeah. Did you see anyone else that night?
Yeah, we went to Vance's house.
When you say Vance, who do you mean?
Vance Lotomy.
And who'd you see at Vance's house?
Vance and Pete.
And what happened when you saw Vance and Pete?
We were just talking to him, and then Pam went to the store and bought them something to drink. And then we left and went to Salisbury Beach.
Now, at Salisbury Beach, what kind of things did you guys do at Salisbury Beach?
Walk around and go to dance clubs. There's a dance club down there, and
What's the name of the dance club?
sneakers.
Okay. Being informed that it's hard to hear you, maybe you should make sure you're speaking into the mic and not off to the side. It might be better picked up, okay?
Yep.
I'm sorry, now, what was the name of the dance club in Salisbury Beach?
Sneakers.
And how often did you go to Sneakers?
Just once in a while.
And besides you, the defendant, and Bill Flynn, did anyone else ever go with you to Sneakers?
Yeah.
Who?
Tracy Collins.
Anybody else?
I don't think so.
Now, when you were with the defendant and Bill Flynn at these times, how did they act towards each other?
They were just... When Tracy was around, they were just friends. They acted like just friends.
And when Tracy wasn't around?
They were hugging and kissing. Just being affectionate. I don't know.
Did you ever see any physical contact besides this hugging and kissing between the defendant and Bill Flynn?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
The week that I stayed at Pam's house.
When was the week that you stayed at Pam's house?
The week before Greg's death.
And what nights did you stay there?
Monday through Thursday.
Now, when you were staying there Monday through Thursday, is this a school vacation or was school going on?
I was in school still.
And where was Greg Smart, to your knowledge?
At school in Rhode Island.
And who stayed there with you? Pam, anybody?
Rachel stayed Monday night, and Bill stayed Tuesday night. And then we drove him home Wednesday and Thursday. He came over for a while, and then we drove him home.
Sorry, came over what?
He came over for a few hours, and then we drove him home.
Now, Rachel is Rachel Iman?
Yes.
Now, was Rachel Iman there on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday?
No.
She was just there the one night.
Yes.
Was Bill Flynn there Monday night?
No.
Now, how did the defendant and Bill Flynn act in front of Rachel Iman?
The same as they acted in front of Tracy.
So what happened on Tuesday night?
Bill came over, and we rented some movies. We rented 2 movies. And we watched 9.5 Weeks. And then Bill and Pam went upstairs, and I stayed downstairs and watched another movie.
And what happened?
Bill came downstairs to get a cup of ice. And
You see anything else?
yes,
What did you see?
I went upstairs and I saw Bill and Pam having sex.
When you say having sex, is this Tuesday night you went upstairs?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean by you're not sure?
I think it might have been Wednesday night.
So this is another night that Bill was there.
Right.
Tell us what you mean when you say you went upstairs. Why did you go upstairs?
Because they had been up there for hours. The movie was over. I had watched parts of another, and I was just getting bored. And so I was walking up the stairs, and I yelled, well, you know, I hope you guys are done. And I went upstairs, and they weren't.
What did you see?
Pam and Bill naked
And where were they?
on the floor
In what room?
in Greg's bedroom.
And what kind of position were they in?
Pam was on top of Bill.
And did you say anything to them? Did they say anything to you?
No, I just ran back downstairs.
No. Did you and the defendant have any other conversations before the murder about her relationship with Bill?
We talked about her and Bill.
And what would she say?
Just that she liked him, and like if they wrote notes back and forth, she'd read them to me and stuff like that.
Tell me about these notes. What did the defendant say to you about these notes?
Well, there was one note that she wrote to Bill. She told me that Sarah found it when she was wearing his coat. She found it in the pocket. And I guess she asked Bill who it was from, if it was from Pam. And Bill said yes.
Did she ever talk to you about notes from Bill to her?
Yes.
How do you know?
She read one to me
And where did she read this one to you?
in her office.
And the note from, and what did she tell you about the note, besides this note from Sarah? Did you ever talk about any other notes she wrote, Bill?
Not really.
say about this note from Sarah?
Just that she didn't know what had happened to it. And then,
About it?
yeah, she was.
Why? How do you know?
She told me, but she wasn't really that worried at first because she didn't sign it, so she said she didn't sign it.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit. You have it out there. I hope you do. The letter in the envelope. I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit into evidence is number 55. I ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that paper?
Yes,
How do you recognize that paper?
it's Pam's note paper.
What do you mean by it's Pam's note paper?
It's the pad of paper she has in her top desk drawer.
And do you recognize the handwriting on this paper?
Yes,
What handwriting do you recognize it to be?
Pam's.
Had you ever seen this letter before?
Before right now?
No, I mean during the time that Bill and Pam were going out with each other.
No.
I showed it to you prior to your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Besides giving letters to Bill, did the defendant give anything else to Bill?
Yes.
What?
She bought him a magazine subscription for his birthday.
What magazine subscription was that?
Guitar magazine.
How do you know she bought him a guitar magazine for his birthday?
Because she gave me the money and I wrote the check for it.
Why did she give you the money and why did you write the check for it?
She gave me the money to deposit into my checking account, and I wrote the check because she didn't want to explain to Greg why she had spent $30 on a magazine subscription that they weren't receiving.
And you know when this was?
Bill's birthday
And when was Bill's birthday? Do you recall?
in March.
Do you know of any other time the defendant tried to cover the relationship between her and Bill?
I don't understand.
Well, is there any other times when the defendant gave you an indication she didn't want to let it be known she was with Bill?
Besides not wanting like any of her friends to know or anything, no.
Okay. Did she ever tell you why Tracy couldn't know about the affair?
Yes,
What was that?
because Tracy was Greg's one of his best friend's girlfriends.
And who was one of his best friends?
Brian.
I'm sorry?
I think his name's Brian.
And did you spend a lot of time with Tracy during this time?
Not really.
Did you ever spend any time with Tracy outside the presence of the defendant?
No.
Did you ever have to go to court with Tracy?
Yes.
What was that about?
We got in an accident.
Who got into the accident?
Pam, Bill, Tracy, and I.
And when was this accident? Do you recall?
No, I'm not sure.
Was it March? Was it April?
I think it was in March.
And can you tell us what happened at that accident?
The car in front of us, the guy in front of us put his car in reverse and backed into us, and then he took off.
And so what happened?
The police caught him, and he was driving without his license, and it had already been revoked, and he was drunk. So we went to court.
Did Bill go with you?
No,
Why not?
because Pam didn't want anyone to know that Bill was with us.
How do you know that?
Because she told me.
What did she say to you?
She told me that if I was asked on the stand who was with us, to say that it was me, Tracy, and Pam.
And when did she tell you this?
Before we testified
Do you remember when it was that you testified?
in June.
Before or after Bill Flynn's arrest?
Before.
Before his arrest?
Yes.
Now,
No, I'm sorry, it was after. It was the Wednesday after his arrest.
okay, now, do you recall when the first time, or when it was about the defendant said she wanted to kill Greg Smart?
Towards the end of February.
Now, she said she could either get a divorce or kill Greg. Did she ever indicate to you what her preference would eventually be?
Yes.
And what was that?
A few weeks after she told me that she had a choice.
And during those few weeks interim, were you talking about it with her much?
Yeah.
What kind of things were being said?
Just that she didn't know what to do because she liked Bill and she didn't know whether she should get a divorce or
And how often was she talking about it?
just about every day.
And what did she eventually tell you?
That she was going to have somebody kill Greg.
Did she say who that somebody was?
At first they were looking for someone, but they couldn't find anyone. So she said Bill was going to do it.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Bill and Pam.
Now, were you present for any of the discussions between Bill and Pam at this stage?
No,
Why didn't you go to the police?
because I didn't think they were serious.
Why didn't you think they were serious?
Because I'd known Bill for a couple of years and I didn't think that he could kill somebody.
Why did you think that?
Why'd I think that he couldn't kill someone? Because he didn't seem like the type of person.
Now, do you know how long before May 1st, when Greg was actually killed, that the conversation was that they decided to kill him?
About a month and a half to 2 months.
And what kind of things would Pam tell you during these conversations after they decided to kill him?
She just told me what had been discussed when Bill was at her office.
And what kind
And
of things would she tell you?
she'd tell me that they were looking for a silencer in Haverhill and that she had told the boys to make it like a burglary and to wear black and to pull their hair back and not to leave any fingerprints, to wear gloves.
She told this all to you?
Yes.
Now, when you say someone was looking for a silencer in Haverhill, who else?
Raymond was looking for a silencer in Haverhill.
Sorry?
Raymond.
And what else besides a silencer or tying their hair back and making it look like a burglar did they talk about?
I don't know.
Any conversations about a gun?
Yeah.
I've just got to object at this point. Leading questions are being Thank you.
What other conversations did they have?
They had conversations about how to get a gun.
Were you ever present for these conversations?
Yes.
Where did these conversations take place?
In Pam's office.
And who was present?
Me, sometimes Bill and Pam.
And what was said at those times?
They were just naming off places where you could get a gun.
Like where?
One of Bill's friend's mother had a gun,
Do you
supposedly.
know who the friend was?
Yeah, Frank.
Frank who?
Frank Daly.
Besides Frank Daly's mother, what else?
Vance's father. And Kenny, the guy that lives upstairs from Bill, had a gun collection.
Where else?
I told them my father had a gun.
Now, is this the father you live with?
No.
And where did your father that had a gun, where did he live?
In Hampton.
And how long was the last time you had spoken to that father?
About 3 years before.
And besides telling that your father had a gun, what else did you say?
I said that a girl that I worked with at Papagino's had a gun, had said she had a gun.
And when you told him this conversation, do you know what time, month it was?
No.
And after telling him that a person you worked with at Papagino's had a gun, whatever became of that?
I went to work one day and that person was working, and I called Bill and told him that they were working, and he came over and searched. He broke into the car and looked through it, but he didn't find a gun.
How do you know that Bill came over?
Because he came in to Papagino's.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah.
What did you tell him at that time?
I just told him what color car it was.
Did you tell him where it was parked?
Yeah.
And did you tell him anywhere else that he might look?
It's just my father's house.
Why did you tell them where they could find a gun at Papagino's?
Just to be, because they asked.
Was anyone else present besides you, Bill, Pam at this time?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I don't think so.
Now, when Bill came to Papagino's to look for that gun, who was he with?
One of the boys, I'm not sure.
Why do you say one of the boys?
I think it was either Pete or Jerry.
Speculation.
If you're not sure, don't tell us.
All right. I don't know.
Sorry?
I don't know.
Now, who was Haley?
Pam's dog.
Did you ever met Haley?
Yes.
Did she and Bill ever discuss Haley?
Yeah.
What did they discuss about Haley?
She told Bill not to kill Greg in front of the dog because it would traumatize the dog.
And what did you say? What else did you say about Haley?
Not to hurt the dog.
Did they ever discuss in your presence how the killing would take place?
How? Just that they were going to use a gun and make it look like a burglary.
Were you ever present for any other discussions about the killing with Pam and Bill?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those?
They would just discuss constantly, how they were going to get a gun, if they get a gun, how they'd get a car to go up there. And,
How was Bill going to get there?
well, the first time they couldn't find a car. The second time they were going to use Pam's car.
Now, when you say the first time they couldn't find a car, how do you know that?
Well, I went to Pam's office and she just said, well, they were going to do it tonight, but they couldn't find a car.
When you say they, did you name anyone in particular?
No, just Bill.
Did Bill have a license?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Bill, do you know if Bill knew the way to Derry?
Yeah, he should have.
Why should he?
Because Pam, on the way up and back to Derry, she told him to memorize it, and she wrote out directions for him.
When did she write out directions from?
When?
Yeah.
Before the last attempt.
Where was that?
In her office.
And who was present for that?
Me, Bill, and Pam.
Tell us what was going on at that time.
She wrote directions to our house on a piece of paper and just gave the paper to Bill.
And how do you know that what was on the piece of papers?
I saw it.
And what did she say to Bill?
She said to memorize them, not to screw up again.
And when you say not to screw up again, what did she mean by that?
Because the first time that they went up, they took her car and they took a wrong turn. So when they got there, Greg was already home.
So this was after that attempt that she wrote this direction?
Yes.
And was anybody else present?
I don't remember.
Now, you said there was an attempt when they got lost.
Yes.
What do you know about that attempt?
have
Pam.
to object just for foundational purposes, Your Honor. I don't know if it's hearsay or not at this point.
Did you ever speak to the defendant about that attempt?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the defendant told you about? When did you first learn of that attempt?
The day that it was supposed to happen, I went to her office and she told me that she had a meeting and that she was gonna let them take her car to Derry to kill Greg.
And when you say they, who did she refer to, if anyone?
Bill and Raymond.
Now, she mentioned them by name?
Yes.
Is this the first time Raymond was ever mentioned, or had he been mentioned before?
He had been mentioned before
And where was this conversation that was taking place with Pam?
in her office.
Anyone else present at that time?
No.
What else did she tell you about it?
Just that they didn't have a gun, that they were gonna snip.
So before it happened, she told you they didn't have a gun?
No, I think she told me the next day that they were planning on stabbing him.
Okay, let's go one day at a time.
Okay,
When
I'm
she
sorry.
first tells you that they were going to go up that night, what else did she tell you?
That she told me that when the meeting got over, she went to the parking lot, but her car wasn't there, so she went to her office and she laid down between the wall and her bookcase, her bookshelf, and just waited for them to get back. And so that if anyone came into the office, they wouldn't see her and wonder why her car wasn't there. And while she was in there, somebody came in and went through her desk, and she didn't know who it was,
Did she say why her car wasn't there?
because Bill and Raymond had it.
How do you know Bill and Raymond had her car?
She told me.
When did she tell you that?
She told me what happened the next day, but she told me that they were going to take her car that day.
Okay, now when you say she told me that they were going to take her car that day, what day are you talking about? The day?
The day of the attempt,
Okay. What did she say about taking her car?
that she was going to leave the keys for Bill and Raymond to take the car to Derry while she was in a meeting,
Okay, did she say what type of meeting it was?
a school board meeting.
Any other conversations with her about it that day?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, did you ever talk to her about it again?
The next day,
Okay, where was this conversation?
in her office,
Can you tell us about what time of day that conversation was?
around 10:40.
And who was present for this conversation?
Pam and I.
And can you tell us what she said to you at that time?
She just said that Bill and Raymond took a wrong turn and that by the time that they got to Derry, Greg was already home. So they just turned around and came home.
And what else did she say at that time?
Just, she couldn't believe how stupid they were, and that's about it.
How did she appear?
Angry.
Why do you think she appeared angry?
Objection, specialized sustained.
What did you see in her appearance?
She just looked mad. She was acting mad. And that's it.
Now, why didn't you go to the police this time?
Because nothing had happened. I didn't think the police would believe me. And
I'm sorry?
I didn't think anybody would believe me
Why didn't you think anybody would believe you?
because it sounds stupid. The whole thing is just stupid.
Why did it seem stupid?
Because I didn't think Bill would had it in him to kill somebody.
Are you upset about testifying today?
Yes,
Why?
because I was friends with Pam.
Now, after the defendant told you she had gone back to her room and laid down between the shelf and the wall, did she ever tell you how she got home?
The boys came back with her car.
When you say the boys, what do you mean?
Raymond and Bill.
How do you know that?
Because she told me.
Do you have any idea when these conversations with the defendant were?
No.
Any idea what month?
April?
Do you know how long before May 1st they were?
About 2.5 weeks.
And do you know what night of the week you thought it was?
I thought it was Tuesday,
Why do you think Tuesday?
because that's when I thought the meetings were.
Now, after this attempt, do you have any other conversations with the defendant about the planning and murder of Gregory Smart?
Yes.
And how often were you talking about it at this time?
About every day.
And you were still talking about it every day?
Yeah, until I told her I didn't want to know anything else and I didn't want to talk about it anymore.
When did you tell her that?
A couple of weeks before Greg was killed.
Well, you said this attempt was about 2.5 weeks before Greg was killed. How long after the attempt did you have that conversation with the defendant?
Just a couple of days.
You okay?
Yeah.
Now, was this attempt that you're telling us about before or after the Papagenos incident?
I don't remember.
You don't remember when they were in relationship to each other?
No.
All right, now, at the time of the week that you stayed at Pam's, before the murder of Gregory Smart, were there any discussions during that time?
The week that I was at Pam's?
Were you up together with Bill Flynn and Pam going to her condominium?
Yes.
The week before when you stayed there?
Yes.
Okay, what discussions were held at that time?
Just... We drove through the parking lot of the plaza, and that's about it. She told him to be careful not to leave any fingerprints. And that's about it.
What do you mean by you drove through the parking lot of the plaza?
Just so that they could see, so Bill could see, you know, how he could get to the condominium without being seen.
And who drove to Derry that day?
What day?
The day you're talking about, who's driving the car? When you drove through the parking lot of the plaza?
Probably me.
Do you recall?
No.
Now, during this discussion, had you any indication of when the murder of Gregory Smart was to take place?
I don't think so.
When did you first learn?
That day.
What do you mean by
sorry.
that day?
The day that Greg was killed.
All right, what did you learn that day?
Pam just told me that they were gonna go up there.
And when she said they, who did she mean? Did she say who she meant?
I don't remember.
And what was your understanding of who was going to go up there?
My understanding was Bill, Pete, JR, and possibly Raymond.
To this knowledge, did you have any discussions with the defendant about Pete or JR?
Occasionally she'd mention their names and I'd just ask if Bill had told them. And she'd just say, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
When did she say this?
During our discussions.
How long before May 1st was that?
I'm not sure.
Months before? Weeks before?
Weeks.
Sorry?
Weeks.
And did she actually mention their names at that time?
On May 1st?
Right.
I don't think so.
What did she actually say to you on May 1st?
That Bill was gonna go up there and he was gonna kill Greg.
And when did she say this to you?
During, like, 8th period.
And where was this conversation taking place?
In her office.
Was everybody else present?
No.
Sorry?
No.
And what about Greg? Say anything about Greg?
Just that he was with clients all day and that he should be home around 8:30.
What time did she say?
8:30?
And what would she be doing that night? Did she tell you?
Yeah, she came to work late that day and she was just gonna work straight through until the meeting.
Did you know what kind of meeting it was?
No, it had something to do with her course.
Now, after this conversation with the defendant, did you ever see her again?
After May 1st?
No, that day.
Yes,
When did you see her?
around 7 o'clock
And where did you see her at 7 o'clock?
at her office.
And who were you with at that time?
My friend, Michael.
And what's Michael's name?
Michael Welch.
And how was it that you saw the defendant at her office at 7 o'clock?
We were going out to eat, and we just drove over to visit Pam.
And when you got to the defendant's office at 7 o'clock, who else was present?
Just me, Michael, and Pam.
And what happened at that time?
We just talked to her for a little while and then left.
Any discussions about the murder?
No.
When did you first learn of the murder?
The next day,
How did you learn about it?
I went to school, and during second period, a guidance counselor, Ms. Kinsman, came to my class, and she asked if Rachel and I could leave and said it was an emergency. And then we got out in the hall, and we were asking her what was wrong, and she wouldn't answer us, and she went to get Bill and JR out of class. And then we went to the guidance office, and she told us that Mrs. Smart's husband had been murdered.
Did she say how he was murdered?
Yeah, she said he was hit over the head.
What happened when she said that?
Rachel was shocked, and Bill and JR acted it. They acted shocked, and
What about you?
I was shocked
Why?
because I didn't think they were going to do it.
So why didn't you go to the police at this point?
Because I was afraid.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid I was in trouble
Why did you think you were in trouble?
because Pam told me I was.
Can't hear you.
Because Pam told me that I would be.
Now, when did you next see the defendant?
At the wake,
Did you have any conversation with her at the wake?
yes.
What did she say to you at the wake?
She said she was glad to see me, but that she felt uncomfortable with me being there, and to tell Miss Kinsman that I was ready to leave.
So how long did you end up staying at the wake?
About 10 minutes.
And who did you go to the wake with?
Mrs. Kinsman, Bill, and JR.
And after you were at the wake and you left after 10 minutes, who left with you?
Mrs. Kinsman, Bill, and JR.
So all of you stayed only 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Now, how long was it after the murder? Was it before the defendant returned to school?
About a week.
And after she returned to school, can you describe what you observed between the relationship of her and Bill Flynn?
They just spent more time together.
How do you know?
Because Pam was always telling me, like, me and Bill went out last night and did this and that. And Bill was just at her office more often. He was skipping class.
Were you spending as much time with Bill and Pam at night as you were before the murder?
No.
Why not?
I'm going to object speculation.
Well, is there a reason that you don't?
Because I wasn't invited.
Well, objection's overruled as to that particular question.
Why were you not spending as much time with them?
Because I was trying to avoid her.
Why were you trying to avoid her?
Because I wanted to avoid the whole situation.
And yet you hadn't gone to the police?
Not in May.
No? Did you have any conversations with the defendant after the murder about the murder?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those conversations were?
She just described Greg, and she said there was a candle stick holder on the floor and his briefcase was on the floor. And she said the dog was locked in the basement, and she said her furniture was ruined
How was her furniture ruined?
by the police, the fingerprint test.
And what else did she tell you?
She told me that she couldn't believe how stupid the boys were, that they had thrown gloves down in the field.
And when did she tell you this about the gloves in the field?
When she was discussing the murder. After.
One day you saw her, a couple days after? Do you have any recollection?
It was at least a week. It was when she came back to school.
And what else did she tell you? Anything else?
That's it. That's all I remember.
I'm sorry?
That's all I remember.
And how often were you talking about it after the murder of Gregory Smart?
Not often.
Did there come a time when the defendant no longer lived at Derry?
Yes.
And you know where she moved to?
Yes.
Where did she move to?
She moved to Hampton
How do you know she moved to Hampton?
because I saw her condo.
And how many times were you at her condo in Hampton?
I don't remember.
A lot of times? A few times?
Like 3 or 4 times.
Now, did you and the defendant ever discuss the police?
Yes.
And what were those discussions?
Pam just told me what to do if they asked me to take a lie detector test. She told me not to answer opinionated questions.
Why did you think you would have to take a lie detector test? Did you say?
No.
Had the police ever talked to you at this point?
Yes.
When was the first time the police had spoken to you?
May 21st.
And where did they speak to you?
My house.
And prior to the speaking to the police at that time, did you have any discussions with the defendant about it?
Yes.
And what was said at those discussions?
She just said to deny everything.
And what else?
She told me that in case they mention fingerprints found in the house that belonged to Bill, to say that we had been up there during February vacation to work on the orange juice commercial.
Anything else to tell you?
I don't remember.
Sorry?
I don't remember anything else.
Now, what happened to the furniture that got ruined by the fingerprint powder?
I don't know.
Well, did the defendant move into her new apartment in Hampton?
Yes.
She did?
She didn't move the new furniture in there. No, she got new furniture. She didn't move the old furniture there.
Did she tell you how she paid for the new furniture?
Oh, their insurance money.
Did she ever talk to you about how much insurance she had?
No,
Never?
she wouldn't tell me.
What do you mean by she wouldn't tell you?
She didn't want to discuss it.
And when was it that she wouldn't discuss it with
After the murder, she did say that she was sure Greg would have a lot of insurance because he worked as an insurance salesman.
you? When did she say that? That was before or after the murder?
Before.
How often were you seeing the defendant at this time?
Not very often.
Well, what did that mean? Were you seeing her every day, once a week?
Well, during school, I saw her every day.
You still being an intern for her at this time?
In May, yes.
So when she came back to work a week or so after the murder, did you see her every day during school?
Yes.
And during those times, were you seeing Bill Flynn?
In her office, yes.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Well, I was thinking seeing, dating.
Did you see Bill Flynn at her office?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone else at her office besides Bill Flynn?
JR and Pete once in a while.
How often was JR there?
Not often. I only saw him like once or twice.
What about Pete? You saw Pete there?
I'm not sure.
Now, when did school end that year?
June.
Sorry?
In June.
You know the date it ended in June?
No.
Judge, we take the morning recess at this point? All right. Celia, I'd like to call your attention to June 10th, 1990. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you see the defendant that day?
Yes.
Can you tell us when you first saw her?
I went to a concert and we stopped by her house afterwards.
Who went to the concert?
Me and Michael.
Michael Welch?
Yeah.
And when you say you stopped by afterwards, what time of day was it?
It was night.
And where did you stop by?
Where?
Well, when you said we stopped by at night, where did you stop by?
Her condo
And which condo was this?
in Hampton.
And who was with you besides Michael Welch? Anybody else?
No.
When you got to the condo, who was there?
Just Pam.
Anybody else?
No.
Can you tell us what happened when you got there?
She said, Pam told me to go upstairs. So I told Michael I had to go to the bathroom, and I went upstairs, and Pam told me that the boys were discussing the murder, and Ralph overheard, and that Ralph went crazy, and he just started yelling and screaming, and Pete got in a fight with Ralph and beat him up, and the boys, JR and Pete, came over her house, and she said Bill was already there. And
Right. Now, when you say the boys were talking about the murder, Ralph Welch overheard it, who did she specify who she meant?
Pete, JR, and that's it. That's all I know.
Now, did she say where that took place? That Ralph Welch overheard the conversation?
At JR's house.
And you said they came over and Bill was already there. What do you mean by Bill was already there? What did she say?
She told me Bill was at our house, and JR and Pete came over and told him what happened
Did she say when they had come over?
in the morning
What day?
that day, June 10th.
And what else did she say about when they came over?
She said they didn't know what to do, and they discussed with her whether they should go to the police or whether they should just run. And I guess Pete and Bill they took off, and she told me she didn't know where they were going. And she took JR back to his house.
When she took JR back to his house, say what time of day this was.
No.
And where did you take him back to?
She was taking him back to his house in Seabrook.
And did she say why she was taking him back to his house?
Yes, because his parents called and said there was an emergency.
And you know what else happened after that?
She brought JR home, and just his uncle was home, and she said that's about all I know. I know that my parents saw her at the laundromat, but
Well, you can't tell us what your parents saw. You only tell us what you
Right.
saw. No. Okay?
yep, that's it.
So what else happened?
On June 10th,
Yes, what else did she tell you? Anything?
she told me that if Bill and the boys were smart, meaning Pete and JR, if they were smart, they would just say that Raymond and Ralph did it since they knew so much.
And where was all this conversation with the defendant taking place?
In the guest bedroom,
Upstairs or downstairs?
upstairs.
Michael Welch present for any part of this conversation?
No,
And where did Michael Welch park his car then?
in her driveway.
Now, how long were you at the defendant's house for?
About 20 minutes.
And what was the defendant's appearance when she was talking to you about this?
She appeared to be nervous
Why do you say that?
because she just acted nervous and upset. She was talking fast and she was shaking.
So what happened after that?
she asked me if I wanted to stay the night, and I said yes. And Michael left, and we left behind him. And I went to my house to get clothes, and then I went to Michael's to get my pocketbook out of his car. And then...
What out of his car?
Excuse me?
You said you went to Michael's to get what?
My pocketbook out of his car.
You left your pocketbook in his car?
Yeah.
Okay, now when you left the defendant's house and you went to your house to get clothes, what time was this?
I'm not sure.
And who was driving?
I don't remember.
So what happened after that?
I'm sorry, I was driving. On the way home, we got pulled over.
Pulled over where?
Hampton Beach.
By who?
The police.
How many police?
There was a paddy wagon and 2 or 3 cruisers and mounted patrolmen and cops on motorcycles.
And what car were you in?
Pam's, Xerox,
And how long did they pull you over for?
about 5 or 10 minutes.
And then what happened?
They just pulled us over, and I explained to them that I didn't have my license. And I asked them what the probable cause was for pulling me over, and they said they'd tell me in a minute. And they told us to hold our hands up, and they put the spotlight on us. And then they came back and said they pulled over the wrong car and that we could go.
Now when was this in your trip? Going to your house, coming from your house?
Coming back,
From your house?
yeah,
Okay, now was this before Michael's house or
after,
Let me finish the question, okay? The stenographer. It was after Michael's house?
yeah,
Do you know about what time of night it was?
no.
And how did the defendant react when you were pulled over?
We were just scared.
Now what happened after that?
We went back to Pam's house,
You spent the night?
yeah.
Now, what happened the next day?
I went to school, and then I went to Pam's house during lunch, and I was gonna stay there and go to sleep, and then just go to driver's ed that night. And I got scared when I was alone, so I called my friend and had her come pick me up. And I went to her house and went to sleep. And my mother called and said the police wanted to question me.
Now, what time of day was it that you had gone to sleep at your friend Heather's house?
Around 2 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
Now, why was it you were going to sleep at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I was just tired from being up all night.
So what happened after your mother called?
My mother called and said that the police wanted to see me and that she was going to pick me up at Heather's. And she picked me up at Heather's, and on the way to the police station, she said Pam was meeting us there.
So what police station did you go to?
Seabrook.
And about what time did you get there?
I'm not sure.
So what happened when you got to the Seabrook police station?
Pam was waiting in the parking lot.
Sorry?
Pam was there waiting in the parking lot.
Who was Pam with?
Herself.
And did you see Pam's car?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her at that point?
She just told me to tell the police that I wanted her to go in with me, and she complained that they had shut her out of the investigation, that they weren't telling her anything.
And who was this said in front of?
My mother.
So what happened after that?
I went into the police station and they questioned me.
And who questioned you?
Captain Jackson, Detective Pelletier, I think Barry Cherowitz.
Is this the first time you had been to the Derry Police Department?
This was at the Seabrook Police
I'm
Department.
sorry. Is this the same place you spoke to them last time, on May 21st?
No,
It was the May 21st conversation.
at my house.
And this one took place at Seabrook.
Yes.
Now, how long did you speak to them for?
About an hour and a half.
And who was present besides Detective Cherowitz and Detective Pelletier?
My mother and Captain Jackson.
What did you tell them?
I told them I didn't know anything. And I told them the story that Pam said to tell them about the filming the commercial during February vacation, Bill going to her house.
And how did the police react to the information you gave them?
They just wrote it down.
Sorry?
They just wrote it down.
They upset?
They were upset. Yeah,
Did he say anything to you?
yeah.
Oh,
Captain Jackson.
what did he say?
He said that if they found out that I was lying to them, he'd go next door and indict me on
What?
charges of hindering evidence.
How did that make you feel?
Scared.
What happened after that?
I went to driver's ed.
And when you left the interview,
Yes.
now was your mother present for the entire interview?
Yeah.
So what happened after the interview?
We walked out to the waiting room where Pam was waiting, and she just asked me some questions.
What did she ask?
She asked, how did it go? What did they say? Just typical questions like that.
Now, at this point, were you aware of whether or not any of the boys had been arrested?
Yes.
Were they arrested at this point?
Yes. I think so.
And what you told them on June 11th, 1990, that's the same information you had given them on May 21st?
Pretty much, except for the story about us going there on vacation.
Sorry?
Pretty much, yeah.
Now, you mentioned earlier about the defendant telling you how to take a polygraph test.
Yeah.
What specifically did she tell you to do?
She told me to take the question and to change it around in my mind, and so that I could answer the question. I think I was answering it honestly, and that way it wouldn't show on the polygraph test.
And when did she give you this information? When did she tell this to you?
After I went to the police and I told her that he had threatened to indict me, and she said that I'd probably have to take a lie detector test.
Now, did you and the defendant ever discuss what would happen if Bill Flynn was arrested?
Just that he wouldn't talk. Pam said that he wouldn't say anything.
Who said that to you?
Pam,
When did she say that to you?
why?
Where, when, and why?
I'm not sure where she said it.
What did she just say?
She just said that she wasn't worried about Bill telling on her because he loved her and he had promised her he wouldn't say anything. And besides, and she said that if he told, then that's just admitting the murder, and as far as she knew, he wasn't confessing.
If he told what?
If he told of her involvement, then that would be admitted to the murder, and up to then, he wasn't, as far as she knew.
Did you see the defendant again after that night?
Yes.
Where?
I had to go to court with her that Wednesday.
Okay, and what court were you going to?
Newburyport District Court.
And what was that for?
For the accident we got in Salisbury Beach.
And who went to court with you on that day?
I saw it, yeah.
All right, let me just put the proper time frame. This is the time you talked about earlier when you went to court.
Yes.
So that was after the arrest on this Wednesday, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, besides telling us what you had already told us about what you and Pam discussed at that time about testifying, did you have any other discussions with her?
Yeah, she asked what people were saying about her.
And what did you tell her?
I told her that people were saying that she paid the boys $1,000 a piece.
And what did she say to that?
She said that was stupid,
What
that she
else?
didn't. I told her that they were saying that she gave him the speakers, and she said that that was stupid. You know, he was going to pay her for him when he got a job.
Who was he?
JR.
And had you ever discussed speakers and payment? Let me rephrase it. Did you ever discuss speakers with Pam and the fact that JR had them before this date?
I'm not objecting. I'm grounds of living.
Is this the first time you had ever talked about that?
I don't remember.
And What happened after that?
After we testified?
Yeah, when was the next? This was June. This was Wednesday.
Yeah.
You know what day that was?
The 13th.
Okay. Did you
Then-
ever talk to the police again?
Yeah, the next day.
And that was on Thursday?
Yes.
What time of day did you talk to the police at this point?
It was like 12 at night.
And did you contact them or did they contact you?
We called them,
Who's we?
my mother and I,
And what time did you call them?
around 11.
And where'd you call them from?
My house.
And who was present when you called them?
My mother, my Aunt Shirley, me, my stepfather, my sister.
And after you called them, what happened next?
We went to meet them,
Where did you go to meet them?
Dunkin' Donuts.
Sorry?
Dunkin' Donuts.
And when
But
you got to Dunkin' Donuts, who, if anyone, did you see?
we saw Captain Jackson, but it was closed, so we went to Friendly's.
And who went to Friendly's?
Sergeant Byron, Captain Jackson, my Aunt Shirley, my mother, and me.
And who did you speak to at that time?
Captain Jackson, Sergeant Byron.
And how long did this conversation take place at Friendly's?
I'm not sure.
And then where'd you go?
We went back to the Derry Police Department.
And what time did you get to the Derry Police Department?
Around
Sorry?
1:15.
And what happened at the Derry Police Department?
I sat in a little room and they videotaped while they asked me questions and I answered them about what I had just told them at Friendly's.
And who did the videotaping of you?
Detective Pelletier,
And who else?
Captain Jackson, and Sergeant Byron asked me the questions.
Now, after that night, did you have any further involvement with the police?
After?
Yes.
Yes.
And what involvement was that?
I did. They put a tap on my phone and I wore a body wire.
And when was the first time they put a tap on your phone?
The 19th of June,
And when did you first discuss that with the police?
the 18th.
And how did you feel about doing that?
I didn't think it would work
Why?
because Pam had told me not to discuss anything over the phone because she was afraid her phone was tapped. Her work phone, her home phone. She said not to discuss it in our house because she didn't know if her house was bugged.
When did you have these conversations with Pam?
On June 10th, we did discuss it in our house. Most of the time, we discussed it in our office.
And were these conversations with Pam before June 10th, after June 10th?
Before.
Now, who was present at your house for this phone tap?
Captain Jackson, Detective Pelletier, my mother, me, and I don't remember if there was anyone else.
And how many phone calls were made? Do you recall?
I called Pam, and then she called me back, and then I'm pretty sure I called her again.
Now, before doing this phone tap, did you discuss it with your mother?
Yes?
Discuss it with the police?
Yes?
And what, if anything, did they tell you to say or try and say over the phone? Anything?
Just things to try to get her to talk about it.
How did they give you information about what to say?
They wrote it on a slip of paper.
And do you know, after that day, whether or not you had any other involvement with the police?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
July 12th.
Now, between June 19th and July 12th, did you have any conversations or discussions with the defendant?
If she called my house and I answered the phone, I had to talk to her and they weren't lengthy discussions, so. And she'd visit me at work.
When you say visit you at work, where was work?
Papagino's,
And how often did you see the defendant between June 19th and July 12th?
probably once or twice.
Is that usual?
No.
And what happened on July 12th?
I wore a body wire and I went to Pam's office and discussed the murder with her.
Before putting on the body wire, did you discuss your willingness to do it with the police department?
Yes.
Discuss it with your mother?
Yes.
Were you willing to do it?
Yes.
Now, where was the body wire put on you?
On my right side.
Well, where was this done? At your house?
Oh, at the police station.
And which police station was that?
Seabrook.
And do you know what time of day this was?
I'm not sure.
And where did you talk to Pam?
In her office.
In SAU 21?
Yeah. I was at the police station around like noontime because I went there after she got off her lunch break, and that ends at 1:15.
And who were you with when you went to talk to Pam at this time?
My cousin Tracy.
Now, where was your cousin Tracy while you were talking to Pam?
She waited in the car.
And where did you talk to Pam? I'm sorry, you said that already, in her office. Did anyone go in with you?
No.
Was anyone inside the office when you were talking to her?
I don't remember if her secretary was in that day or not.
And how did she react when she first saw you?
I'm surprised. Excited.
Now, did you contact her or did she contact you for this meeting?
I don't think that anyone contacted anyone. I think I just went over there to see her.
Just showed up?
Yeah.
Now, how long did the conversation take on that day?
About a half an hour.
Now, after that day, did you ever speak to her again?
Yes.
What was that?
July 13th.
And how did that come about?
I drove my mother's car over to her office and I waited in the parking lot.
And what were you telling her that you had to see her again for?
I told her that I had to meet with Captain Jackson and that he had called and I was supposed to meet with him, and that I think I had told her the day before that I was supposed to meet with the Attorney General, and Friday I told her that I was meeting with Captain Jackson instead, or that I wasn't meeting with the Attorney General.
Now, tell us what happened on the 13th. Where were you outfitted with the wire?
At the police station.
Which one?
Seabrook.
And how did you get over to SAU 21?
My mother's car.
And anyone with you at this time?
No.
And do you know where the police were in the parking lot at that time?
They were in a van around the corner, and they were in a car.
Now, did you have occasion to listen to the recordings of those conversations since those days?
Yes.
Fair and accurate recordings of the conversations you have with the defendant at that time?
Yes.
Now, after the July 13th conversation, how had you left it with the defendant as to when you would see her again?
That night,
And what was the plan?
she asked if I wanted to come over, and I said if I could get my mother's car, I'd come over and we could go out.
And what happened that night?
I left for Missouri
And how long were you in Missouri for?
until until like July 30th.
Now, before you left for Missouri, did you have any contact with the defendant?
Not after the body wire, no.
So after the body wire, you had no contact with before you left for Missouri, is that correct?
Right.
And what happened when you came back on July 30th?
On August 1st, I did another phone tap.
And what was said at that time, do you think?
No, I was just calling her because she had been calling my house all week, and I told the police that, and I just called her to let her know that I had been away in Missouri, and that's why I hadn't been home.
And what happened on August 1st after this phone call?
Pam was arrested.
No. After Pam was arrested, were you ever contacted by the media in this case?
Yes.
And what kind of contact were you getting from the media?
They were calling me all the time, asking me to go on shows, to make comments to the newspapers.
And when did all this start?
After Pam's arrest.
Do you know how soon after Pam's arrest?
A couple of days.
How did they find out about you, do you know?
Because it was on the affidavit for arrest, or indictment, or whatever it is.
And you know what newspapers, what media people were contacting you?
Just about everyone in the area.
I'm sorry?
Just about everyone in the area.
And what were you doing at that time?
Telling them that I had no comment. And then I went on Current Affair.
And before going on Current Affairs, did you ever go on TV in New Hampshire?
Channel 9.
And who did you talk to on Channel 9?
Bill Spencer.
Why did you talk to Bill Spencer?
Because he had called my friend Rachel for an interview, and she was given one, and she wanted me to come over with her so we could just talk to us both at the same time about the boy's arrest.
Do you know when this was?
This was like before Pam's arrest.
Okay, so this was before Pam's arrest. Was this before you did the body wires?
Yeah.
All right, after Pam's arrest, were you ever contacted again by Channel 9?
Yeah.
Did you ever talk to them on TV again?
Yeah.
Okay, did they contact you or did you contact them?
They contacted me.
And you said something about Current Affairs. What was Current Affairs?
It's a show that's on for like a half an hour. It's just like a news coverage show.
And how did you get in contact with Current Affairs?
The lady, Terry Whitcraft, kept following my friend Rachel around, and she was driving her crazy, and Rachel's mother called my mother and begged her to please talk to the woman so she'd leave her alone.
And why didn't she just come to your house instead of bothering Rachel?
Because she didn't know where I lived. That, to my knowledge.
And after you met with Terry Whitcraft, what happened?
I went on the show, and then all sorts of production companies were calling me, and they wanted to buy my rights to make a movie.
Now, do you know when about Current Affair was?
No, I'm not sure. It was the day that we taped. It was like August 20th. It was the day of Old Home Day in Seabrook.
It was on what day?
Old Home Day. It's just a fair.
And where was it taped?
At my house, and they followed me to Old Home Day, but I didn't know they were going to do that. They just did that on their own.
And besides Current Affairs, were you on any other programs?
Yeah, I was on Hard Copy.
And what's Hard Copy?
Just a news coverage show.
Did you contact them or did they contact you?
They contacted me.
And when was Hard Copy?
It was after Current Affair.
You know when?
No.
And what happened on Hard Copy?
I'm sorry. I don't understand.
What would you do on Hard Copy? Who did you talk to? Who do you remember?
I talked to Dean Velez, and he just asked me questions, and I answered him.
And where was that filmed?
In my house.
Do you know when that was filmed?
I'm not sure. I think it was like early September.
And were you paid at all for either of these appearances?
Yes.
What were you paid?
A Hard Copy paid me $1,000, and Current Affair paid me $300.
And why did they give you only $300?
The lady said that they don't pay for people to go on their show, but I was supposed to babysit that day, and the person canceled, and she thought that I canceled because of them, and I explained to her that the other lady had canceled, but she still wrote me out a check, and I didn't even look at it until after they were gone. I didn't know how much it was for.
Now, You said production companies were contacting you. How were they contacting you?
They were calling me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say.
They were calling me on the
How
phone.
many different production companies were calling you?
I'm not sure how many, like 5 or 6.
Now, who was handling all these phone calls at this time?
Well, we were getting the phone calls, but we got a lawyer and told whenever someone called, we just said to call my lawyer.
Was your mother working at this time?
Yes,
What did she do?
she's a nurse's aide
Where?
in Amesbury at Maplewood Manor.
And what about your stepfather?
I'm not sure if he was working or not. He's a laborer in the union, and right now he's laid off.
So at what point did you hire a lawyer?
At what point?
Yeah, what time was it? In August, September?
September.
And who hired the lawyer?
My mother,
And what was the lawyer's name?
Innes, Scott Innes.
Did you ever talk to the lawyer about this?
Yes.
And what happened after you contacted the lawyer?
We told all the people to call him, and then I decided on the company that I liked. We had companies coming to my house and talking to me, and I picked a company, and then he just negotiated like the money part.
And which company did you pick?
Once Upon a Time Productions,
Now, why did you pick Once Upon a Time Productions?
because that's the guy I liked the best. He was nice, and he didn't try to bribe me, and he was just the nicest person.
Now, who drafted the contract for you?
My attorney.
And what was the terms of the contract as far as payment goes?
If they make a movie, then they pay me $100,000, and it goes into a trust fund, and I'm not allowed to touch it until I'm like 21 because of the Jackie Cooper law, and that's it. But it's their decision whether they make the movie, and there's nothing in the contract about the outcome of the trial or anything. It's just if they decide to make a movie.
And since you entered into that contract, do you know the date you entered into that contract?
I'm not sure.
Early September, late September?
I think it was late September.
Have you talked to anyone from Once Upon a Time Productions since late September?
No, my lawyer talks to them though.
You haven't spoken to anyone?
Not that I know of.
Have they ever contacted you and told you they were or were not going to make a movie?
No.
And have you ever received any money from them at all?
Yes.
What?
$2,000.
What was that for?
They paid me $2,000 when I signed the contract
What purpose?
for signing my rights.
Do you know what the purpose of the $2,000 was?
No.
Now, on the tape of on your conversation on July 12th, the name Bill I mentioned.
Yes.
Who were the two Billies on that conversation?
Bill Flynn and Billy Springer.
And who's Billy Springer?
He was my boyfriend.
And how long was he your boyfriend for?
Like 2 weeks
And what was that 2-week period?
in May.
Now, did you have any conversations about the murder of Gregory Smart with Pete Randall?
No.
Did you ever have any conversations about the murder of Gregory Smart with J.R. Ladd?
No.
After the murder of Gregory Smart, did you have any conversations with Bill Flynn?
Yes.
When was that?
The day of the week.
After the wake, did you have any further conversations with Bill Flynn?
I don't remember.
Take a moment to think about it.
After the week.
After the wake. No? Okay. Did you ever visit or see them in ADC?
And what?
Did you ever see them while they were incarcerated?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone about your knowledge in this case, besides the police?
Yes.
Who's that?
Cindy Butt.
Who's Cindy Butt?
A girl that I worked with at Papagino's.
And when did you tell Cindy Butt?
Before Greg was killed.
How many weeks before?
I'm not sure.
And how did the conversation come up?
I just told her. I just said that I had a friend who wanted her husband killed.
And where were you at Papagino's during this conversation?
In the upper dining room. We were on break.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Time for the questions.
Comfortable up there, Cecilia?
Excuse me?
Are you comfortable?
Yeah.
All right. Let me try to help you remember timing a little bit with regard to Cindy Butt. That was the subject area that you were just asked about by the prosecution. Were you talking to Cindy Butt about this murder about the same time that you were attempting to get a firearm for Bill Flynn?
I don't know what time I was talking to Cindy about it.
Well, you said it was before the murder, right? Mm-hmm. And can we just estimate, was it in April?
I don't know.
Well, when did you know that a murder was going to take place?
Around February or March.
February or March?
That's when I found out
That's when you found out that a murder was going to take place, right?
that's when I found out that Pam wanted her husband murdered.
When did you start trying to get a gun for Bill Flynn to kill Greg Smart with?
I don't know when the date was.
You don't know what the date was?
No. But Bill asked me if I knew where they could get a gun, and I told him 2 places. I never went looking for a gun for them.
You never went looking for a gun for him?
No.
Okay. Bill asked you where he could find a firearm?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. And what did you tell Bill?
I told Bill that my father had a gun,
Okay.
and I told him that a girl that I worked with at Papagino's had a gun.
Did you tell Bill, did you give Bill a call and say the girl with the gun, who has the gun in the car, is here at Papagino's now?
Yes.
Okay, now that was Bill that you called, right?
I'm not sure who I called. It was Bill that came.
Well, on direct, you told Mr. Maggiato that you called Bill Flynn. Did you call
Yes.
Bill Flynn?
Yes, I called them.
Did you call Bill Flynn?
I think so.
Okay. When we're talking about Bill Flynn, this would have been in what, March of 1990?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but this is Bill Flynn. He's just an acquaintance of yours?
He's a friend of mine.
He's a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right. Was he as close a friend as, let's say, Pam Smart?
I don't know if Pam was really ever my friend. You'd have to ask her.
Back when you were trying to find a firearm to kill Greg Smart with, did you consider Pam your friend?
Yes.
Okay. Was she a better friend in your consideration than Bill Flynn?
Yes.
But it was Bill Flynn that you called so that you could get the firearm to him, right?
Yes, and Bill was getting a firearm to kill Greg for Pam.
Yeah, because that's what Bill told you, right?
That's what Pam told me.
Tell me about the conversation you had with Bill Flynn when you said, the woman with the firearms right here at the restaurant right now.
I don't remember the exact conversation.
Did he say he'd be right over?
Yeah.
Did he say he'd be right over because he just wanted to show Pam a firearm?
No, he wanted to get a firearm.
He wanted to get that firearm so he could kill Greg Smart, right?
For Pam, yes.
Not to show a firearm to Pam, just to placate her, just to say
No.
a firearm. Okay. And then that didn't work because apparently Bill goes through the car, right?
Yes.
And he doesn't find the firearm.
No.
Now, who is this person anyhow that you were setting up for this theft?
My friend Tammy.
Your friend who?
Tammy, a girl that I work with at work,
All right, I mean,
that I used to work with.
does she know that you're setting up something so that somebody's going to steal something from her car?
No.
What's Tammy's last name?
I think it was Robertson, but she got married, and I'm not sure what her last name is now.
Did you ever tell Tammy that you were trying to steal a gun from her car?
No.
Did you know where Tammy lived back then when you were trying to have Bill steal a gun from her car?
Yes.
And did you tell Bill where Tammy's car would be parked that evening?
It was parked at Papagino's.
Did you discuss with Bill where Tammy lived?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Did you discuss with Bill that if you really needed a firearm, you think that your father had a firearm?
Yes.
What kind of firearm did your father have?
A shotgun.
Shotgun? Was Bill interested in that?
No.
He didn't want a shotgun?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
He didn't want a shotgun.
Did he tell you why?
No.
But he wasn't interested?
He never asked any questions about it or anything, no.
All right, but you gave him that information, right?
Yeah.
How did Bill get over to Papagino's to steal the firearm, do you know?
I don't know.
Did you ever find out?
No.
But you knew that the firearm was to be stolen and utilized for the express purpose of killing Greg Smart.
I didn't think that they were going to kill Greg, whether they had a gun or not.
All right. Let's go through some timing, all right? Was this attempted theft of the firearm before this so-called first attempt to kill Greg Smart?
No.
It was after this so-called first attempt to kill Greg Smart?
I'm not sure when it was.
You don't know whether it was in March or April or February?
It was probably like in April.
Probably like in April?
That's what I said.
Okay. Do you know if it would be within 2.5 weeks of Greg's actual murder?
It could have been.
Could have been?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Well, I mean, was it during a time that you testified to the jury about that you didn't want to know anything about
No.
killing Greg Smart?
No?
No. Was it like within a few days of that 2-week period?
I don't know.
Was it within a month?
I said, I'm not sure.
I mean, do you really have no recollection of this?
I have no idea what day it was or what the date was. I don't know.
Isn't that kind of a big thing, though? Somebody saying, can you get me a gun so I can kill somebody?
Yeah, and I remember doing that. I remember that conversation. I don't remember when it was.
On that same topic, when you had this heart-to-heart, truthful conversation with the police on June 14th, 1990, did you discuss with the police that you were trying to get a firearm to kill Greg Smart?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't think I did.
But wasn't that the day that you told Mr. Maggiato and this jury that you were going to tell the truth to the police?
Yes.
But you didn't tell the truth to the police then?
I told the truth as I remembered it. It was late at night. I told everything I could remember, and I did tell them. As soon as I remembered about that, I told them.
Okay, I mean, like 48 hours later after you got a little rest, you could give them a call and fill them in?
I don't remember when I told them. I just know I didn't tell them then.
Well, who did you tell so that we can check it?
I'm not sure.
All right, and that concludes Cecilia's testimony. So now we're going to go into closings. So now we've heard from Pamela, obviously. We heard from Billy, and then now Cecilia. So we're trying to give you a full picture here. So now let's get to closings. Hold on a sec. Let me go over here. All right. I guess we'll go with defense closings first. Go with defense closings. All right, so this is defense closing. This is a little bit under an hour. All right.
Before we talk about the case, thank you folks for being willing to sit with this. The last couple of weeks hasn't been a pleasant time for me. A lot of cameras out there. The cameras are there for a reason. There's people to whom these events that you watched and hear are, this is entertainment, okay? They're not out there because they're interested in the law or because they're real empathetic people. They're out there because it's entertainment. It hasn't been entertainment for anybody in this room. It has been entertainment for Pamela Smart. It has been entertainment for Greg Smart's parents, for his family. It has been entertainment for Pamela's family. When a person loses a limb, an arm, say, for a long time afterwards, for years afterwards, they feel the arm and what they feel is an aching pain. Part of them is gone. They can feel it, they think it's there, and it throbs with pain. That's what these people feel. Who did it? Why they do it? How they do it? That's what you're here to decide. Who's responsible for that? It's a bunch of little kids who just made a little mistake and now they're sorry. The state brought in 3 chronologically aged children who have been found by a court of law to be mature enough to be treated as adults. 3 chronologically aged children who have gotten their reward. They don't have to worry about spending the rest of their life in prison. Those 3 lovely little children in 2 years could come into this court and ask for time off their sentence. They won't get it the first time. They won't get it the second time. They won't get it the third time. But you know they're not going to grow old in that prison. They got their reward. And that's something you've got to take into account when you evaluate whether those are the kind of people you want to trust with a decision like this. When they got their reward, what they told you was that they promised the state of New Hampshire they would tell them the truth about what happened May 1st in Derry. They didn't even do that, ladies and gentlemen. Forget about whether they're telling the truth about that woman or not. They did not tell you the truth about what happened in that house. There are a number of reasons you can tell. The most insignificant is the candlestick. That story makes no sense. First of all, there are 2 stories there. One is that, I think Pete's story is that Billy dropped the candlestick, okay, and he dropped it on the rug. Billy's story is he placed it down on the tile. Why would he place it down on the tile where Greg Smart's is going to see it as soon as he walks in the door? Well, feel the candlestick. Do you think, drop it a few times. See if you do anything to that candlestick. As Detective Pellet here told you, that's a heavy, hard object, good for hitting somebody with. I'm not going to tell you we know what happened with that candlestick. But if you look at it, you know it wasn't placed on the floor, it wasn't dropped. That's not how it got bent. Something else happened. That's the first reason that you can at least doubt about what they told you happened in that house. The towel's another reason. Why does the towel appear to be pressed against Greg's head? What does the towel have to do with it? Where is the towel? That's just a question. That doesn't prove anything. The sounds. That's an interesting thing. Mr. Dacier, if you recall him, I think he was the second person to talk to you folks. Mr. Dacier told you that he heard, well, he had 3 sounds. The car door was the first one. Let's leave that out for a second. He then heard a door slam. And then he heard another sound that he couldn't differentiate from the first sound. That's not a cap gun in those, I don't know where it is, it's in there somewhere. That's not a cap gun, ladies and gentlemen. If you fired that off with 357 hollow point rounds with 125 grains of lead in them, with gunpowder in them, it's not going to sound like a door. There's something muffling that sound. What is it? They didn't tell you about that. Why did they tell you about that? Is that because it's something like the light bulb, taking out the light bulb shows a little more premeditation, cold-bloodedness? I don't know. There was something between that gun and Greg Smart's head. Think about Mr. Close. Do you remember him from the laboratory? He talked about the fact that there were two major parts to this bullet. One was entered all the way in, the major portion, and the second fragment was just under the scalp. He told you that that could have been because there's a couple of explanations. That could have been a bad bullet. And then I asked him, I said, well, what are the odds on that? First he said 1 in 1,000, then he thought about it for a minute, and he said 1 in a million. Okay, that's 1,000,000 to 1 shot. Dr. Fossum, well, what Mr. Close said, the other explanation, the one that's not 1,000,000 to 1, the rest of it, you count up to 1,000,000 from 1, the other 999,999, it was an intermediate target, something that could be soft between the gun and the head. I'm suggesting that's consistent. It doesn't prove anything again, and we don't have to prove anything here. But it's consistent with them using something to muffle the sound. A towel, a cloth, maybe not the towel they found it. But there's some explanation for why that bullet fragmented. There's some explanation for why Mr. Dacier heard two sounds that sound the same. Dr. Fossum talked to you about that too. His testimonies, again, consistent. There's something else going on in that house. Dr. Fossum said, you see tearing, okay? So that's got to be a very close wound. It doesn't have to be touching, but within inches, okay? You see tearing of the scalp as the gases come out and expand the scalp. Do you recall that? He says, that makes it look like it's close, but we don't see traces of gunpowder. With his eyes, he sees none. No. Mr. Close, Roger Close, saw a few minute traces under the microscope or something. What did Dr. Fossum tell you? Dr. Fossum told you that his findings are consistent with an intermediate target which can be soft between the gun and the head. Did those boys tell you anything about that? Most importantly, we know they didn't tell you the truth about what went on in that house because of the ring. The ring is lying under Greg Smart. Greg Smart has an abrasion on the third finger. 1, 2, 3. We're going to name that finger. It's called the ring finger. Dr. Fossum told you that that abrasion is consistent with somebody tearing off a ring force. None of those boys had any explanation why that ring was on the ground. None of them. It's something they just didn't want to talk about. They could remember Greg Smart spending 3 minutes standing up begging for his life. They could remember him on his knees, but they don't want to talk about that ring. Something unspeakable happened with that ring. Something unspeakable happened in that house. They're lying and covering it. Our last reason, and probably irrefutable, probably does make it beyond a reasonable doubt that something else happened in that house. It's again, Dr. Fossum. When Dr. Fossum was testifying, I knelt here and I had him put the trajectory of the bullet, front to back. I had him stand behind me. I said, Dr. Fossum, I'm not trying to do it the same way, I didn't even see how he did it, but it's front to back. You saw it. I said, Dr. Fossum, would you stand behind me and pretend like you've got a gun and try to get your hand in a position that you can shoot that bullet? Dr. Fossum said, it can't be done. My cross-examination, my said, well, what if Greg, right before he shot, turned his head back? Is that possible? He said, yeah, it's possible. Oh, did Billy Flynn, did Pete Randall tell you anything about Greg turning his head? Was Greg Smart able to turn his head? Pete Randall's holding on as hard as he can to his hair. Something happened there. They did something else. They tortured that man in some other way that they won't talk about. They're liars, though. That's the point. Did the ring fall off? No. They got a deal. They promised to testify, and they came here and lied about some detail. It doesn't really matter what it is. It's some lie. Who are they? Who are these kids? Are they somebody you ought to feel sorry for? Think for a minute the way the prosecution talked to Brian Washburn. the scorn, the derision in their voice when they asked Brian and Washburn questions, and think of the way they talked to Billy Flynn. Who should we be nice to here? Did Brian Washburn commit the crime of trying to keep a secret that his friend asked him to keep as long as he could, and then when there's nothing else he could do about it, he came forward? He did that. Is that a reason to treat him the way he was treated in front of this jury? How did the state of New Hampshire treat those three boys? Do you hear any derision? Do you hear any confrontation with them whatsoever? They want you to feel sorry for those boys. Billy Flynn. Billy Flynn lost his father while he was a child. That's sad, no doubt about it. What does it have to do with this case? Why ask Mrs. Flynn? Billy was withdrawn for months afterwards, and that's sad too. But does it have anything to do with this case? Is the only point of that so that you feel sorry for Billy Flynn? Feel sorry for Billy Flynn if you want, but it doesn't have anything to do with this case. These boys, three of them together, there's not a shred of moral decency within them. And you can see that. They took that stand, testified to God to tell the truth. That has absolutely no meaning to them. None whatsoever. And it's not environment, it's not their parents, it's none of that stuff. If it was that stuff, think about Ralph Welch. Grew up in the same town, went to the same schools, has the same friends, and even lived in the same house as J.R. Lyman. That's the same environment. What's Ralph Welch? Does he think this is something we should joke about? Ralph Welch thinks about this and his friends make him sick. And if Ralph Welch's friends make him sick, they ought to make you sick. Who are these boys? Pete Randall, the assassin, the boy, his dream was to be an assassin, and his dream came true. That's not the thing. The boy who sat up there for hours and didn't show one single human emotion. You want to take his word for anything? You want to make a judgment, an important judgment based on his word? I'm not going to say a whole lot about Pete Randall. That's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Pete Randall, after his arrest, he tells his mother all about this thing. She wants to know about it. Tells her all about it when he leaves out Pamela Smart. Isn't that funny? Isn't that at all? He doesn't say anything about any ride behavioral where she talks about don't get blood on the couch or any of those juvenile fantasies. Isn't that funny? Why is he talking to his mother? Assume that he was telling the truth. He's talking to his mother. Mom, we did this, but this woman, older woman, put us up to it. Isn't that the kind of thing you would want to tell your mother? Why protect Pamela Smart? Everybody says he barely knows her. That doesn't make any sense unless she has nothing to do with it. Like I said, I'm just not going to waste a lot of time to keep that. Vance Latterby, who's he? Latterby the liar. Ralph Welch tells you, again, Ralph Welch lives in the same house with him, tells you he's the kind of guy that you'll watch him do something, and he'll either be embarrassed about it or not want to get in trouble over it. And even though he's seen you looking at him while he's doing an act, he'll deny it to you. He'll look you in the eyes and deny it. But what's a lie he told? Well, for one thing, he told you that before May 1st, he knew from Pamela that she was going to get $174,000 in insurance. Now, there's two problems with that. First is that that's completely contradicted by Billy Flynn.
I object. That's a total mischaracterization of the testimony of that witness.
You're going to take its own recollection of the testimony.
That's in complete contradiction with Billy Flynn, who told you that she only knew about one policy, the $90,000 policy, and found out about the other one after May 1st. Well, both of those things can't be true. In fact, neither one of them can be true. Maybe the most important witness you heard in this case was Mr. I think his name was Hoole, the insurance man from Rhode Island. What did he tell you? What's important about it? He told you that in regards to the $90,000 policy, in order to figure out the benefits, you have to go back a year from when the person dies, and you have to use a formula, you have to know the commissions, the salaries, you have to know what Greg Smart could be sold the policy that night. The very night he went out on an appointment. You'd have to know whether he sold one, whether he earned a commission on it, but that information was not available on May 1st. So both Vance Latterby's lying about that, and Billy Flynn's lying about that. It's just plain impossible. He told you, he said, well, you my agents couldn't figure that out. Well, what else did Vance didn't see any remorse from his friends. That wasn't a couple of days, a week later. That was 4 or 5 weeks later. There was no remorse. There was no remorse when they were in here on the stand. Old JR tells you we never talked at the juvenile center, the ADC. Why? Because it's a rule. It told us not to. Now, there's a couple problems. There's rules against killing human beings, and he had no problem transgressing that rule. That's one problem. He's then confronted. He just didn't know we had the letter to his girlfriend. He's confronted with that. That shows that what he's just said is a lie. So what does he do? Does he admit the truth? And, of course they talked about the case in ADC. That's human nature. That's not the point whether they talked there. So it is the most important thing in their lives. And of course, any 3 individuals that are facing the same charge, if they got an opportunity, they talk about it. That's not the point. The point is that they came in here and lied to you about it. When he's faced with essentially irrefutable proof, because it's in his own handwriting, from his own mind, with his fingers to make the words, Bill's leaving, I'm so sorry, we talk all the time, whenever the guards aren't looking, you've got the letters, you've got the exact words. When he's faced with that, what does he do? Does he fess up and admit the truth? Well, he tells you another lie. He says, I was just exaggerating. That's as big a lie as the first one. JR talked to you about going down to the storage area to get a gun. Well, he said not to get a gun. He talked to you about a burglary. He claimed that he always thought it was before May 1st, but he read some unknown paper that we haven't seen that told him it was after May 1st, it was May 4th. But at any rate, he talks about that, and he wasn't going to get a gun. Ralph Welch was along with him. Ralph Welch said they wouldn't leave until they found a gun. He talked to you about all the efforts they made to find a gun. They were consciously looking for a gun. Again, that's just a lie.
The object to the defense counsel continues testifying to what's a lie. Jury would have been
Sorry.
Well, if you'd argue the evidence, I wouldn't have a problem.
Well, I would prefer that you would suggest to them that it's a lie, or submit to them it's a lie, rather than stating it as a fact. I don't think it's a fact.
Billy the Kid, who's he? He's number 3. Gang of 5. Is he a little puppy dog that you saw him for? Is that who Billy plays? A little sad puppy dog? Or is he the kid that after killing a human being who has begged for his life for 3 minutes standing up and we don't know how long on his knees? Is he a kid that right after doing that talks about thrill, the power, the charge of killing somebody? I mean, which is he, the puppy dog or the thrill pill? Came in here and showed you the behavior of a little puppy dog. But he did demonstrate that night May 1st in Derek. He showed himself to be what he is. I mean, maybe he's a mixed person. Who knows? But you know one thing, he's a thrill killer. There's no reason for Pete Randall to just talk about that to Detective Pelletier unless it's true. Is he the little boy who cried here? Or is he the heartless little punk who laughed on his way to jail after he was arrested? Which one is he? Who is he? If you don't know who he is, you want to take his word for anything at all. You don't know which one he is. You know, one thing he lied about. You don't know it. And there's some possibility he didn't lie. He told you that within 3 days prior to May 1st, that he went with Pam Smart to a bank in Hampton to get money, $30, to buy bullets to kill her husband. Now that's a pretty simple thing to confirm or not confirm. If you've got the burden of proving something beyond reasonable doubt, here's the kicker. Go to the bank, get the records. We went to the bank, bought the records. You'll look at the records, okay? You'll see that there's nothing that comes out from either the ATM machine or the account within 3 days. You see, the last one's a check written, I think it's the Shaws and Derry or something like that. Mr. Margiano, on cross-examination, brought something to your attention that's evidently true. You can take a credit card and get money out of some of these machines. We don't know whether you can do it at that particular bank. Well, if the state really wanted to know whether Pamela Smart used a credit card took money out to buy bullets to kill her husband. It's not that hard, ladies and gentlemen. You get a credit check. On a credit check, you go to a credit bureau. Give me a credit check on Pamela Smart. Let's know what her credit cards are. You then subpoena into court the records of each and every one of those credit card companies. That's easy. It would take a day. That's all. If you have the burden of proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, that's one of the hard points in Billy Flynn's story. That's one of the things you can confirm it or you can prove it to be a lie. If you've got the burden of proving that he's telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt, those few places where you can grab a hold of his story and find out if it's true or not, wouldn't you go do that? And if it wasn't done for you, could you ever say you proved that he's telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt? Billy Flynn tells you, I got those 357 hollow points, 125-gram bullets. The reason I did that was for humanitarian purposes. We would like you to believe that he thought...
I object against the characterization.
The jury will take its own recollection of the testimony as argument.
That is argument. He did not say the words humanitarian purposes. However, what was the impression he left you with? I wanted to make it get over quick, spare Greg some acting. I mean, what's he saying? It's humanitarian purposes. Roger Close said that the main purpose people buy those bullets, hollow points, is to increase devastation, to increase the odds of killing. Which one do you think is the real reason? I think if you go through your notes, you'll see that one of the other boys, I believe my memory is, and use your notes, there's 15 of you now, there'll be 12 of you. One of the other boys, I believe, said the purpose of those bullets was to increase devastation. That's not the exact word. Which is true? Is what Billy Flynn told you true? Or is what his cohort, his fellow gang member, his fellow weasel, his fellow vermin, what they told you, is that true? Is what Roger Close told you true? Billy Flynn, he gets on the stand, and he knows Ralph Welch is, I can't remember if Ralph's already testified or gonna testify. If he'd already testified, Billy knows about it because he watches it on TV. But anyway, he knows, he set his own case. He knows Ralph Welch knows about the conversation. Billy calls up to try to get Ralph to meet him somewhere. He knows about that, so he's got to sort of eat that. So how does he deal with that? He says, I talked to Ralph about the rumors Ralph had heard. The whole time Ralph Welch was on the stand, he didn't say a word about rumors in the conversation. He described the whole conversation, but he didn't say a word about it. What he said was Billy was concerned about what? Not rumors. Two killers, Billy's friends, had told him directly. That's not a rumor. And that Billy said the following things in this order, again, is not right, and use your own notes. If Pam finds out about this, she'll never speak to me again. I'll kill myself. Does that get a little sense of deja vu when you hear that? Get to something else? Those are the same things that he was always saying to that woman. If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Ralph Welch did that, right? Let's go back to the house for a second. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. This is going to tell you something about Billy Clinton, what his friends think. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. They say, no, we're only joking. Ralph leaves the room. He hears something. Now, Ralph's recollection is, let me think a minute. I'll try and get it as close as I can. When Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed. Period. You know who's next. Close. I'm not sure it's exactly right. I asked Detective Pelletier what one of the other two boys had told him was said. And what they said was, when Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed, that sort of talk. He's gonna kill Raymond Ball. When Billy finds out about this, he's gonna kill Raymond Ball. Is Billy a little puppy? Now, Billy cried in here. As a human being, we have to feel something. If it's real emotion, if you're a human being, if you're not Pete Randall who has no emotions, you've got to feel something. It's got to touch some chord within you. We're not telling you, and the evidence doesn't suggest that Billy Flynn is the same as Pete Randall. Pete Randall has got the emotions of a slug, or no, he doesn't, a rock. A slug, if you hit with a pin, it moves, it feels pain. Pete Randall doesn't know what human emotions are. Billy's not like that. Pete Randall's on this end of the spectrum. Billy Flynn's way over here. Emotions course right through his body. Thrill, killing courses through his body. Cries at the drop of a hat. He's obsessed. He's obsessed with love for Pamela Smart. He told you that. He's obsessed with his hatred for Greg Smart. I believe he told you that. If he didn't say that, his friends said it. He's a kid who has emotions. What emotion? What was he thinking about when his tears came up? Who knows? Who knows what's running inside that mind? The mind of the thrill cult. All three of these boys told you that they wouldn't plead guilty unless all of them were taken care of. I'm not sure if all three of them said. Everyone who was asked about it said it. You had touched three musketeers. They also told you one of them, I believe it was Billy, but again, use your own recollection, told you that he wished he hadn't done it and he was prepared to go to trial. He sort of suggested that the lawyers had tricked him somehow. If he wasn't prepared to go to trial, his defense was going to be denial of guilt. Well, what story was he going to tell that jury if he testified in his own trial? Was he going to raise his hand exactly the same way? Swear to God, was he going to look 12 people in the eye? Was he going to tell a lie then? Another lie? A different lie?
I object to speculating it was Bill Flynn. It's clearly not the testimony of Bill Flynn in this case. Giving the testimony of Bill Flynn and just leaving it open like that is just really unfair to all three witnesses.
I guess I'll remind the jury that in any criminal case, a defendant has a constitutional right to take a witness stand and testify.
He can show emotions, but he doesn't feel them. Day after Greg Smart's death, Mrs. Kinsman calls a couple of them in the office and he molds fine perfectly. That's an act. Was what he did up there in there? Do you know one way or another? You know, people like, oh really, Cecilia too. Oh, horrible. People like these are problems for prosecutors. The problem because they're really not human beings worthy of belief. They're bad people. They did that horrible, horrible thing. If someone suggests to you something like, you know, if a crime happens in hell, you're not going to get injured. It says you have to have devils, and that's why we put these boys on. Someone says to you about Cecilia, to catch a fish or something, you have to put a worm on the hook. You don't put a cupcake on the hook. Someone suggests that to you at any point in time, I urge you to reject that suggestion. What that suggestion is a coded message to you to come down to their level. To bring the standards of American justice, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, your skepticism, take all those things and drop them down to the sewer where those people live. Those are things you have to take into account and determine whether or not you want to believe any of those people. Let's talk about sex for a moment. That was a big part of this case. It was a driving, sexual urges, hormones were a driving force in Billy Flynn's actions. Do you really think it makes any difference what particular position two human bodies were in at a point when they're having sex? Why did the prosecution bring that up? Why in the first 47 minutes, why in the first hour of the cross-examination of Pamela Smart, where the first 47 minutes is talking about an affair and sexual acts? Does that help you at all? You know they had an affair. You know they were intimate. Do you need to know about Ice Cube? Is that something that titillate you, anger you against her? Is that something kinky? How does that get you any further along in your analysis of what happened, whether she's guilty or innocent? Is she guilty of an affair? You betcha. You betcha. She's a married woman. She's not supposed to have affairs. Is she guilty of that? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair with someone 6 or 6.5 years her junior? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair when she's not in the school, but she's essentially in a position of authority, abusing that authority? Is this trust put in people? Is she guilty of that? Absolutely. No doubt about it. Does that make her guilty of murder? No. We ask. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It seems like light years ago, the judge talked to you about the burden of proof and why it's so important to hold the state to that burden. You can't drop it down. What are some reasons to have a doubt? First of all, you could go through the boy's testimony. You could go through it at length. You could just pick out one thing, the right behavior, talk about the differences in their made-up stories. Okay? Was the gun shown to Pamela? Wasn't it shown to Pamela? Was it in the waist that was it in the jacket? You could go through those things. You can do that for the whole case, and I suggest you may want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to point out 4 or 5 areas that have to give you a reasonable doubt. One is the bank. I already talked to you about that. As I said before, if you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Billy's telling the truth about that, just chase down her records, her credit card record. No big deal. Cecilia, quite frankly, I'm not even sure it's Cecilia. Maybe Billy, maybe one of I think it's either Cecilia or Billy. One of those two told you. Pamela came back after the funeral, the first time they saw her, she said she just couldn't cry. Well, that's something where their story touches other people's realities. Normal people witness things. Was she able to cry? Whether or not she's faking it or not, was she able to cry? They're saying she came back and said, I couldn't cry. Why don't you listen to all the tapes in this case back there? I think the judge is going to give you some sort of advice to listen to them. Listen to that 9/11 tape. Do you think she couldn't cry? Listen to those voices, those 3 people are describing it as they're seeing it. Listen to what they say. She was hysterical. She was crying. Why would she go to one of those 2 kids and say, I couldn't cry? The answer is, that's a lie. She did not go to those kids and say she couldn't cry. Brian Washburn, he saw her cry. Her shirt was wet. Whether it was sweat, she was hot, maybe it was sweat. She was crying. Again, maybe they're crocodile tears like Billy's. But why, if that's true, wouldn't she go to one of those kids and say, I could make myself cry? No, that's a lie. Most importantly, son, I talked a little bit about the way the state treated Brian Washburn. What about the way they treated Sonia? She's guilty of a terrible, awful crime. She was her best friend. You can cross-examine someone like that loves somebody without jumping down the throat, without reaching in and grabbing the pancreas and ripping it out. That's what they did to Sonia. They put it right on, probably over the tears. That was unnecessary. Mrs. Flynn, Billy's mother, she did things that, she knew were wrong. She did it out of love for her son. Did we jump down her throat? All right, what did Sonia tell you? The evil Sonia. Well, she told you one thing, that Pam was crying all the time, talking incessantly about it, but she told you something very important. She told you she was whimpering in her sleep. Try that tonight. Before you go to sleep, try to whimper during your sleep. See if you can do that. If you could whimper in your sleep, would you go tell one of these kids that you couldn't even make yourself cry? Cecilia, another thing, another reasonable doubt. Let's talk about Cecilia for a moment. Cecilia Pierce told you that on May 1st, last year, she met with Pam at the school in the media center and discussed the upcoming murder of her husband. Again, unfortunately for Cecilia, that's one of the few places where her lie touches reality. Patty Weiser came in here and said, Pam came in late. She went to a meeting with I think it's the superintendent. He testified too about the meeting. She came back. We were ready to go. We went to lunch, we didn't come back till 2:30. Cecilia told you that was, like, look at your notes for this, again, earlier than 2:30 because school got out at 2:17. That's just a lie. It could not have happened. The woman was in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, or else in a meeting with the superintendent. Now, Mrs. Margiotto, when recognizing that that's a problem for the state of New Hampshire, when Patty Weiser says that, Mr. Margiotto said, well, could they have, passed in the corridors or something like that, briefly somewhere else? That's fine, but that's not what Cecilia said. Go back and look what she said in the media center. Again, the insurance. It isn't there. That $90,000 policy. If you took notes on what Mr. Houle said, you know that none of the stories those kids say about her knowledge of insurance can be true because you can't figure out $90,000. Again, that's lie touching reality. Think about who Cecilia Pierce called with the information on the gun when she's out there trying to figure out if her father, she can steal from her father. She called Pamela Smart, called her friend, quote unquote friend, Billy. She calls him twice. She tries to set up, first of all, she tries to see if her father's got whatever she talks about it anyway. Then her friend, I think the name was Tammy something or other, that she called her friend, and evidently was a supervisor. She steals from that person who's never done anything to her. But she tries, she sets it up for a steal, again, with her friend Billy. That's Billy. That's for Billy, not for him. What motivates Cecilia Pierce? I don't think we have a clue based on this evidence. I don't think there's a clue. I can strike the evidence. There isn't a clue. Is she jealous of something? Who knows? Do you know she's a liar? Yeah. Do you notice that she's willing to take part as an accomplice in an attempted first-degree murder? Yeah. Listen, she told you that, well, first of all, she told you that she was worried a couple of days before trial that she might get charged with something. But she told you the police said, oh, you didn't do anything. We're not going to charge you. Don't worry about it, Cecilia. Well, what did Cecilia do? What's the crime that Cecilia Pierce committed? Well, perhaps most insignificant, she made a false report to a law enforcement officer. It's a crime in the state of New Hampshire. She did it on 3 occasions, but the state's theory is 2 occasions, the first 2 times. She admits the first 2 times I talked to the police, I went in there and lied, said I didn't know anything about that big crime in the state of New Hampshire. Captain Jackson says you didn't do anything. We're not going to charge you. He told her the 3rd time she went in that she committed a crime. I think she called it obstruction or hindering or something, but what she meant was false report to the police officer. That's a crime. She got a walk-on. She got a deal, a good deal. Forget about the $100,000. That comes after all that. That doesn't play a whole part. It tells you a little bit about what kind of person she is, but not much really. You can't blame a poor kid for taking, poor in the sense of indigent, not having money for taking money. I'm not going to do that. But she committed a crime there. What else does Cecilia Pierce do? When the judge reads you the charges, he's going to go through all the elements and the indictments against Pamela. Why don't you listen to a couple, okay? Listen to conspiracy, and while you're listening to it and trying to see if it applies to this woman, listen to it and see if it applies to Cecilia Pierce. Agrees with one or more persons that an act shall be committed and a overt act is done in furtherance of that agreement. The overt act is more than one. The phone call is an overt act. Billy Flynn going down, rifling through a car is an overt act. Driving to the other place, the house, to look for the gun, that's an overt act. Cecilia Pierce is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. She's out there doing okay. There's another offense she's guilty of, not conspiracy, but first-degree murder. Aiding and abetting an attempted first-degree murder. She attempted to get a gun to help Billy Flynn kill a human being. That's a charge. I mean, that's a crime. That's serious. She's got to walk. Captain Jackson, because the state of New Hampshire needs her or wants her as a witness, gives her a walk on it. We don't think he did anything wrong with this. bit about that one a little bit, Pamela Smart. Let's talk about the tapes, okay? Play the tapes. If you have the transcripts, read them. Okay? You're going to see things in there that are damning. You're going to see things in there that are totally consistent of innocence. You can see that those tapes are a product of a nest of mind. What gets Pamela Smart to that point? You know, those decisions are ridiculous. They're stupid. There's no good judgment shown in trying to trick Cecilia Pierce into giving her information. That's absurd. The police were absolutely correct to shut her out of this investigation. She was out of control. There's no criticizing the Derry police about that. What gets her to that point? Why is she out of control? She's doing things that just make no sense. Well, try being 22 years old and having your marriage with your spouse. Why don't you try that on yourself? Why don't you think, just that off, forget everything else on the case, just think, is there a reasonable possibility that could cause someone such trauma and such stress that they'd act in an irrational manner? Well, what's it like? What is it like when death comes? Not after a long illness for your spouse, not when you've prepared yourself and steeled yourself for it, when it comes absolutely out of control. What's that like? What does that have to do with human beings? Now, some people can bear up under that. There are some people that are as strong as anything that can take it. Some people aren't. Some people break easier than others. Add to that, had rumors start flying around town. Cecilia told you there were rumors, and Pamela told you there were rumors. And the rumors are all kinds of things. They involve your husband being in the mafia, they involve him being a drug dealer, they involve you. What does that do to the mind? It's already, there's a breaking point. I think it's called, I don't know what it's called, it might be called tensile strength or something of metal. There's a point where something snaps, okay? Do those rumors help get the mental back, the mind back to its normal state, or does that put more pressure on the mind? Think about that night in Hampton. She is letting Cecilia drive her car. There's no dispute about what happened there. Everybody agrees about that. They're driving the car along. This is after her husband's killed, after there are rumors going around, before the boys are arrested. She's driving a car, and a force sufficient to retake Kuwait surrounds that car. You have multiple cruisers. You have a paddy wagon, which is a racist one, by the way. You have police officers on horses, mounted police. You have police officers on motorcycles. They surround that car. They put a spotlight directly on your face. It's nighttime. You're two young women alone. You go to move your dog. You get screamed at, told to hold your hand up, and you kept there for 10 minutes. Your husband's been killed. What does that do? What is the tensile strength? I mean, is that enough to snap a human being? Is that enough to cause a human being to act irrationally? That's not the end of it. 1-2 days after that happens, while you're in a great mental state from the things that have happened to you before, what happens next? The person with whom you've had an affair, a secret affair, did something that you're ashamed of, and you have to be ashamed of because of the age differences. That person, the person who you thought was a decent human being, the person who you've seen the same side that you folks saw in court here, you've seen that side of Billy Clinton, that fellow's arrested for the murder of your husband. But what's the first thing? Do you want to believe that, okay? You hear that news. If you believe that, we all have defense mechanisms, okay? If you believe that, that means that you're having the affair, whether or not you're legally guilty of the death of your husband. That means you're having the affair with the death of your husband. That someone you loved, and because you loved somebody, they killed someone else who loved you even more. Would you embrace that and say, good, I'm happy they solved it? Or would a person shrink from that and get as far away from that and pray and hope that that wasn't true and try to find a way to show it wasn't true? That's a horrible one. Listen to those tapes. There's an interesting, you have to I'm afraid to suggest that you really have to listen to all four of them do this, but listen to the progression in the voice of Pamela Smart over those tapes. Listen to it at the beginning, listen to the progression. You hear with your ears the descent into hell. You hear a person snapping, and the snap has happened somewhere between those first two and the last two. Listen to the whispering, the manic kind of talk, the paranoid kind of talk. Listen to it. That is mine. It's not acting anywhere near rational. When you do another thing when you listen to that tape, if you have, I don't know if you can have the transcripts or not. If you have the transcripts, look for places where Cecilia Pierce says something, Pamela Smart says something that is as if she never even heard a word Cecilia said. I'll give you one example. See if you can find some more. At some point in those transcripts, Cecilia Pierce starts, this isn't even close, but the word uncle, PDN. She started talking about somebody's uncle who did something and he's in jail for a large amount of time, and you, quote, you had your husband killed. It's a quote. I remember that part. Etc. You're out on the streets. Cecilia says that, and Pamela goes, above that, Pamela's been talking on the transcript, been talking about the affair, and she ends that statement going right on talking about the affair, as if she never heard a word Cecilia mentioned. I want you folks to imagine, not yourself, but think of it, a stressed, a basket case who has something that she desperately has to prove, something she desperately has to hide, that affair. She's now terrified she's going to be arrested because of the affair. Having a conversation, a rational conversation, she's got an agenda. That's hide that affair. No doubt about it. She doesn't deny it. She's got an agenda. If you listen to that tape, half of the times in the last two tapes, the first two tapes she's following Cecilia. The last two tapes, you'll see time and time again that it's just her answers, her responses aren't responsive. Her mind is out of control, racing on one course, that affair and hide it, nothing else. Listen again to the tape. Cecilia starts talking about somebody looking for the gun. I think it's Mr. Fowler. You can have the tape. Look at it. Cecilia says he or they went looking for the gun. And it's clearly the gun to kill Greg Smart. Pamela says, what for? When Cecilia says something else that I don't recall, Pamela says again, what for? Well, if she's in on this thing, she knows all about it, she knows about the first attempt that someone told you. What is she asking, what's the gun for? Listen to how many times she brings that conversation back to the affair. Is she talking about hiding murder? She's talking about hiding the affair. She's clearly engaging in acts that constitute witness tampering. Okay? And there's no, the acts she does, she tries to get Cecilia to lie to the police. No doubt about it. Okay? Or to withhold information for her. Not a single doubt about it. But is she trying, first of all, what as human beings have to decide what compels that, what brings you to that point. In the reasonable doubt instruction, there's an interesting thing, right? The judge is going to give it. At the end of it, it says, if you find that the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you should, and that's the word I'm underlining with my hand here, you should find the person guilty. If you find they haven't proven it, you must find the person not guilty. I said that right. You should find them guilty if they've proven it.
I object to this counsel giving the law. You're going to instruct the jury.
I can comment on the instructions you're on. There's a difference between should and must. One is mandatory, must is mandatory, and should is in the normal course of affairs, that's what you should do. And the difference is because sometimes there are circumstances where someone does acts that, if you look at it, in the action constitute a crime. And she does, those acts she does with Cecilia Pierce, in a vacuum is witness tampering. But a jury in our country, that's why we have those two words, has the right not to return a verdict. They feel the circumstances are such that a just result will be reached by a verdict of not guilty, even though the person does those things. But on that witness tampering, I'm telling you two things. I'm telling you that the acts are there, you did them all, and that you shouldn't find her guilty because of the factors and what was going on in her mind. She snapped. I want you to listen to those tapes. What you're going to hear there is a woman who had been, over the course of a long time, emotionally drawn and quartered. It's as if they took drawn and quartered when they take 4 horses and tie them to your limbs and pull them apart. Being ripped from all sides. Being ripped from her love for Bill, fear from being arrested, her desire to find out what happened, and hopefully it isn't Bill. She's being torn every which way. That's what you're going to hear that in her voice. Now, you get in the United States, you get 2 verdicts. You get guilty and not guilty. Before you get to guilty, the state has to prove a charge beyond reasonable doubt. That's true. That by the way, I can tell you that there are multiple reasonable doubts about whether she's guilty. But I won't tell you we proved the negative. I'll tell you one thing. Forget about what I'll tell you. One thing is for certain. That the correct verdict in this case is either they're not guilty or they're not proven, which in America we put together into a not guilty. There's reasonable doubts. What happened on Misty Morning Drive on May 1st, 1990 was an abomination. That's the word for it. It comes from the Old Testament, portion of the Old Testament where they talk about the cycle we have in life. You're a child first, you're a teenager, you become a young adult, you marry, you have children, your parents become grandchildren. You grow older, your parents die, you bury them. That's a proper normal cycle of life. Somewhere in the Old Testament, I don't know where, I was in a motel room once, I tried to find it. Somewhere in there, they talk about parents burying their children and breaking that cycle. That's an abomination. That's what the Bible says. It's an abomination. That's what those kids are guilty. That's what happened. Nothing else. It's a word that doesn't really describe anything else, perhaps the Holocaust. Nothing else in the human life really fits that word. People, the vicious animals who brought you that abomination, there's 5 of them. We've only really heard from 4 of them. We haven't heard from any followers. We don't know much about them. The 4 who took part in that, 3 boys, Cecilia Pierce. Those 3 boys, at least, laughed and joked as they set out to kill Billy Flynn, Mr. Remorse, Mr. Tears. When he went out the first time to kill Greg Smart, was the follower, what did he say to Ralph Welch? Braggadocio, whatever the word is. We're going to go do Greg Smart. They laughed as they set out to kill. These people who boast of the thrill of killing, the power of killing, the people who laugh on the way to jail, have been arrested for first-degree murder, it's something funny. They took one life. What they really want to do is take another. Billy Flynn can't have Pamela Smart. Nobody's going to have Pamela Smart. That's what Billy Flynn wants. What they want is, at the end of this case, they want you to make an awful, horrible mistake. And they want you to laugh at you folks. Wouldn't let them do that. You know, all these, the judge is going to tell you about the presumption of innocence and reason, but I'm not going to go over that. I'm going to tell you a little story about why that's so important. As I said, those rules of law come from England. England, there's one big difference in England from here. I told you about the difference from Scotland. In England, they don't have a constitution, and those rules can be suspended at any time. Those rules have been suspended for about, I don't know, a number of years in cases of IRA, people charged with working for the IRA.
The basis of the objection is bringing analogies of what may have happened in England with IRA people or other cases.
They make analogies. You're not supposing,
I
are you?
think he's just trying to scare the jury.
As I said, in England, they don't have a constitution. Either Parliament, the courts, in some circumstances, can do away with juries. They can do away with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They've done it. Well, we were sitting here in this courtroom. It's either 6 or 8, I can't remember. 6 or 8 Irish men, or women, I think, who had been convicted 16 years ago of murder were set free. And they were set free because they had been tried in a courtroom where there was no proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but they didn't have the right to confront their accusers. None of the protections we have here that are so important. Those things aren't cheap. People die in wars for those things. We fought a war to get those rights. It's no accident the first 10 of the Bill of Rights amendments to the Constitution are those rights. Those are your rights and our rights. Don't cheapen them. Don't bring them down to Billy Flynn, Cecilia Pierce's level. Look at this evidence. Go through it all. Really take your time. You're never going to, we hope you're never going to make a more important decision in your whole life. Yeah. But we certainly hope you don't ever have to make a decision more important in your life. Do the right thing. Thank you.
All right, that is the defense closing. So now let's get to the state closing. And this one is 1 hour and 10 minutes, and then we'll get to the verdict.
The defendants for preposterous testimony for the last 2 days. You'll also come and realize that that was nothing more than a calculated effort, a last-ditch calculated effort for this woman to somehow try and distract you from what the inescapable conclusion of what those tapes show. And that inescapable conclusion is that the defendant was involved and guilty of these crimes. Now, she does it at a time, ladies and gentlemen, on these tapes, when she's so obsessed with solving this crime, she's so obsessed in finding the murder of her husband, that she keeps the most crucial information that anyone could have from the police. She keeps the most crucial witness, Cecilia Pierce, that the police could ever have from talking to the police. And she does it all the time when she says, well, it changes. We first heard it was a game to see what Cecilia knew. We then heard later on it was a way to get more information. We then later on heard it got to be the point of confusion. And then we heard later on it was being scared. And then we heard it was being desperate. And today, during summation, we got to the point of a pencil break. Apply your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. Look at those tapes. Listen to those tapes. And you'll reach the only one conclusion that those tapes leave you with. Now, the task before you is somewhat obvious, somewhat simple. There's no question in this case who physically killed Gregory Smart. No question that Pete Randall held a knife to his neck, held his hand in his hair, nodded to Bill Flynn, or Bill Flynn nodded to him. And there's no question that Bill Flynn, after tapping his breast pocket, took out that gun, pointed it down at Gregory Smart, and pulled the trigger. No question about that. You don't have to waste a moment of deliberations on who killed Gregory Smart. There's no question that J.R. told you he drove them up that night. No question about that. We all know that. You don't have to waste a moment of time deliberating on that. And there's no question that all three of them tell you that this defendant was part of the plan, that this defendant knew what was going on, that this defendant was one of the co-conspirators, and she took part in the planning and the commission of the murder. There's no question, ladies and gentlemen, that she claims these three juveniles, adults, call them what you will, are lying. They're fabricating a story. They're masterminding the most vile concoction that ever came into a New Hampshire courtroom to get her. No question, because that's what she sees. So the only question you really have to answer is, who's telling the truth? Who's telling the truth? And the benefit you have in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that you just don't have to listen to Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and J.R. Ladden. But you have all sorts of corroborating evidence which will support the defendant's guilt. You have the testimony of Cecilia Pierce. The defendant admits she's got no motive to lie here. You got the testimony of Rolf Welch, and I'll be talking about each of these as I go along. And you also have the testimony of a couple of people that were totally omitted in the defense counsel's summation. You're going to hear the testimony, I'm going to review with you the testimony of Cindy Butt and how significant that is in this case. I'm also going to review the testimony of George Moses and how significant that is in this case. And then at some point, I'm going to go over portions of those tapes. And you can decide for yourself whether this is a frantic woman, desperate, about to snap, or a cool, calculated operator, rallying the wagons around her, who's talking to lawyers, talking to Cecilia.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
Just calling out a record counsel. This is improper.
Tape show.
Oil versus oil.
Well, I guess I'll sustain the objection to the extent that it's a comment on the right to counsel, but it is the closing argument.
Well, you listen to the tape, and you see what she was doing at the time. But what you'll see is, as the circle was closing in on Pamela Smart, because Ralph Welch had gone to the police, she's doing everything in her power to set up a defense, to keep the city affairs quiet, and keep the police off the track. And when you do that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that the only fabrication that comes in this case is this defendant's testimony to what those tapes meant, to what happened between her and Bill Flynn. Now, to demonstrate, there's no doubt beyond, there's no reasonable doubt, let's start with the testimony of Bill Flynn. Okay? There's no question the testimony of Bill Flynn makes out the elements in this case of conspiracy to commit murder as well as accomplice to first-degree murder. He tells you he and the defendant took part in the planning. He and the defendant sat down and talked about how it was going to be done. He and the defendant talked about getting a gun. He and the defendant talked about making it look like a burglary. He and the defendant talked about wearing gloves. He and the defendant talked about wearing, tying her hair back, his hair back. He and the defendant talked about when Greg Smart would be home. He and the defendant talked about where she would be so that she would have an alibi. There's no question that his testimony, just on its face, makes out those two charges. He told you about 3 separate planned attempts that they had in this case, where she was at that time. Told you about prior attempts that failed. So Bill Flynn's testimony in of itself proves the case. But the question for you is, do you believe it? Well, where do we start? Well, one of the things we talked about during voir dire, one of the things we talked about in this case was the manner in which someone testified. Now, the defense counsel spent, 30 minutes on a summation telling us how much he didn't like Bill Flynn. He didn't like Pete Randall. He didn't like J.R. Ladley. Aren't they despicable individuals? Ladies and gentlemen, they are. No question about it. That's not the issue before us. We didn't put Pete Randall on the stand for you to like him. We didn't put J.R. Ladley on the stand for you to like him. We didn't put Bill Flynn on the stand for you to like him. We put him on the stand for you to evaluate whether or not they were telling the truth. And you all said, whether I'd like this person or not, I'm going to listen to what he has to say. And I'm going to evaluate the testimony that he gives me, and I'm going to compare it to all the other corroborating evidence, and I'm going to make a decision based on that, unaffected by emotion. Now let's start with Bill Flynn. Was he a thrill killer that you saw on the stand? Think about it. About a week ago, maybe 8 or 9 days. You saw him on the stand. You saw how he testified here before you. You saw how he answered the questions. You saw the emotion coming out of him. That's a thrill killer? Yes, Bill Flynn, sometime after the killing, laughed. I'm not telling you Bill Flynn never laughed again. I'm not telling you Bill Flynn cried for the rest of his life. But when he was in here, and he was telling you of his part in the murder, when he was in here telling you about when he had that gun out and he was pointing at Greg Smart's head, tell me, you think that kid felt this was a laughing matter? You think this kid was joking? No. Do you think that kid was masterminding a vile concoction of lies to get this woman? Is that how Bill Flynn came across to you on that stand? Is that how Bill Flynn looked when he testified to you? I ask yourselves, remember what you thought when you left that courtroom, what your impression was of Bill Flynn. Keep that in your mind when you're thinking about whether what Bill Flynn says is true or not true. Bill Flynn doesn't have all the answers. Bill Flynn doesn't dot all the I's and cross all the T's. He can't. He told you himself, lousy memory. A lie was purposely forgotten. I don't doubt it. Neither should you. But was he a liar? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if Bill Flynn was a liar, that was one of the greatest performances you've ever seen in modern times. I want you to think about that when you're evaluating this testimony. And at the same time, this defense counsel spent so much time commenting on his laughter, commenting on his face, and commenting on him, contrasted with what you saw from the defendant this entire trial. This entire trial. Witness after witness got up there and talked about a bullet being put in her ex-husband's head. Not one tear of remorse, but not a tear of grief. She wasn't shooken up one bit at any time. Contrast that face and mannerism when you compare it to the testimony of Bill Flynn. Now, contrast it with the mannerism you saw the defendant when she testified these past 2 days. Could anybody get a question out without her having the answer? You don't even get the question out before you get a but, or because, or this is why, and let me tell you, Cecilia told me this, and so told me that, and that's why I said that. I mean, she was sitting on the edge of the seat. Her face was right into that microphone. You didn't say boo before the answer came out. It was rapid fire. It was a programmed robot. She had every possible answer she could think of before the question was even asked. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to consider not only how Bill Flynn testified, let's talk a little bit about what he said. There's no question the defendant had a powerful influence over Bill Flynn. She had to get him to commit this murder. Bill Flynn's a little bit of a dumb kid. He's a little bit of a punk. He's broken into cars. He's burglarized storage sheds. There's no question about it. Pam Smart didn't approach the class valedictorian to commit this crime. No question about it. Who's Bill Flynn? And he testified to you about the influence the defendant had on him. And he testified to you about the relationship, the sexual nature of the relationship. Now, why does the prosecution bring out the ICE incident in 9.5 weeks? I mean, are we just trying to get some headlines for the press? No, ladies and gentlemen. That's a detail. A detail that someone like Bill Flynn is not going to forget. It's a detail that's corroborated by Cecilia Pierce, who says, yeah, she remembers him coming down for ICE. It's a detail which will give you some sort of idea of what was going on between them. This isn't just a haphazard affair where the defendant haphazardly has sex with this 15, 16-year-old boy. This is torrid. This is a torrid affair. This is his kid's first sexual experience. He's way over his head. And I submit she likes it that way. How do you know? Let's talk about the pictures. Were those pictures taken specifically for Bill Flynn? No, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what we're saying. She didn't get up on this bed and as she says, standing around for Bill Flynn. And you'll see these. Take him into the jury room. Take a good look at him. No, we're not saying that. What we're saying is, she tells you, oh, I didn't want to go to my regular place because I would be embarrassed. So I gave him to my 16-year-old look. But not for him to look at, because I didn't want him to open up the package. I thought he wouldn't do that. Does that make any sense? But she didn't want to send him into a modeling agency, and that tells you another thing about this woman, what she thinks of herself and her body. She was glad to give him to Bill Flynn. It was all part of the enticement process. Not only do you have pictures, ladies and gentlemen, and you have sex in her condo during 9.5 weeks, Bill Flynn told you about other rendezvous. A couple of times at Salisbury Reservation, a couple times at his house, a couple other times in the car. What's the point of bringing this all out to you? You don't care that they had sex at this place or that place. It explains to you the nature of the relationship. I mean, she's totally deceiving her family and friends and her husband about this affair. And I submit to you she was very good at it. None of them had a clue that it was going on. I mean, the art of deception is something that she's very good at. It's to show you that, hey, this is how it happens. You're going to have sex with a 16-year-old boy. You're going to do it at Salisbury Reservation. You're going to do it down on the beach in the car. You're going to do it somewhere where no one else is going to see you. That's the point of bringing it out to you. Same with the letters. What do the letters tell you in this case? Okay? Bill Flynn tells you, yeah, I got 8 or 9 letters saying how much she loved me. Some were sexually graphic. We didn't drag it out on exactly what the graphic detail was in these letters. We weren't bringing it out for that purpose to embarrass the defendant. We're bringing it out to show you what kind of relationship this is. According to her, it starts in late March and ends in late April. For every love letter she would have to have sent him, she would have had to have sent a Dear John letter right after, the way she talks. She's talking he was breaking up all the time. But Bill Flynn is telling he's getting these love letters. Some of them graphic, sexually explicit. What's the point? It explains the whole. It explains how a 16-year-old kid who can say, you really want me to murder your husband? Because yeah, we're not going to be together. Is going to say, okay. Okay, okay. You must be right, I'll do it. That's what's the point of bringing it out. And do you think the defendant is being candid and honest with you because she admits, yes, I wrote him letters? You notice how she answered that question when I said, you know, were they sexually explicit? Apparently, yes. But was she kidding? Was she kidding? She admits the letters to you, but she's got to. She knows Sarah Thomas has seen the letters. It's all in the tapes how Sarah Thomas had seen the letters. She can't get in this courtroom and deny those letters. She admits everything that she knows is going to be witnessed and corroborated. She's got no choice. Now, another interesting thing about her claim that this relationship was something that she tried to break off several times. You notice how we got no details about that? How I said this at one point, how I said this at that point, how he said this and how he said that. Never got any details about that. You know why? Because there are none. It never happened. But when you ask Bill Flynn about the first kiss, he can tell you step by step how it happened. When you ask Bill Flynn about 9.5 weeks in her condominium, he tells you step by step how it happened if you wanted to. He can tell you everything. Her, we broke up 8 or 9 times ago. Yeah, that's a lot. That's how she tells you it happened. Why do I bring this out to you, ladies and gentlemen? Just to give you an idea of the nature of the relationship and the differences, the way they testify. Now, the important thing to remember here is Cecilia Pierce. There's no question in this case that Cecilia Pierce is a confidant of the defendant. She is the only person in the whole wide world who knows about the affairs. She is the only person who is with Cecilia, the defendant, and Bill Flynn when they have sex sometimes. Downstairs, watching the movies. She's the only person who's the cover for that when they go out. She doesn't know anything about these affairs breaking up. She didn't tell you anything about Bill Flynn and the defendant trying to break up. Now, with this kind of hold on Bill Flynn, it was very easy for her to justify the murder in this case. The defendant clearly told her of the abuse that Greg Smart did to her. I mean, Bill Flynn told you, yeah. And that really just puts me on a side point for a second. You know, the defendant's talking to you about so much of the dignity she wanted her husband to bury her. What was the first 2 things she told you when she took the stand? The first thing is my husband had an affair, which I submit to you was just to sort of suggest an explanation as to why she had an affair. The second thing she tells you is, I remember talking about it near Christmas because around Christmas, he threw me out. He didn't intentionally hit me, but I was locked out. We had to call his parents, etc., etc., etc. Why did she admit that? She knows Bill Flynn's going to come in here and talk about it. She knows Cecilia Pierce is going to come in here and talk about it. They know about it because she told them. You think that's how she described it to Bill Flynn? That he just brushed me accidentally? It was nothing really serious. He doesn't abuse me? No. I'm sure she knew it. I'm sure she justified to herself, and she justified to Bill Flynn why she should have this affair, and why her husband was no good. No question the marriage was lousy. This defendant, practicing her art of deception, tells everybody in the press immediately after the murder how happy they all were. She tells everybody and her friends how everything was going just fine, and they always wanted to be together. But Brian Washburn told you that Easter weekend, a couple of weeks before the murder, Greg Smart is saying, it's really lousy between us. It's really screwed up. I had an affair, Pam had an affair. It's terrible. You never hear that from the You know why? She doesn't want anybody to get suspicious after the murder. She doesn't want anybody prowling around to figure out what the problems were. She took every possible step she could to make sure nobody knew about it. No? Notice how contradictory that was to every statement she gave to her friends, she gave to the police, and she gave to the press. Let's talk about why not get a divorce. Seems pretty simple, right? She testified on examination. All I would lose is maybe the furniture would split up and Haley might be an argument and possibly $4,000 to $6,000 in our checking account or savings account would have to be split up. But there's no real problem here with getting divorced. Except to suggest to you, why would you do this? It's not money, ladies and gentlemen. We're not suggesting that you should kill Greg Smart for the insurance money. We're not suggesting you should kill him for the furniture. But think about what a divorce would have done to this woman, who I submit to you is very, very concerned with her image and very, very concerned with her professional reputation. She'll hear it comes out on the tape. If she got a divorce, the affair is going to come out. It's going to ruin her reputation professionally. She's going to lose her job. You don't think that's going to be a big stain on this 22-year-old? That she had an affair with a 15-year-old boy a little after her turned 16? You don't think that's going to trouble her career down the line? You think she wants all her family and friends to know about it? That's just one of the reasons. She told Bill Flynn, Greg would probably never leave me alone. Why deal with that messy situation? To her, it was easier to do the murder. She had a willing participant. Now, you hear about the progression of how this murder takes place with Bill Flynn. Bill Flynn doesn't come into this courtroom and just tell you, well, we had sex, we liked each other, and the next day we decided to kill him. It's not what he tells you. What he tells you first starts out that she doesn't know whether to get a divorce, or she doesn't know whether to kill him. From there it goes to, well, the only really alternative I have is maybe to kill him. And when does it come that she finally says this to him and he really thinks that maybe there's something to it? He's being driven home after one of those evening trips during 9.5 weeks. And afterwards, she breaks down and she cries and says, look, this can't go on. This can't continue. We got to do something about this. And Bill Flynn, by that time, her hook is so deep into that kid's psyche, so deep into that kid's hormones, and he's going to be a willing participant. He's going to do it. Now, he tells you about how it goes from there. The next day they have this great plan, it's all worked out, they're going to do it. No, he says, first, she told me to try and find somebody to do it. He's a 16-year-old kid from Seabrook. He doesn't know anybody who's going to commit a murder. He doesn't know anybody. He tells her that. I can't find anybody to do that. Eventually he approaches Pete and JR first, and they tell him he's nuts. And he tells you that they told him he was nuts. Eventually, before that, he approached Raymond Fowler to get Raymond Fowler to help. And he tells you about everything he was doing every step of the way to get this accomplished. What's the point of telling this all to you? The point of telling this all to you is that it has the ring of truth to it. It's not somebody who's just sort of saying, you found love, you decided to kill her husband. So, what does he tell you? He tells you about 3 attempts, ladies and gentlemen. He tells you the first attempt, I didn't even try it. She said she was going to be at a meeting. I just went home. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a gun. Called her out and I said, look, Pam, I can't do this. I don't have a gun. I don't have a car. What does he say happens? She gets infuriated. She yelled at him. She says, it's over between us. Just a little bit turn of that hook into his side. He's destroyed. He does think it's over. Okay? What does he say the next day? She comes along and says, don't worry about it. There's another meeting. And you can do it then. And what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? There's a meeting on April 5th at AOC that the defendant goes to. And you also heard that that meeting gets continued that night to April 12th. And Bill Flynn tells you about another attempt where Pam Smart's at a meeting. He tells you about this attempt, how he gets Raymond Fowler, borrows her car, and goes up there to commit the murder. Purposely gets lost, gets cold feet, comes back and calls Pam up and says, we were late, we didn't do it. But she wasn't too angry this time. Then what did we find out? We found out that one night, Bill dropped off to pick up Pam Smart's car by Chris Goslin, Danny Blake, a bunch of other kids, when she's at a meeting at the SAU 21. And what do we know? There's a meeting, April 12th, that she goes to. And Bill Flynn tells you that she wasn't so upset about it when I got back to pick her up, because she said there was one more meeting. And when's that meeting? May 1st. What's that? It's a school board meeting. And I also point out to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in each of those days, when Pam Smart tells Bill Flynn that he could commit this murder, you should check Greg's day plan. Just so happens that on April 5th, I'm sorry, I may have said May, but I meant April 5th, he has appointments at night. Again, on April 12th, he's got appointments at night. And again, on May 1st, he's got appointments at night. What did Bill Flynn tell you? Pam Smart would tell him where Greg was going to be and when Greg was going to come home. He told you that Pam Smart was going to make sure she had an alibi by going to a meeting. And what do all these three situations show? The exact same thing. Greg Smart was not going to be home. He was going to be at appointments. Pam Smart was going to be having her alibi at meetings. Now, we talked about Dr. Cadner and what these meetings were for, and the defendant clearly had a legitimate interest in going if she wanted to, for her salary, and for the meeting course, and things of that nature, but Dr. Cadner told her she didn't have to go. Very rubber-stamped the AOC committee, no purpose for her being there. In fact, I submit to you, the defendant thought it was getting a little suspicious that she was going to these meetings, and that's why on May 1st, she caused a little bit of stink about the shelving space. After she totally agreed with the plan, she told Fred Engelbach it was all set, she creates a little bit of a stink in order to show a purpose of why she has to go, almost to the point of threatening her job. Dr. Cadner said, well, you go tonight, you do what you got to do. Tomorrow, I'll do what I got to do. You know, a little interesting detail Bill Flynn gives you about that attempt that night. He told you the night that they made love for 9.5 weeks, she danced for him, which is another way of sticking that hook into him. Van Halen was on the tape. They played Van Halen's song Black and Blue. And he told you when he got in her car that night and turned the key on, there was already a tape in the cassette holder, and it was Van Halen, Black and Blue. You think that was just a coincidence? No. You think Bill Flynn has the creativity to even make up that kind of detail so he can give it to you, so he can sound more credible through his tears? Is that what he thought Bill Flynn was doing? I submit to you based on what you saw, no way. Now, defendant suggested in her testimony that the week before Greg Smart's killed, she has a major breakup with Bill Flynn. And you notice how she testified about this? She said, well, Bill first said he was going to kill himself, he was crying, and then he stopped. As if a light went off in his head. And when did this happen? This happened on Wednesday or Thursday that week. So this was the impetus for him to kill Greg Smart. If this was the impetus for him to go off and do the killing, how could Bill Flynn possibly make up this story in retrospect about where Greg Smart would be, about what the meetings were, and get it right? How could Bill Flynn have done that? He couldn't have, ladies and gentlemen. He wasn't making it up. He's telling you what that woman told. He's telling you what that woman planned. And you know, she also said how Bill Flynn was there Tuesday night, did the dishes and threw the garbage, and tried to suggest that, you know, Bill Flynn knows where the bulkhead is because he had to go out to throw the garbage. Remember that kind of questioning? What point or purpose does that have? Does that make any sense to you? Tuesday night, they had sex together and everything was great. It was a couple of days later in her office that they broke up. So ask yourself, how did Bill Flynn get in that night? There's not a single piece of evidence to suggest that the house was broken into. Now, they tried to suggest that maybe Bill Flynn left something open. Didn't mention in the summation, maybe because it wouldn't work. The breakup was after that night. It really doesn't make sense, does it? Let me ask you something about, does this make sense to you? If this relationship is so turbulent between the defendant and Bill Flynn thinks after it breaks up that he can then go and kill Greg Smart, and then she would come running back into his arms. And what did she tell you after the murder? I never saw Bill Flynn. Saw him once in my house on June 10th, once in June Holloway to go look at a car. I mean, if Bill Flynn committed this murder and she saw him at school, why wasn't he chasing after her? In her version. Because that's not the truth. The truth is he did the murder for her, and they got together as much as they could without her friends knowing it. At school, after school, at the new condominium. It was only across the field from Winnie Penn High School. Now, how did JR and Pete first get involved? We told you, first we told him he was nuts. We told you the process of how he went, so we get a stereo equipment, and that's send the bug off from JR's. No question. JR's a thief when it comes to stereo equipment. It's no question Pete Randall is a cold, calculated murderer. And again, I put him on stand if you like. I put him on stand you to tell him, for him to tell you what happened. You know, I submit to you, this crime would not have happened without Pete Randall. Bill Flynn needed a Pete Randall to pull this off. And that's what the function and the chemistry that Pete Randall provided. But how did they get involved? They were slowly enticed. After talking about taking the stereo equipment, Bill tells you that he offers $1,000 without conferring with Pam. And then Pam says, no, $500. That's too much. They're going to get suspicious that much of money is missing. So he goes back and he tells that to JR and Pete. Now I want you to remember those amounts, $500 and $1,000, because it's going to come up important later on when we talk about the testimony of raw corruption. So, defense counsel tells you that this is a total fabrication made up by Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and JR. When they're incarcerated in ADC, when they're incarcerated in Brentwood, is that what he's trying to get you to think about and what he wants you to believe? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if they wanted to, they could have made up an entire story. They had all sorts of time to sit around in ADC and talk about what happened. They had all sorts of time to come up with a great fabrication. If they were going to do that, ladies and gentlemen, why did they do a much better job? Let's talk about what Pete tells you. Pete says the only time I ever spoke to Pam Smart was I was in the car on the way down to Haverhill. And the reason I spoke to her at that time was because I wanted to go over the plans. I wanted to make sure everything was set up right. I wanted to make sure this was going to be pulled off the way it was supposed to be pulled off. Now, Pete Randall and Bill Flynn and JR wanted to make up a good story. Why didn't Pete Randall tell you about all sorts of conversations he had with the defendant? Why did they say that the defendants come over to JR's house a couple of times and sat around at JR's bedroom and made up stuff? Why didn't he tell you that he stopped by the media center once or twice and she gave him information and talked directly to him about payment? Pete Randall doesn't tell you those things. Pete Randall doesn't tell you anything but what he knows to have happened. And you know why? He doesn't like the defendant. He tells you that too. He doesn't hide his motivation here to make himself look better. It'd be easy for him to sit up here and say, I killed Greg Smart because I felt sorry for the defendant. She told me he was an SOB, told me he was abusing her, had to get rid of him. He didn't tell you that. I did it for Bill. I want Bill to get caught. He was nuts. He was going to do it for this woman. I was going along. Was it part of the thrill for Pete Randall? I think that's a fair conclusion. I think Pete Randall had some kicks out of this. And I hope he spends the next 28 years to life thinking about her. Because that's where he's going to be. I'm not asking you to feel sorry for him. I'm not asking you to accept him, except to listen to him. That's all I'm asking you to do. Same with JR. JR could have told you all sorts of stuff. He tells you about, look, the only time I really talked to Pam about was once in her office on the speakerphone when she was arguing with Greg, and afterwards she said, I gotta have it done. He also tells you about another time in his locker when Pam comes up and says, I left the bulkhead open and the door open. But what does he tell you? I'm at the media center all the time. He could have told you all sorts of stuff about Pam Smart. He could have made up all sorts of stuff. But do they tell you that? No. What do they both tell you? They both tell you that initially all the information was coming from Bill. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that makes sense. Because that was the nature of the conspiracy as it started. This defendant and Bill Flynn were the conspiracy. And Bill Flynn was a satellite out there trying to bring in the other people. They didn't have to tell you that. They could have said all the conversations came directly from Pam Smart. But they don't. And the reason reason they don't is because they're not fabricating their testimony. They're not making it up. If they wanted to make it up, why not correct all these little inconsistencies? Why not correct the business about the bullets? Pete Randall thinks it's that day. Bill Flynn thinks it's the day before or so. JR thinks it's a month. They've been sitting together in their cells for, how many months now? How easy would it be to say, hey, let's get that vote thing together before we go talk to the AG's office? They don't do that. They're not afraid to tell you that they have different recollections. And Bill Flynn it doesn't show up in the defendant's bank account, the $30 that Bill Flynn believes she would sell that day. I don't know what she did at the bank that day. I don't know if Bill Flynn's got it right. That's not the issue in this case. Not every I is going to be dotted, not every T is going to be crossed. If they wanted to fabricate the story, they would have taken care of that bullets. Same thing with the ring. The most important thing you should know about the ring is what Pete Randall says. He talked to me about his wedding ring, it flipped me out, I wasn't going to take his wedding ring off. But what did Dr. Fossum tell you? So, single gold band wedding ring on the defendant's left hand. How did this other ring get off? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Did Greg Smart in his panic when Pete Randall asked for his change start taking off his other jewelry, taking out his wallet? Did they take off the ring? They don't remember it? Do you think they were taking notes about what was happening minute after minute? No. They're scared out of their minds. Killers? Yes. Perfect recorders of everything that was happening in that moment? No. But they were liars. And their whole point was to come in here and lie. You can't dispute that ring. You can't dispute that wallet. How easy would it have been for Pete and Bill to say, hey, you took off the ring, I got the wallet. What do you say, okay? Yeah, sounds good. Simple. Really simple. Not though. Let's talk about insurance. And I think this is probably one of the most significant things we could talk about. I really want you to focus on this for a second. And I think Mr. Toomey will agree with me when he said, Pete Randall said 174,000. Pete Randall actually said 140,000, right?
I stipulate that was incorrect. It was 140,000.
Okay. Now, there's no question there's two policies here. $50,000, $90,000. Pete Randall told you what he knew. He said, I knew there was $140,000 insurance. Did he tell you when he knew that? No. He didn't say whether he knew that before the murder or whether he knew it after the murder. JR said, I knew it was before the murder. No question about it. JR's wrong. Is JR getting his dates mixed up? Maybe. Is JR lying? Maybe. Is he embellishing? Maybe. I don't know. What's really significant here in this case about the insurance money is what Bill Flynn tells you. Bill Flynn says, I specifically remember that after the murder, the defendant came up to me and said, there's more money than I thought. And Bill Flynn said, I thought she had a policy for $90,000 and another one for $50,000. I wasn't sure which one she knew about.
Objection doesn't conform to the evidence.
You remember, he said, I remember $90,000 ringing a bell, and I knew eventually it was $140,000. Just when Mr. Cool from the insurance company told you, two policies, she couldn't know one was $90,000, or she might have known, but probably unlikely, she wouldn't know about the $50,000. Bill Flynn gets a $90 and $50 mixed up. But what's significant is here is he knows. If they broke up before the murder, she's got very little to do with Bill Flynn, how does he know? How does he know about the $140,000? Submit to you he knows, because their story's fabrication. They're talking. There's no breakup. He's with the defendant every step of the way. Now, as a witness in this case of significance, I cannot overstate. I want you to really focus very closely on this next witness, Ralph Welch. What is the significance of Ralph Welch? Now think about what he told you. He said that on June 9th, Pete Randall and JR said to him that they committed the murder of Gregory Smart. And what else did he say they told him? Pete Randall said, I'm getting $500 from Pam Smart. JR said, how do you think I got these speakers? From Pam Smart. At the time that JR and Pete Randall were speaking to Ralph Welch, there was not a clue to the police that these guys were involved. Nobody was after him. There's absolutely no motive in the world for them to lie. No motive at all. What does Ralph Welch tell you? That what Pete Randall and JR said about their involvement with the defendant before the murder is absolutely true. There's no fabrication here. They're talking about it before they're even arrested. They never thought Ralph Welch was going to go to the police. They thought he was a close and trusted friend. And what else does Pete Randall say that night? Brings us back to the insurance. Pete Randall says, I don't know where the money's coming, but she's got $140,000 in insurance. How does he know that? He's got a connection to Pam Smart. You want to stretch your imagination, you could say, well, Bill Flynn gave him this information. Let me ask you something. Bill Flynn doesn't have to lie to Pete Randall and JR to get them to commit a murder for him. That's one thing you know about Pete Randall. You don't have to get Pete Randall, you don't have to lie to him to get him involved. Just say, come on, Pete, let's do it. And Pete says, okay, let's go. Bill Flynn didn't have to lie to those guys. And he wasn't. He said, tell them, they're not lying to you. They're telling you what's going on. And you know, the benefit that you have in this case, it just gets better. And based on that testimony alone, I submit to you, you have all you need to convict this woman of conspiracy to commit murder, to convict this woman of accomplice to first-degree murder. But you got more. You got the testimony of Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia Pierce was totally unconnected to Bill Flynn, JR, and Pete. I mean, yeah, she worked on the OJ video with Pete, and yeah, you know, they hung out together with Pam Smart sometimes. Kids don't hang out with Cecilia Pierce. You saw the kind of guys they were. You saw what Cecilia Pierce was like. They're not in the same crowd, and they all told you that. You don't have one piece of evidence in front of you to suggest that Cecilia Pierce was in any kind of cahoots with Bill Flynn, JR, and Pete Randall. Cecilia Pierce's information independently corroborates the testimony you heard from those guys. And when you think about Cecilia Pierce, let's talk a little bit about who she is. When did she first meet the defendant? Project Self-Esteem, just like Bill. She's a 15-year-old sophomore girl. Pretty face, a little overweight. She meets dynamic Pam Smart. Dynamic Pam Smart takes a liking to her. She becomes her intern. They become good friends. You don't think this is a boost to Cecilia Pierce? You don't think Cecilia Pierce is kind of riding cloud nine with her relationship with Pam Smart? You betcha she is. You betcha it's a thrill for her. She's also privy to her secrets. Who in the world gets the right to know about the affair between Bill Flynn and Pam Smart? Cecilia Pierce. Nobody else. Cecilia Pierce was very, very special. And what does she tell you? She tells you the same thing Bill does. Started having an affair gradually. They liked each other from a distance, that they got together, and they started having sex. She was there sometime. She also told you that of the progression of how the planning went. First it was talking about divorce or murder, didn't know what to do. Eventually it became a decision that they would kill. She knew that it was supposed to look like a burglary, that he was supposed to wear dark clothes, that he was supposed to wear gloves, that he was supposed to park at the plaza, that the defendant would leave the door open. Gives you all that information. Start thinking about it. Why is Cecilia Pierce giving you this information? If Cecilia Pierce was lying about this stuff and didn't really know it, where's she getting it from? She getting it from Bill Flynn? Now she's getting it from Bill Flynn. What do you think? You think Cecilia Pierce is going to say, oh, okay, Bill, you want to kill Pam's husband? Let's not tell her. She's been really good to me. She's been a good friend to me. I really like her. She's done a lot for me. But yeah, let's go stick it to Greg. Ridiculous, right? Right. That's not what's happening in this case. She's there. She's privy. She knows what's going on. What else does she tell you about? She tells you she knows about the prior attack. She tells you that the defendant told her that she left the keys for Bill Flynn to go up there and commit the murder one day. That Greg Smart was already home, that they couldn't do the crime, that Raymond Fowler was with Bill, that the defendant was at a meeting. And she also tells you, Cecilia Pierce tells you this, that someone came in the defendant took the stand and admitted. Why? Just wants to explain why these two witnesses are saying that. It's all part of the calculated robotic response to the testimony you heard. So ask yourself, why is Cecilia Pierce lying if this vile concoction of testimony is all fabrication? Think about it, and think about it carefully. Why would she kill Pam Smart's husband without telling him? Now, did Cecilia Pierce look for a gun at Papagino's? Absolutely. She doesn't deny it. Ask yourself, why was she looking for a gun? She tells you how it happens. Bill, Flynn, and Pam are in the office. They're talking about a gun. They ask me, I tell them. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Does she at that time want to see Greg Smart killed? Mr. Toomey's ready to convict her. Kind of surprising coming from a defense attorney. He's ready to convict her in a second. Why does she say, yeah, I know what a gun is. She wants to belong. She wants to be part of it. Dumb? Yes. Did she call up Bill Flynn and tell him to come look for the gun? Yes. Why did she do that? She wants to please Pam. She doesn't do anything else in this case. She's not going to be arrested in this case. You think she's lying because she's got some sort of fear? Why would she lie about Pam? Why not just come in and say, yes, I looked for a gun. Please don't arrest me. I'll tell you everything I know about Bill Flynn and kills Pam Smart's husband. That's what she could do. She doesn't have to bring in Pam, maybe the first person in a long time who gave her some self-esteem, someone who she thought would be her friend. She wouldn't bring in Pam. Doesn't make any sense. And the reason is, it's not a fabrication. It's the truth. And it's corroborated by Pete, by JR, by Bill, by Ralph Welch, and Cecilia Pierce. She also tells you about the weight. Same story you get from Bill Flynn. Defendant was uncomfortable with seeing her there. Bill Flynn told you she was, excuse the expression, shitting bricks. She also tells you about the June 10th, 1990. Isn't that funny what the defendant says about June 10th, 1990? She knows someone might have seen Bill in the car. She's got to give some explanation why he's there. Bill just happens to be coming over after watching a movie and stays till 3 in the morning. And what do you know about that day? Bill Flynn tells you JR comes over, Pete comes over, and they have a conversation about Ralph Welch. He calls Ralph Welch, tries to convince him it's a rumor, tries to meet with him so he won't go to the police. Says yes, I'm going to go nuts or kill myself, whatever. Pam finds out. Not because Pam didn't know. He didn't want her to be upset again, annoyed, angry, like she was the last 2 times he screwed up. And what do you hear? You hear from Cecilia Pierce that she comes over later that day, and Pam Smart takes her upstairs and tells her all about it. And we know that's true because the police went to Pam Smart's house to see who was there and saw a car in the driveway, ran the plates, and found out it was Michael Welch's car, Cecilia Pierce's driver who brought her there that day. And ask yourself, why were the police going to Pam Smart's house? And why was Pam Smart's car stopped later that night? You know why, ladies and gentlemen. Because Ralph Welch had gone to the police already. And Ralph Welch told the police what JR and Pete told him, that they were going to get $500 for Pamela Smart. That's how he got the speaker. The police thought she was involved. Went to her house, stopped her car. They were looking for the boys. They didn't find them. It all kind of makes sense. Now, think about it. Boys arrested June 11th. Yeah, I think that's the day. June 11th, Monday. Cecilia Pierce goes to the police on June 14th, June 15th. Spills her guts out. After that, the police ask her to wear a wire. She starts going to talk to Pamela Smart. If Cecilia Pierce was part of this fabrication that the defense would like you to believe exists in this case, where did she get the information? From June 11th to June 14th, I think one thing is quite clear. Everything was a panic in this woman's life. It was a panic in Cecilia Pierce's life. She got called down to the precinct on June 11th. She was very worried about being arrested. She heard rumors on the street. She came back to the police June 14th. When did she get together with Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, and J.R. Laddie to cook up this brew? No chance. You didn't hear one piece of evidence of Cecilia Pierce getting together with those guys to discuss the murder. It didn't happen. Pierce is just telling you what she knows from her observation. And she doesn't get everything right. She She doesn't get it like the boys got it. She remembers some things different. And that's what she's testing about her memory, not the memory, not some concocted story. This is the benefit you have in this case. This is what makes your deliberation process so much easier. You don't just have to rely on those boys, but you got Ralph Welch. And if you don't like Ralph Welch, you got Cecilia Pierce. So you got more. To assure you, there's no reason to doubt this case. But ladies and gentlemen, it just gets better. One person in the defense did not comment on their summation is Cindy Butt. Think about Cindy Butt, our last witness, a very short witness, but whose significance, again, cannot be overstated. Anybody in your jury room talks to you about, what about fabrication? Oh yeah, somebody throw out the name, Cindy Butt. Why is that name so important? What does she tell you? She tells you that a month or weeks before Gregory Smart is killed, I'm having a conversation with Cecilia Pierce. I'm not sure, but I think we're talking about my divorce. And what does Cecilia Pierce say to her at that time? I have a friend, Pam, whose marriage is lousy and wants to kill her husband. That blows any fabrication theory right out the window. There's no motive for Cecilia Pierce to lie at that time. Is Cecilia Pierce somehow envisioning that she might be arrested, she better make up a story against Pam Smart? Absolutely not. Cindy Butt unequivocally demonstrates that Cecilia Pierce is telling the truth. You know why? Because she tells somebody way before there's any possible reason for her to lie. It's consistent with someone telling the truth every step down the line. And what are you supposed to think in this case? Cindy Butt took a drink of this vile toxic soup we heard about in openings so that she came into this court to lie as well? Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Barely ever sees Cecilia Pierce. Never talks to her. She doesn't even know who Bill, J.R. and Pete are. She doesn't even know the defendant except to say that she's Pam. And we confirm we're talking about the same Pam because on the night of the murder, the bell goes off in Cindy Butt's mind and she says to Cecilia, hey, you told me about this once before. Does anybody suspect anything? And what does Cindy Butt say? Cecilia says, oh, I didn't know I told you. You know. Well, don't say anything. I don't know if she says that. Cindy Butt doesn't say anything until we go after her. Where do we get the information? Cecilia Pierce. You have that in this case, you ladies and gentlemen. But think about one other thing. If Cecilia Pierce was fabricating this entire story, how could she possibly think that she could fool the Derry Police Department that she's going to get information by wearing a wire from Pamela Smart? I mean, is Cecilia Pierce going to do some sort of minding that this defendant did? Is Cecilia Pierce going to go in there and match wits with this college graduate with a 3.8 QM average and say, I'm going to trick you into saying incriminating stuff because I need to avoid being arrested or I need to avoid getting in trouble? Ridiculous? Yeah, pretty dang ridiculous. Because it's not true. The truth is, as Cecilia Pierce told you, I knew Pam was involved in the beginning. I was really starting to question my own motivation here and not going forward, talking to the police. Yes, I was a little scared I might be in trouble, so she comes clean. She comes clean and tells everything she knows. It's a lot more than we can say. That's a lot more we can say about Cecilia Pierce than we can to this defendant. She never comes clean when approached by the police that summer. She never comes clean to her friends. She never comes clean to anyone. And I don't even have to talk to you about movie rights. I think the defense agrees with me. That's a non-issue in this case. Came together way after the fact. Way after this defendant really started the media circus by talking to Channel 9 twice within a week of her husband's death. Nothing to do. There's no dispute on that part. One other person the defense didn't talk about, and that was George Moses. George Moses, another short, sweet witness. His importance can't be overstated. What's the significance to you of George Moses? Well, in the summer of 1990, Bill, Flynn, Pete, and aren't saying anything, and that's the defendant's account on it. They don't say anything. The only problem she's got is Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia Pierce is the only person who's giving any evidence against her. So what does George Moses tell you? George Moses tells you, I meet the defendant in prison when I'm visiting my mother. She calls me up within a couple of days after that. She says, hey, George, would you be willing to lie for me? Would you be willing to say you're a Cecilia Pierce lie? George, I'm not kidding. He says, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, I think about it. I don't know what he says. It doesn't matter. What's important is what she said to him. Now, was it dumb for Pamela Smart to call up this kid and do it? Yeah, it's real dumb. Was it the act of a desperate woman doing desperate things? Yeah. She said yesterday she started acting rationally after she was arrested. Maybe not. What was the point? Why call George Moses? Because he went to Winning Kind of High School. His story would have some legitimacy because he could say he saw Cecilia Pierce there. Did he call him because his mother's an inmate and maybe be more likely to do it? That's possible. It's the whole factor here to demonstrate that her concern about Cecilia Pierce is so great because Cecilia Pierce is telling the truth. And she's got to discredit. And you know what George Moses tells you is true is because you got the phone records. Between August 26th, and he says it's a couple weeks after I visited and see the defendant, there's 4 phone calls placed from the prison to his residence in Massachusetts. And he tells you a long time after that, my mother called me up and said, hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't get involved in any of this. If anybody comes and talks to you, you just tell them the truth. And George says, okay, Mom, I will. And what do you see in the phone records? Phone call, October 30th, from the from the new Goffstown prison, women's prison, to George Moses. Corroboration of the conversations. And he says, I remember that phone call sometime around the time I spoke to Danny Pelletier. And what does Detective Pelletier tell you? Spoke to him around November 1st. It's another indication of the truth of what's going on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've been talking to you a long time. And I know you're probably tired. You may be hoping that this would end soon. But I think it's really important to show you how this evidence just keeps building up. And how this evidence just keeps laying on top of each other. You don't have to look at one factor. You don't have to look at one witness. You can look at all of them. They just keep supporting each other. And they keep supporting the guilt. And that makes it so much easier for you in this case. You don't have to wring your head and say, oh my God, this whole case relies on that one witness. Oh my God, this whole case relies on just that statement. No way. You got all sorts of corroboration here. You got Ralph Welsh, Cecilia Pierce, Cindy Butt, George Moses. You go in that jury room right now and I submit to you, you would have no problem finding this defendant guilty, accomplice in first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder. Based on what Cecilia Pierce says, can't bring 2. You can do it. You can stop right here. But you've got a lot more. You've got a lot more. You got this defendant's own words on tape. Not once, not an offhanded comment, but on tape. 2 times on June 19th, July 12th, and July 13th. And what did she tell you? Just think about her testimony a little bit, how ridiculous that was. She tries to get up here and tell you an explanation for that incriminating evidence. Ask yourself, what choice does she have? She can't deny those tapes exist. She can't deny those statements have been made. She can't deny what she said. She's got to come up with the reason. And what did she tell you? Well, first, I was trying to get information from Cecilia Pierce so that I could do my own investigation. And when she's got the information, and it's something that she should go to the police with, she has a justification for not going forward. Because, well, before I went to the police, I really wanted to talk to Bill. And when that excuse doesn't really make sense any longer, her next excuse is, well, I just didn't want the affair to come out. And then she switches back to, well, I was trying to get information. And then I just didn't want the affair to come out. And then she starts saying I was confused. Then she starts saying I was scared. Did that look like a scared woman to you on the stand when she was testifying? Did that look like a woman who couldn't be in control of a 15-year-old girl when she wanted to talk to her? Did that look like a woman who couldn't set her wanted to say and make decisions. That doesn't look like a woman who couldn't stand up to the embarrassment of an affair from and solve her husband's murder. What I submit to you that woman was a woman who was doing everything in her power to distract you from looking at the significant evidence that those tapes are, to somehow take you away from the inescapable conclusion of what those tapes show. Again, I tell you, it's a last-ditch effort to somehow, some way, explain the most incriminating evidence you could ever ask for in a case. The only thing we're missing is a videotape of her conversations with Bill Flynn. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've been talking for my hour. I have to speed it up. I only have about 10 more minutes. I can share the evidence with you, and I'll do it rather quickly to Bill doesn't mind. Simply, I want you to think about several things when you consider the defendant's testimony. Think about her history of deception. Think about how she had no problem lying to her friends and living a lie with her relatives. Think about how she had no problem taking the stand in that car case and lying about the presence of Bill Flynn in that car. Think about how she had no problem looking Danny Pelletier at the Derry Police Department in the face and saying to him, "This is the honest to God's truth, detective. I don't know why they would have done this case." Ask yourselves that. How she can do that, look at him in the eye and say, "The honest to God's truth, I don't know motive. The honest to God's truth, I don't know why you're bothering Cecilia." Think of that history. Think of that background when you're determining, is this a witness you want to trust? Is this a witness where you're going to discount all the testimony you heard from Rolf Welch, Cindy Butt, Bill Flynn on the stand? Is this the kind of witness where you're going to throw out those tapes and ignore them based on what she says? I submit to you no. I'd just like to take a moment or two and show you some of the portions of those transcripts to demonstrate her involvement in this case. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to those tapes in those jury rooms, I suggest to you that you do that. You listen really carefully. Listen to her tone. Listen to the pace of her voice. Listen how she talks to Cecilia Pierce. And you make a determination of who's controlling the conversation. And you make a determination, is this a woman about to snap? Or is this a woman in a panic? Because now Bill Flynn's been arrested. This is a woman who's now fearful that Cecilia Pierce might go to the police. This is a woman who is sure that the police might be at her doorstep at any moment. Keep all those things in the back of your mind when you're considering the defendant's conversation. All right, let me just show you a couple of these. July 12th, 1990. What does Pam Smart tell you? "I'm not worried about anything except the police. I think Ralph, Pete, or JR, Bill says that I did it." Right. And then she says, "Yeah, then they can arrest me?" And she goes, "Yeah." Okay. And then she's telling Cecilia, "There's no way I'm ever going to say anything about you." Little example of a subtle manipulation and pressure. And what does she say down here? Notice this whisper, her expression, the conspiratorial tone. But the problem is, my heart is like effing having a heart attack. I can't even effing believe this, because why would they have told Ralph if they never would have told Ralph, you know? What is she doing here, ladies and gentlemen? She's complaining. She's lamenting about the situation she's in. She's not telling you she's trying to get information from Cecilia Pierce. She's not trying to make sure, or she's not in a frantic mood, having a nervous breakdown. This is a woman who's lamenting that they told Ralph. Another one, July 12th. Just quick. I don't have time to go over all these, ladies and gentlemen. You can listen to the tapes. I'm just going to make a few highlights. Did you see what had happened? Wouldn't you rather have just divorced Greg? Well, I didn't know, you know. Nothing was going wrong until after they told Ralph. Continuation of the same lament. Continuation of the same problem. I mean, she doesn't say, well, I don't know, they killed my husband, I really didn't have anything to do with it. This isn't just telling Cecilia Pierce that she knew about it. She's saying that her plan was not going wrong until they told Ralph. And that's true. Until they told Ralph, nothing was going wrong. And what does she say? It's their stupid ass faults. Sigh that they told Ralph, She's even blaming them. She gets him involved, and she's blaming him. Being a little more selective, ladies and gentlemen. I can't show you them all. Just have a couple more. What does she say here? Is this a woman who's trying to get information from Celia Pierce? Is this a woman who doesn't know what she's doing? Read it in context. All she's telling Cecilia Pierce, I've been a really good friend to you. I really like to be a really good friend to you. I'd like to continue our friendship. I've done things for you. What this is subtle manipulation and pressure to make sure Cecilia Pierce doesn't go to the police. Because if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, what does she say? When I think I've been a good friend to you, and that's the thing, even if you send me to the effing slammer, or you don't, and if anybody sends me, it's gonna be you. And that's the big thing. And that's what it comes down to. That's what Pam Smart is worried about when talking to Cecilia Pierce. Not that the affair is gonna come out. She's worried about going to jail for the rest of her life. She's worried about the police knowing what Cecilia Pierce knows. And right from there, where does she get right back to? The manipulation, the tampering. What good is it going to do you if you send me to the effing slammer? Don't think it's the end of your problems. The newspapers are going to be all over you. All your friends are going to be, what the F? You're going to be on the witness stand a million times, Remember that time you let Bill use your car to go up there? Where? Up to your house? Yeah. Well, that time, if they hadn't forgotten directions, he could have killed Greg then. I know. I wouldn't have even had spent the next week with you. I know, but it's history now. Because, we can't talk about SHIT that should have happened. What's it tell you, ladies and gentlemen? She's not just saying to Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand. They're corroborating what Bill Flynn tells you, that there was a prior plan, that they all knew about it. She's admitting it right here. This isn't some woman who's just throwing out comments. Now, what does she say down like here? Hopefully my phone wasn't tapped when you said that, because I could have SHIT when you said that. And what does she say? I'll just say that you meant like, why if you couldn't understand why would it have killed Greg? Why is she saying that to Cecilia Pierce? Why I could have killed Greg? She told you time and time again yesterday that what she was doing was just saying that she knew about it and was doing nothing more. What she's doing here, ladies and gentlemen, is starting to make up their defense when they get caught. I have one last one to show you, ladies and gentlemen. There's more. I didn't get to them. Doesn't matter. You take your time in the jury room. You listen to the tapes. You have all the time in the world. This board really encapsulates pretty much everything you need to know. What does Cecilia Pierce say? If Raymond hadn't run his friggin' mouth off, this would have been the perfect murder. What does the defendant say? Right. What's perfect about it, ladies and gentlemen? The plan. And how do you know that? Cecilia Pierce says because they set everything up. The defendant says, no shit. To look like a burglary, just like you said. Just like that defendant said, he set it up like a burglary. And what does Pam Smart do? She confirms it. No shit. So it's not my fault. I effing Raymond. She did her part. She set it up. She got them in there. She told them how to do it. They're the ones that screwed up. So it's not her fault. If Raymond had not run his mouth off, everything No shit. You need any more? You don't need any more, ladies and gentlemen. And you know the most significant thing is on this board? The last thing I'd like to point out to you, she's talking about JR is probably going to be the first one to roll because he's only driving the car. Now, what does she say about JR? She says, he's going to say you knew about it beforehand, which is the truth. Right. Well, so then I'll have to say, no, I didn't. And then they're going to believe me, or they're going to believe JR, 16 years old in the slam. And then who me? With a professional reputation and a course that I teach, that's the thing. So she says, all right, they are going to believe me. This woman has counted on from day one that if this case ever came to court, she could put herself on the stand with her background, with her intelligence, with her ability to answer questions, and pull one over on you, ladies and gentlemen. And I submit to you, based on the evidence you've heard today, don't let her do it. She'd have to be the most unluckiest person in the world. Have all these kids come in here and testify about what they know, with the corroboration of Ralph Welch, the corroboration of Cindy Butt, the evidence that just happened to go talk to Cecilia Pierce on a day she chooses to make incriminating statements on the day that she's white. And it's not that she's the unluckiest person in the world, ladies and gentlemen. It's because the evidence shows she's guilty. And I ask you on behalf of the state of New Hampshire that you read back guilty verdicts, accomplice to first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and witness tampering. Thank you.
We will select alternate.
All right. So that is the end of all the testimony. Openings, closings, testimonies. So now we're going to get to the verdict. I found, when I searched it, 13 hours. Took them 13 hours. So I'm assuming it was probably 2 days, right? Maybe 3 days, depending on when they started. So, all right, let's get to the verdict. Oh, hold on a sec. All right, just give me a second here. It's on Court TV's website, so I got to wait for it to go through its thing. They're showing ads, of course. Okay, so here is the verdict.
Face the jury. Madam Floor Lady, please stand. Has the jury reached a verdict on each of the 3 offenses charged?
Yes, we have.
On case number 90S1370, which charges a defendant with the crime of conspiracy to commit murder, how say you, was the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
So say you all. On case number 90S1371, which charges a defendant with the crime of accomplice to first-degree murder, how say you, is the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
So say you all. And on case number 90S1372, which charges a defendant with the crime of tampering with a witness, how say you, is the defendant guilty or not guilty of the offense charged?
Guilty.
Let me see it, Ray.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, defense will move to poll the jury at this point.
Juror number 1, with respect to the, all jurors, with respect to the charge of conspiracy to commit murder. Juror number 1, is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Juror number 2.
Guilty.
Juror number 3.
Guilty.
Juror number 4.
Guilty.
Juror number 5.
Guilty.
Juror number 6.
Guilty.
Juror number 7.
Guilty.
Juror number 8.
Guilty.
Juror number 9.
Guilty.
Juror number 10.
Guilty.
Juror number 11.
Guilty.
Juror number 12.
Guilty.
With respect to the charge of accomplice to first-degree murder, juror number 1.
Guilty.
Number 2.
Guilty.
Number 3.
Guilty.
Number 4.
Guilty.
Number 5.
Guilty.
Number 6.
Guilty.
Number 7.
Guilty.
Number 8. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11.
Guilty.
Number 12. Number 12.
Guilty.
With respect to the charge of tampering with a witness, Juror number 1.
Guilty.
Number 2.
Guilty.
Number 3.
Guilty.
Number 4.
Guilty.
Number 5.
Guilty.
Number 6.
Guilty.
Number 7.
Guilty.
Number 8. Number 9.
Guilty.
Number 10.
Guilty.
Number 11.
Guilty.
Number 12. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you would just go back to your deliberation room, I'll be with you in a moment. Would the defendant please rise? Pamela Smart, on indictment number 90S1372, strike that, 1371, charging you with the offense of accomplice to first-degree murder on the jury's verdict of guilty and in accordance with the mandates of our state legislature, specifically RSA 626-8, Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 3A, and RSA 631A, Roman numeral 3, I am required and do hereby sentence you to the New Hampshire State Prison for Women for the remainder of your life without the possibility of parole. The remaining sentences will be imposed at a later date after the preparation of a formal pre-sentence investigation report.
Your Honor, for the record, may I just take a special defense exception to the mandatory life sentence, and I would just cite for the record the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution, Parliament Article 18 of the New Hampshire Constitution. And additionally, with regard to the preparation of appeal in this particular matter, I'd ask the court to stay the 30-day requirement until after sentencing on the other two indictments that have been returned.
Stay the appeal requirement, the 30-day appellate requirement, that is stayed. Correct. Mr. Smart, you're in the custody of the sheriff. This hearing is adjourned.
All right.
All right, so that is now that concludes our trial coverage. So now I want to get into real quickly, where are they now? So first we're going to do Pam. Oh, wait, I want to show these pictures. Hold on. I wanted to show these pictures here. We were talking about that orange juice commercial. Here are some stills of it. So what they did is they these were the kids that were part of this media center, and they made an orange juice commercial, and they weren't like not the entire thing, and then they rap over it. There's a rap song that goes with it. I think it's like maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but at one point these students are just dressed as cave dwellers doing laundry, but then they're also, you know, modern day kids as well. And here's their here's Halen. There's Haley or Halen. So that's her little Shih Tzu. So that's Halen. So anyway, okay. So now let's get to where are they now. So this is from 2010. Pamela gave quite a lot of interviews. So this one's from 2010. I've got about 4 or 5 from Pamela. Then I've got some updates on Billy and JR and Pete. So we'll do...
Today, Pam Smart...
We'll do this first.
Today, Pam Smart appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show, speaking from the prison where she's serving a life sentence for plotting the murder of her husband 20 years ago. She talked about her sentence, calling it unfair. And as you'll see, much of her message was the same as when I interviewed Pam Smart behind bars earlier this year.
Sometimes when I look back, I can't believe that it's been that long. Pam Smart, now 43 years old, talked about her 2 decades behind bars in an interview for Oprah. Her appearance is different, but her message the same as when she spoke to WMUR earlier this year from the maximum security prison in New York, where she's serving life without the possibility of parole. On Oprah, she again insisted she did not convince her teen lover Billy Flynn to shoot her husband Greg in their Derry condo.
No, I didn't. Absolutely not. I never wanted him dead. I never asked anybody to kill him. I didn't suggest it. I didn't plant the idea in anybody's head. And I've spent 20 years in prison already for something I didn't even do.
Pam Smart also told WMUR she did not plot the murder.
Did you? No, I did not. I never wanted Greg killed. I never wanted him to kill Greg. I never asked him to. I never insinuated that I wanted him to kill my husband.
On Oprah, Pam Smart again said her life sentence is unfair compared to the teens convicted.
Disgusted. It makes me feel angry and disgusted.
She pointed out, as she did to New Hampshire viewers, that 2 are out on parole, 2 more are eligible for release in 5 years.
I think it's outrageous that they're actually getting sentence reductions and that they'll be freed when I'm sitting here.
Pam's mother, Linda Wojcik, joined Oprah on stage. She said the jury should have been sequestered and media coverage swayed jurors. She also said her daughter's only mistake was having an affair with Billy Flynn.
She shouldn't be defined by that mistake the rest of her life. And the people that murdered Greg, my son-in-law, will be leaving prison.
And a juror said while it was chilling to hear Pam Smart was sentenced to life, he feels the jury did a fair job.
I felt we were diligent and acted with integrity. Yes, I feel it was fair.
All right. So that was, we'll get to Mom. I've got an interview. She gave like 3 interviews. So that was her appearing, I guess, on Oprah. They kind of did a quick little thing on that. That was from 2010. Now let's fast forward.
Well, now to a WBZ.
Now let's fast forward to May of 2024. All right, let me put this up here. May of 2024. All right, so this is May 2024. Wait a minute. No. I don't want that. Hold on. Okay. I want this one first. 2015. I want this one. Let's do this one first. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I copied the wrong thing. Okay, this is from 2015. This is the one I wanted to play. All right, 2015. So here she is from 2015. June of 2015. All right.
The exclusive Pamela Smart behind bars.
We've seen things like it felt surreal, like this really was not even happening to me.
Even though the trial took place 25 years ago, tomorrow is a significant day in the Pamela Smart murder case. 2 young men who admitted to killing Smart's husband Greg will be released because of their plea deals. Pamela Smart will now be the last person left serving time for the murder, life without parole. I spoke with her at the prison where she's held in New York.
More than half of my life, I have literally been in prison more than I've been alive in the free world. What more do people want?
Pamela Smart speaking from the maximum security prison in New York, where she's been held for the past 23 years, is adamant about her guilt and her innocence.
I do feel a lot of responsibility in the fact that my husband was killed, and it was because of a relationship that I had. So that's something that I have to carry for the rest of my life.
Her relationship with then 16-year-old student Billy Flynn, frozen in time in books, movies, and a recent HBO documentary.
Sex with a teenager and murder.
25 years after the 1990 shooting death of Smart's husband Greg in their New Hampshire condo, Flynn and accomplice Patrick Randall will be the last of 4 young men involved in the murder, paroled Thursday from prison.
So we are granting you the privilege of parole.
People can feel sorry for them as much as they want to. They can cry as much as they want. But nonetheless, they went into my condo, they put my husband on his knees, and they killed him while he begged for his life. And I wasn't there for that. They did that.
People don't always act correctly. They don't.
Smart hopes the public remembers her sensationalized trial as unfair.
It was just me, this average person, up against the whole state and all its resources, and it was just unbalanced.
And she calls her sentence, life without the chance for parole, disproportionate to the young men. She knows any chance of a sentence reduction now is an uphill battle. It seems as though people watch you and think of you as very stoic. They want you to look sorry. They want you to say, I did it, I was involved, I encouraged him to do it, and you're saying that's a moment that is never going to come.
I mean, unless I lied.
Only the governor of New Hampshire could do anything about Smart's sentence now. Last week, a spokesperson for Governor Maggie Hassan said she has not been given any new information that would warrant consideration of a pardon. Smart tells me she plans to give the governor her petition in the fall. We'll have more of the Pamela Smart interview on the 10 p.m. news on MyTV 38 and on WBZ News at 11.
All right. So now next this is from 2024. This is from May of 2024. So this one's really interesting because she, well, let's watch. No spoilers. I won't give spoilers. I've only seen a little bit of this, but all right. So this one is from May of 2024. Oh, what is it, Polly? Oh my goodness, Polly. All right, so this is from May of 2024.
My name is Pamela Smart. I've been incarcerated since 1990. I was convicted of being an accomplice to murder, and I'm serving a life sentence without any possibility for parole. I've been incarcerated in New York State for nearly 32 years, and I was previously in New Hampshire for 2.5 years. I think I was incarcerated about at least 8 or 9 years at Bedford Hills, so probably 10 years into my incarceration before I got into Eve's group, Eve Ensler's writing group. And in that group was where I began, to dig deeper into my own responsibility. I always thought that I was going to a deep place, as we all did in the group. And she would pressure us and encourage us to go beyond into spaces that we didn't want to be in. For me, that was really hard because going into those places, in those spaces is where I found myself responsible for something I desperately didn't want to be responsible for. My husband's murder. I had to acknowledge for the first time in my own, mind and my own heart how responsible I was, because I had deflected blame all the time. I think almost as if it was a coping mechanism, because the truth of being so responsible was very difficult for me, because I'm not a person that went through life hurting other people, and it was a space that was very uncomfortable for me and something that was new. You know, now that I am older and able to look back on things, I can see so many errors that I made, and I can see how skewed my judgment was and how immature I was looking backwards. You know, I'm such a different person than I was. I'm more thoughtful before, you know, I think things through before I make decisions, and less impulsive, and just more responsible and mature than I was back then. I mean, it's 34 years is a very long time. And during that time, I've done a lot of work on myself and a lot of spiritual work, and just had a big growth in who I am and how I deal with things and people. I'm respectfully asking for the opportunity to come before you, the New Hampshire Executive Council, and have an honest conversation with you about my incarceration, my acceptance of responsibility, and any concerns you might have, any questions. If I could come in person or via video conference so that we could share an honest conversation, I would be extremely grateful for that.
Well, that's interesting. All right, and then this is last year. So this is the last one that I have for Pamela. I mean, there's others, I guess, but we'll be here all night.
Governor Kelly Ayotte.
All right, hold on. All right, so this one is about her pardon.
Hampshire Governor Kelly Ayotte is denying Pamela Smart a pardon hearing. Smart was convicted in 1991 for being an accomplice to first-degree murder in the death of her husband, Greg Smart. Ayotte says, quote, people who commit violent crimes must be held accountable to the law. A longtime spokesperson for Smart called the decision to deny a hearing tragic.
All right, so that was rejected. All right, now here's Mom. We're going to listen to Mom.
Since her daughter was sentenced to life.
All right, hold on. Let me get this. All right, so this is from October 2015. All right, so this is Mom talking, October of 2015.
Pam Smart's mother is speaking to us for the first time in 25 years since her daughter was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She says now it is time for a new trial.
And I hope I live long enough to see my daughter come home. It's been too long, too hard.
Linda Wojcik is speaking with WMUR for the first time since her daughter, Pam Smart, was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree murder in the death of her husband, Greg.
It's been a long time, very difficult time for everyone, for our family. Everyone's devastated, very hard, and my poor daughter is still in there.
Greg Smart was shot in the head in their Derry condo in 1990. The 4 teenage boys convicted in the crime have all been paroled now, including Billy Flynn, released in June. He says he had a sexual relationship with Pam Smart while she was working as a media coordinator in the Winnicott School District. He testified that she orchestrated the crime and he pulled the trigger.
I pulled the trigger.
To please take a second look at the case with me.
Now Pam Smart's attorney, along with her spokesperson, are in New Hampshire considering legal options, like seeking a lesser charge that would remove the life sentence or having her conviction overturned and filing for a new trial.
25 years later.
25 years later, because in my view, they should have given her a new trial right after her conviction.
Is there new evidence?
I think there is. That seems to me very much worth pursuing. And we're talking to a number of people here to see whether they have the same understanding.
Pam Smart's spokesperson has long insisted it was an unfair trial, from plea bargains to press coverage to the jury not being sequestered. And she says myths about Pam Smart persist.
There's an inbred hostility toward her that has been revived and reinvigorated periodically by the books, the films, the articles, the interviews.
She says they have reached out to Greg Smart's family with no response. And Pam Smart's mother says she even asked her daughter if she would consider a confession in hopes of getting out of prison.
Yeah, Pam, why don't you lie and say you're guilty just so you can come home? And she said, no, Mom, I'm not. Well, good for her. I don't know if I'd have that much courage.
Pam Smart's parents, Linda and John Wojcik, will continue their visits to the maximum security prison for women in Bedford Hills, New York, and they'll continue supporting their daughter.
But she is innocent. I believe that. There's nothing in her character, ever was anything in her character, that would ever make me believe that she could be part of something so ugly and so awful. Yes, I have hope that she'll be home with us. I do. There's no reason she shouldn't be.
Any claims of new evidence would be revealed in legal filings. At this point, there is no timetable for that. Jean Mackin, WMUR News 9.
All right, now we're going to move on to Billy. All right, this is from, I keep calling him Billy, but all right, so this is from 2008.
Well, Bill Flynn is now 33 years old. He's been in prison for the past 17 and a half years. Now, if you do the math on that, that means he's been locked up more than he was ever free. But he still has 10 years to go on his minimum sentence of 28 years to life. But despite that, Bill Flynn says he wants out early.
First of all, taking the podium, this is Bill Flynn's first chance to tell the Smart family how sorry he is for killing their son.
As soon as I walked in the room today,
I felt a tremendous amount of shame. His remorse for what he did 17 years ago is something no one in the courtroom seems to doubt. Even the prosecutor who cut a deal with him in exchange for his testimony believes Flynn has always been sorry.
You know, in some ways it's hard to believe, but he was a gentle soul.
Bill Flynn was 16 when he met 23-year-old Pam Smart, who worked at his school.
She was attractive, and all the guys in school were attracted to her. She was intelligent, exciting to be around, and out of everybody, she liked me.
He says Smart convinced him and 3 friends to kill her husband, but it was Flynn who pulled the trigger. The victim's father describes what happened to his son that night.
He had his arm grabbed, a gun stuck to his side, and was thrown to the ground, begged to get on his knees, and was shot through a pillow to muffle the sound of the gun, execution style.
Smart's father told Flynn he believes he's sorry, but doesn't feel he should get out early. But it's the victim's brother who couldn't hold back his anger. He says Flynn is asking for mercy.
And I got an answer for you, Flynn. And it's the same answer that you, William Flynn, gave my brother Gregory Smart 17 years ago as he begged for mercy. And that answer is bang! No!
At the end of today's hearing, Judge Kenneth McHugh said it was going to take some time for him to make his decision, but when he does, he wanted to point out to everyone in the courtroom that he didn't want anybody to see it as winning or losing. And he said that's because in this case, there are no winners. We're live in Brentwood. I'm Josh Davis, WMUR News 9.
Wow, that's pretty powerful. I give you the same response that you gave my brother. Bang, no. All right. Sheesh. All right. This is from. All right. So this is more Billy. All right. This is more Billy. Now, this is from 2014.
William Flynn, the one who actually shot and killed Greg Smart, is now classified as a minimum security work release inmate. Just last week, paperwork was submitted to transfer him to a facility in Maine.
Billy Flynn was just 15 when he killed Greg Smart in 1990. He's been in prison ever since, but last week the Rockingham County Superior Court did not object to his request to be moved to a minimum security facility in Warren, Maine, 65 miles northeast of Portland. The Prison Classification Board notes Flynn's rehabilitation would be enhanced by participation in a work release program. Patrick Randall, who held down Smart while Flynn pulled the trigger, is now also out of prison. He's now considered a minimum security inmate, being held at a transitional work center in Concord. Pam Smart herself continues to serve a life sentence for plotting to kill her husband. In a statement, her spokesperson said, "Is it justice for the men who are directly responsible for the murder of Greg Smart to be released while Pamela Smart, who was neither directly or indirectly responsible for his killing, remains in prison for the rest of her natural life without the possibility of parole?" And Flynn and Randall, the adult who has consistently denied any role in her husband's murder, is condemned to be locked up forever. Where is the balance? Where is the justice?
And the two others implicated in the murder, Raymond Fowler and Vance Latomy, were already paroled. Live in the newsroom, Gene Mackin, WMUR News 9.
All right, so now we're going to get to him granted parole. So here is Billy Flynn, William Flynn, Bill Flynn.
After 25 years behind bars,
Being granted parole.
After 20.
All right. So this is from 2015.
25 years behind bars, parole granted for Billy Flynn. As a 16-year-old, he murdered the husband of his high school teacher and lover, Pamela Smart. Today's decision coming on Flynn's 41st birthday. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us. I'm Erica Tarantel. The trial of Flynn and Smart made international headlines back in the early 90s. She was the 22-year-old teacher who seduced a student in a small New Hampshire town. He was the teen who pulled the trigger, killing Smart's husband, Greg. Just hours ago, Flynn learned he would be paroled. Our breaking coverage begins with News Center 5's Frank Holland live in Concord, New Hampshire. Frank?
Right. Billy Flynn made 3 promises during his parole hearing. He said first he would never return to New Hampshire after his release on June 4th. He said he would never talk about this controversial case with the media. And with Smart's family in attendance, he promised he would do something meaningful with his life. Billy Flynn was barely old enough to drive when he confessed to killing Greg Smart, saying the man's wife, who was Flynn's teacher and lover, told him to do it.
I will always feel terrible about what happened 25 years ago. Parole will not change that. The regret and responsibility I feel are a part of me.
The now 41-year-old, speaking over the phone to the parole board, expressed his remorse and regret. The brother of Greg Smart and other relatives hanging on every word.
I do feel a sense of responsibility to, continually try to balance those scales that can't be balanced.
Flynn was a student at Winnicott High School in Hampton, New Hampshire when he was seduced by Pamela Smart. In May of 1990, Flynn and another teen executed Greg Smart. According to trial testimony, Pamela Smart wanted her husband killed to avoid losing money in a divorce.
I believe in my heart of hearts that you should, at the very least, serve your minimum sentence of 28 years.
The Smart family sharing their hope and heartbreak after hearing Flynn has married, earned a college degree, and become an electrician while in prison.
I'd like to see him do something great with the rest of his life. He has a great opportunity to start a new life.
It's your birthday, and the good news is we are granting you the privilege of parole.
25 years after taking a life, Flynn given a chance to start his anew.
I'll try to do something with my life that matters and makes a difference.
A spokesperson for Pamela Smart releasing this statement. Once again, Bill Flynn has cynically used a winning strategy to get himself a better deal. He paints himself as Pamela Smart's victim and blames her for acts he himself committed. The New Hampshire Parole Board has today decided to send this self-confessed killer home to his wife while Pamela Smart continues to serve the sentence that should be his. And again, Flynn will be released on June 4th. He will remain on parole for the rest of his life. Here in Concord, New Hampshire, Frank Holland, WCVB News Center 5.
All right, so there you go. There's that one. Now we're going to jump over to Pete Randall. Pete was in the house as well. He's the one that held the knife and grabbed Greg's head, kept him still, I guess, So Bill was the one that pulled the trigger, but it was Pete that was in the house with him and had the knife and grabbed him by the head. Or had him, had his hair. All right, so this is 2015. So as we heard, both of them were released in 2015.
Well, the victim's family says that they are still afraid of Patrick Randall, who went before the state parole board today looking for his freedom. After 25 years in prison, Patrick Randall, the man who held Greg Smart down while Billy Flynn shot him in the head, went before the state parole board today. Randall says he was an angry teenager when he took part in the murder that prosecutors say was orchestrated by Smart's wife, Pam Smart, but now he realizes just how horrible his crime was.
Nothing I say can make it better. I only hope that this closure of a sense and that you can heal some.
Randall has been an almost perfect inmate during his time behind bars, but the victim's family told the parole board they are still terrified of him.
I am deathly afraid of this man. He murdered my nephew. He ruined our family. My brother and sister-in-law were never, ever the same after that happened. I am truly afraid of him.
You, when asked why you participated in this heinous crime, your answer was you wondered what it would be like to kill someone. And my concern is, what if you still have that curiosity in you today?
The board did grant Randall parole, but ordered him to stay out of several towns requested by the Smart family and have no contact with them at all. The Smart family asked Randall to start a new life and make something of himself. Randall says he can't change what he did, but he can change who he will be in the future.
I'm just going to try to do the best I can and provide for my family and try to help my loved ones and to build a solid base.
Randall will be eligible for his release on June the 4th. Reporting live in Concord, I'm Andy Hirschberger, WMUR News 9.
All right, Andy, thanks. The murder of Greg Smart is one of the most notorious murder cases in the state. Just last month, Billy Flynn, the man who pulled the trigger, was also granted parole. WMUR's Ray Brewer continues our team coverage this noon. And Ray, how is the Smart family reacting to the news that both Randall and Flynn will soon be free men?
Mixed emotions, Sean. The Smart family is convinced that Billy Flynn is truly sorry for the murder of Greg Smart. They are not so sure about Patrick Randall. With his arm around his mother, Patrick Randall exited state prison, soon to begin his life outside. However, the family of his murder victim, Greg Smart, wonders if Randall has really changed.
We are nervous about Mr. Randall. We felt like he did not show the remorse.
The Smart family says they are not happy that Randall will be allowed to stay in New Hampshire.
We know that he wants to reside in New Hampshire, and we disagree with that, so it does make us nervous.
Randall was the last of the four who were there when Greg Smart was murdered to be paroled. And the Smart family says every time they think they can start to put the case behind them, something else happens.
If it's not one of the boys coming up for parole, it's Pam.
Pam Smart, who was convicted of orchestrating the murder of her husband, remains the only one in prison. Through a spokeswoman, she released this statement that says in part, "To no one's surprise, Pete Randall was granted parole today. Like Bill Flynn before him, his admission of murder gave him a double benefit. He is rewarded for taking responsibility for his actions and then denies responsibility by blaming Pamela Smart for everything he did." Greg Smart's uncle says if Randall is looking for forgiveness, he'll have to look elsewhere. And James Smart thinks too much attention is being paid to the criminals.
And through this whole thing, it's always been about Pam and Billy. Everybody forgot about Greg, except for us.
Dean Smart wonders if this parole will bring his family closer to finally being able to put this behind them. And as for the men who murdered his brother and are now free,
I hope they make the best of their second chance.
Patrick Randall's attorney said after the hearing that his client is truly remorseful and stands ready to make the best of his second chance. Reporting live outside the state prison in Concord, Ray Brewer, WMUR News 9.
Shelley, I would guess so, because we're not seeing his parents at all. So I maybe they have, I don't know. I haven't researched that. All right, so this is going to be this will be our last video. This is JR. So this is Vance J.R. Latomy, he Jr., so they call him JR. He was 16, so he's the one, he got the firearm from his father. He also provided the getaway car. So this is the last, this will be our last video.
Well, Jen, Vance Latomy.
So this will conclude our Where Are They Now? All right, let me put this in here. All right. So again, Vance, he was the one. He's there on the left. He supplied the firearm. He supplied the getaway car. He drove the car, and they all testified. All these guys testified.
Jen, Vance Latomy argues he was a teenager when he played a role in the killing of Pam Smart's husband, Greg. He was sentenced to 30 years to life in prison, but was released on parole back in 2005. Well, now Latomy no longer wants to live life on parole, and he's asking a judge to suspend his sentence due to good behavior. He says he hasn't had a parole violation in 17 years. Court paperwork Latomy filed also says he now has a wife and a full-time job and is making every effort not to waste his second chance at life. But the Attorney General's office objects to suspending the maximum sentence, saying Latomy supplied the murder weapon and the getaway car, knowing Pam Smart's husband would be killed. They say the sentence is still appropriate because the crime was so serious. The AG's office also says the victim's family objects to cutting Latomy's sentence short. A judge has taken this under advisement. No word on when there could be a ruling. Meanwhile, Pam Smart is still serving life in prison. Live in the studio, Monica Hernandez, WMUR News 9.
So yes, Jane, one of them I ran across and I can't find it now. One of them, it must not have been Bill. Maybe it was Fowler. Maybe it was Fowler, Raymond Fowler. I think it was Raymond Fowler. Hold on, because he got out in 2003. It might have been him. Hold on a sec. Okay, yeah, so he spoke, he's back in prison. Okay, so he's back, so he went back to prison. Hold on. He violated his parole. All right, so Raymond Fowler violated his parole. Yeah, it was Raymond Fowler. So Raymond was just in the car, right? I don't think, he just waited in the car. So he got out sooner. He got out in 2003. The other ones, so Vance, who supplied the weapon and then drove the car, he was out in 2005. The other two guys who actually, were there, did the do 2015. Raymond Fowler got out in 2003, but he, where was it? Oh, I just had it. Hold on. Okay. He violated his parole after being cited for disturbing the peace. So he got in and this was 2004. The witness tampering charges were filed by Seabrook. He's facing felony charge of witness tampering stemming from the same incident. So, and it was in Seabrook. He was in Seabrook. So this was 2004. So witness tampering charges violate Fowler's parole. He's found guilty of violating his parole, but the parole board did not give a penalty. They are holding him in the prison. He will essentially face the parole violation charges on new charges at that time. So yeah, he served 13 years. He was let out. Okay. Oh, here, the disturbing the peace charges stem from an incident on June 8th. He allegedly went to the home of his then girlfriend in Salisbury and let the air out of her tires. Are you kidding me? Oh, he let the air out of the tires of his girlfriend, his then girlfriend. Oh, that's just so. They called the felony charge of witness tampering silly. The attorney said the witness tampering charges stem from the June 8th incident, which Fowler allegedly told his girlfriend not to say anything to police in exchange for fixing her car. So he let the air out of his then girlfriend's tires. Sounds like he was probably drunk or mad or whatever. I don't know. I'm only guessing, but that's pretty bad. All right, hold on. According to the Associated Press, Fowler maintained he and his brother went to his girlfriend's home June 8th, believing she was pregnant with his child and doing drugs with someone else. Fowler reportedly said he knocked on an apartment building door, got permission from a tenant to knock on a window, then let some air out of one of the woman's car tires out of concern she might drive under the influence of drugs. Oh, okay. All right. His parole officer at the time said Fowler called him within hours to report the incident. See there, I jumped to conclusions. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Based on what Fowler told him and his close relationship with the parolee, Osborne said he saw no reason to arrest him. His emotions got a hold of him. He made some bad choices and he reported it. Within days, Osborne was transferred and a new parole officer took over. Robert Megan learned of the Salisbury incident and told police and said police told him they had found a baseball bat in the car. He said he also learned Fowler had pounded on the door and threatened the man his girlfriend was with. The last time he had a crisis like that, we had a dead body. Megan told the board, Mr. Fowler is no minor pot smoker. Wow. So that's interesting. That's interesting. All right. So, all right, you guys. Sidebar, Zazo. Let's see. The case with Carlos and Zazo and the wife. is guilty. What's up with that? I don't know. I don't know, Jill. I have no idea what's up with that. With the DTE fake people and Carlos's wife. I have no idea what's going on with that. So do not know. All right. All right, you guys. I think that's it. That's it for us. It's almost 7:00 here on the East Coast on a Saturday night. Appreciate you guys spending your day with us. Monday, we will be picking up on Brian Walsh. We're going to be in Verdict Watch with Brian Walsh, but we've got a couple things in the works while we're on Verdict Watch. We're not just going to be watching a screen the whole time. We'll have something else. So we'll dual stream. We're going to dual stream on Monday while we're in Verdict Watch with Brian Walsh. We have a couple trials, some old, some new, that we have our eyes on. So again, thank you for joining us. Join us on Monday for Brian Walsh for sure, and tomorrow we're going to work on another trial for you guys. So thank you, Alice. Really appreciate you and your support. Thank you so much. All right, you guys, be sure to thank our mods. They did a fantastic job today, and thank Aaron on your way out. And let's see. Do you think he's getting off? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait and watch, see what happens. Wouldn't surprise me. That's all I'm gonna say. Wouldn't surprise me if he's off. But anyway, have a great rest of your Saturday and enjoy your Sunday. And we will see you guys on. Oh wait. Oh whoop. Oh. We got a little cuddle puddle going on. Oh, kitties. So that's little Roger and Houdini. Oh, having a little moment there. All right, you guys, thanks for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And thank you guys again for joining us. We'll see you on Monday. Have a good one. Bye.